I don't know. It's Netanyahu got booed on stage. Is it a very special day because you hit upper body today and you're feeling pretty freaking good? Is that the reason? And these are all good reasons for why it's a special day. But I think a lot of you in here at least know that it's a special day every time this day of the week happens because it's Friday.
It's Friday.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday.
Sunday, what? It's Friday, then.
That's right, it's freaking Friday. It's Freaky Friday. Everybody, it's Friday. It's Friday. You already know what it is. Our forefathers fought long and hard in the labor union movement. The socialists, the communists, the trade unionists alike. Labor militancy is what gave you the motherfucking weekend, baby. That's how you got the weekend, because they fought long and hard with blood, sweat, and tears. That's right, no blood and soil politics here, just blood and tears to make sure that you can have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your life, to feel like a human for 2 days out of the goddamn week. So if you like the weekend, if you like your Fridays, thank a union. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we always celebrate the freaking weekend. No matter what, the vibes are going to be immaculate today. You already know. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. As always. Hold on. Anyway, why haven't you had Mufasa on the stream? I don't even know where he is. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news and about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. And a lot has taken place. You might have already seen it. You might have already known it. I ended the broadcast yesterday. Another 8-hour broadcast, half day Hossie. You already know what it is. Okay. And then afterwards, I just hung out with my dad. I watched Peacekeeper, one of the, what's it called? James Gunn. James Gunn is bringing woke back in a big way. Low key, high key. He's Peacemaker. Yeah, it's very good. It's actually very good. James the Gun, never James Gunn. I mean, James Second Amendment Gun. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. Dude, are you also seeing the alt-left pipeline, swolitarian, gym bros, and TikTok? Hassan Abi-fication of lifters is finally happening. I mean, a lot of them are Hassan Abi heads in general. A lot of them are you guys. So I'm glad that the alt-left shit is happening. I think James the Gun, never James Gunn. James Second Amendment Gun is low-key also on the alt-left pipeline, if we're being real. I feel like he's also an honorary member of the alt-left pipeline. Creature Commandos was already great, and I really enjoyed it, but I didn't realize that the piece... I keep saying it wrong. James One in the Head Gun? Yeah. I didn't know Peacemaker was like that. A community member worked on Superman and confirmed he is alt-left. Yeah, we're the alt-left, baby. Alternative left. It's finally happening. Go watch Leo Bomb Ice Facilities at the movies this weekend. Dude, do not worry. Listen, I know Leonardo DiCaprio is a weirdo. And I know that he said he was going to build a hotel in Israel or something. But peak Thomas Anderson making a movie about one of Noah Colwyn's favorite books that he's been super stoked on. Okay, I'm sorry. I got to see what that's about. I got to see what's going on there, okay? I heard spectacular things. About that. So we'll see. Also, Paul Thomas Anderson, apparently one of the, I'll take the hat off. This is just for fun, for the intro, for in honor of Kneecap. But Paul Thomas Anderson apparently released some movies that he recommended to watch as a precursor to get acquainted with this movie. And the movies that he recommended, one of them is the Battle for Algiers, I think. Like, so I don't know. I don't know if he's actually. I don't know. I don't know if PTA is a pro-Israel kind of guy. It's peak, and not both sides at all. Threads flagged the post for Antifa terrorism, and it was literally released to Epstein files, and it made me laugh. Yeah. In any case, I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to watch it because it's supposed to be like Noah was telling me all about how like the book in and of itself is all about like the change of an era, like the change of political culture at the time that it was created. And that PTA, if its adaptation is like faithful, will be more of an assessment on like the modern iteration. So we shall see. We shall see. Hold on. But do you have any plans to, or have you seen The Long Walk? No, I do want to see it. I do want to see it. Okay, anyway, where can I get the hat? I don't even know where I got the hat from. The search recommendation, you weren't even mentioned on the TikTok. Men in the alt-left pipeline are hot. Search Hassan Piker edit. That's funny. I mean, let's be real. This is like, I've been building this brick by fucking brick, okay? I've been building this shit brick by fucking brick. What the hell is this, bro? You just sent me a downloadable link. What do I tell you about downloadable links? Take a second off. I've been building that shit brick by brick for years, man. It's been goddamn years. Whether it be the swoletariat, broletariat, constantly talking about like the importance of working out. I'm glad. Get noted. Oh, this got onto the top of the leaderboard as well. It seems like there are people out there who I guess see when people are being racist. Okay. And I'm glad that there is at least some semblance of humanity out there. Because like this kind of shit in the past, I think, like for the past year and a half or for the past 2 years, this kind of stuff was basically fair game. Like my former podcast co-host was doing memes like this, you know what I mean? Like, and I think 2 years ago, if someone was saying something like this on Reddit, they'd be promoting it. And it goes to show you even Reddit, which is like neoliberalism, State Department Central, they have also gone woke. They're woke. They're woke on the issue of Palestine. They're woke on this stuff. Sending Hassan to New Jersey is a punishment in and of itself. Turkey, I can understand. New Jersey is where I draw the line. I don't know, man. You're the One Piece left-wing pipeline. Oh, that's the other thing. There's mad, like, there's so much. This has been, listen. Many weeks have been weeks of vindication, okay? But this week in particular has been a major week of vindication. And it's really interesting because I didn't do none of this, right? I just kind of do my own thing. I keep my head down. I keep pushing. I keep promoting the causes that I believe. I keep advocating. And you know, people keep moving. And it seems like there are very it seems that there's like vindication coming from circles that I never thought there would be vindication coming from. Whether it be the Hasanabi alt-left pipeline, which many people are contributing to, and I'm so happy about it. I'm not even taking credit for it, honestly. It's nothing I do is relevant here. It's what you do that makes it relevant. And we'll talk about all of that in a second. But let me get back to the personal news, okay? Let me do the personal news. So, last night watched. I'm gonna fuck the name up again. Peacemaker is pretty good. I love the very not so subtle anti-racist through line throughout the entire work. James Gunn, he's woke. Okay, that's Mr. Woke. That's the CEO of Antifa right there, the real CEO of Antifa. So there's that. Went to bed, woke up early. Another day of 8 hours of sleep. Feel pretty good about that. Woke up early, worked out. They want to vibe with you. What is this? Polar bears? Oh my God. Have you watched The Boys? I didn't watch the last season. It got like a little stale for me. But also, of course, woke up early to hit the mother freaking weights. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Pumping, dude. Look at that. Bro, that's no joke. We're talking 220, baby. That's 220 on an incline. 220 on an incline, hitting it for 10, hitting it for a nice 10 spot. You kidding me? Hitting it for a nice 10 spot? God damn. I'm a baby girl. You already know what it is. Anyway. You make the left look way more on the spectrum with the music placement. You and Todek should link for a lift. We used to back in the day. He's too afraid of me. Is incline easier than flat for you? No, of course not. Flat is definitely easier. But anyway, hit the weights. You already know what it is. You know, just got it out of my system. Had to do it. Had to do it for the one time. Okay. Had to do it for all of the proletariat, swoletariats out there. Okay. You too can also join your local swoletariat, get a lift in. And aside from that, I've just been paying attention to what's going on in New York, what's going on with the flotilla. It's pretty crazy. And also, anytime I go on my TikTok is vindication, pure vindication. And it's been a crazy moment to experience so much of said vindication. Now, let me blast off real quick and we'll talk about that. Freaky Friday. We also got a special guest, Jennifer Welch, in the building later. She's going to be on the next episode of Fear and, of course. Okay. What's the yellow plushie? It's a Guratama. It's a little egg. It's a little cute egg. Also, rest in power to Asada Shakur. We'll talk about her legacy as well, obviously. Freaky Friday. What the hell? Already. Already hitting a quick lick early on. That's cool. That's cool. I love that. We gotta get those out of the way early. We gotta get those out of the way early, chat. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Gotta get it out of the way early. We got to get it out of the way. You already know. Let me blast off real quick. Bust it down. Sexual style. Satan Yahoo delivers speech to empty UN flotilla gets naval protection. U.S. hates Israel's genocide, but it's still not enough. Trump fires attorney and then indicts Jim Comey. You were wearing a different hat before the F. Did you get replaced by an Israeli deepfake? Yeah, that's why I'm wearing a hat that says Makawama on it. Anyway, SEIU UHW used your speech. Wait, really? Oh, hell yeah. Nice, nice. That's from 4 days ago. That didn't get a lot of fucking love, it feels like, but...
In the face of such tremendous cruelty, you must never succumb to nihilism. You must always maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate. When we fight.
Oh my God. Oh my God. They're doing aura edits. Oh my God. I like that. Stavi is repping your merch on his YouTube show, timestamped.
I'm not trying to be rude. Get the gay guys mad at me at Equinox. So the camera angles aren't great, but here, as you can see, those are my nuts while I do a wall sit. And then, you know, some body weight squats. The whole workout was pretty tough. We're going to do some plank.
You got the Himbo Fitness on. Let's go. How many bodies is this?
Yo, I'm straight, but give me some wine to put me in a room with Hassan Piker. I don't even need to say anything else.
That's crazy. That is, I don't even know what to say about that. That's a crazy statement. This is the type of
Yo, I'm
shit.
straight.
This has the exact same effect on like a Republican that TikTok clips about people speaking perfect Mandarin, talking about Xi Jinping save me has. They think like I'm gayifying the youth. Well, this guy's not the youth anymore, but goddamn, I want to role play as Nancy Pelosi and have him hate bleep me. I don't need the wine. That's crazy. That's crazy. We gotta. Dude said you're hot and you called him old. I'm old, man. I'm saying he's not. He's luckily not so young that people are gonna be like he's making the youth gay. He's gonna say they're making like 25 plus year olds gay. But God damn. Don't forget about your vindication. Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to, did I blast off already? I forgot. Oh, because I got an F while I was trying to blast off. Freaky Friday, Satan Yahoo delivers speech to MTUM. Flotilla gets naval protection. U.S. hates Israel's genocide, but it's still not enough. Trump fires attorney. ICE cruelty goes viral. Hasanabi vindication week. Okay. Hold on. Not enough. Jen Welch from I've Had It on later. What the heck? Man, what a early gray bar start, dude. What a great start to this Freaky Friday. Will you watch the new South Park? Prominently features Israel. I already did. I already watched it yesterday. New rewind feature for the channel is awesome. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah, baby. You can now rewind officially. It's official. You can rewind on Twitch. Twitch now allows you to rewind as long as you are a subscriber. So there you go. That's another. It's paywalled. There you go. Another reason why you should be subscribed to the Piker Broadcasting Service. I'm not even doing nothing out here, and Twitch is just giving me layups. Giving me layups for people to subscribe. It's for the time being, I think it's just desktop only. It is pretty crazy that like just a normal component is being only given as a feature for only given as a paid feature. It's turbo only, not subs. No, it's true. Subs can do it too. It's just desktop only, and it's sub only, and it's turbo only right now. But it's, again, desktop only for the time being. Charlie the Choco Kobo. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Hassan Clips Daily, thank you for the 5 gifted. Valorant, thank you for the 6 gifted. Wait, what the hell? Valorant? What the helly? BMO Flow, thank you for the 10 gifted. Also, bonus gift subs has started. What is the bonus gift sub? Is that why Valorant is doing bonus gift subs right now? Valorant is bonus gift subbing every 5 gift subs. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, get in there. Get in there. Chatters. Pepper it. Pepper it. Piker Broadcasting Service is up good today, folks. We are up good today, folks. God damn. God damn. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's, I mean, I'll take it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Valorant. And to everybody who's gifting. Holy moly. Dude, Qatar is having a great day today. Okay, let me tell you. My Qatari oil gods. Listen, I'm not going to talk about the Riyadh Comedy Festival, but if there's a Qatar Doha Comedy Festival, I'm in there. Okay, I'm in there like swimwear, baby. W Qatar. Yeah, you get a rewind. You get the rewind bonus. You get the Valorant bonus, the Valorant boosting. I feel like between me and Kai Cenat, we're going to brick this system, dude. Like, that is crazy. I can't believe Valorant would do such a thing. That I don't know how much money they're going to be wasting on this thing. Valorant, do the next thing in Doha, and I'll be there. How about that? New York City is the Doha of America. Open press with 100 gifted subs. God damn. God damn. All right. This is turning into a friggin' subathon over here. We just started too. That's crazy that there's so much motion. Holy moly. All right. First, I'm gonna get started on the Hasanabi Vindication Week because it's vindication in ways that I never thought would be happening. But apparently, this is on. We made it to the top of the leaderboard on Reddit. We're on r/all, and it's a positive way. It's not like a fucking base boosted, heavily brigaded live stream fails clip. It's actually Laura Loomer demanding that I get deported. Which, of course, if you know who Laura Loomer is. Jigsaw from the Saw series, you might have seen her. She was really popping in that. I mean, she did a great job. Like she's got acting chops for sure. But she's also one of Donald Trump's most loyal servants. Donald Trump called her a free spirit, as you guys know. And Laura Loomer has, all jokes aside, straight up made the administration do things like purge the national security. The NSC, like literally under her watchful gaze, she was able to stamp out disloyal people in the National Security Council. She's revoked visas for Palestinians, revoked medical visas for Palestinians that were coming to the United States to get like immediate medical intervention. So when she says hopefully today President Trump can negotiate the permanent deportation of Hassan Piker back to Turkey, it's time for him to go home. Like this is a person who unironically has motion in the administration. So I'm a little worried, but even then I did still turn around and say, I was born here, dumbass. To which it seems like a lot of people also liked it, because he got 300,000 likes. And because of that generational ratio, I'm gonna keep it $150. I might be the first American citizen, natural born US citizen, to be denaturalized and also sent to a separate country. Like that might actually be the case. You've lawyered up. I mean, I got the ACLU with me. I got all of the civil rights lawyers are they're basically salivating at the prospect, from what I understand, of being the person who successfully defends a precedent-setting legal case. So if some shit like that were to happen, I feel like I'm fairly well protected. But I do also have this I have this secret belief that Laura Loomer kind of likes me, I think. I'm not even joking. She's been following me for years. So that might be my saving grace. I'm not even joking. There are so many of these right-wing content creators, women that have for years and years follow me, and I've just been shitting on them relentlessly, and they still do. And I don't know if it's like a hateful follow where they're like hate watching, or if it's more like I don't know, following for a different reason. You have such a bad judge of character, though. Wait, what do you mean? I think that's your ego, my guy. Wait, what? Like Lauren Chen for years fucking followed me when I was calling her a white nationalist, white supremacist. Like, why? Come on. But maybe it's because I do every now and then put a cock shot up there, you know, on the timeline. It's for them. It's for the white nationalist ladies to fucking turn it around and no longer be white supremacists, white nationalists. All right. In any case, as I was saying, we got numerous points of vindication that I want to talk about here. Number one, we did it, Reddit. Okay, Reddit no longer hates me, seemingly, because they hate the administration so much that when one of the administration's top dogs says, like, we got to deport this guy, all of a sudden I'm at r/all, but in a positive way where people are defending me. That's shocking. Okay, let's be real. I'm not used to this. Number two moment of vindication comes from the alternative left, something that I've been building brick by brick for many, many years, and it's finally here. We got a bunch of brolic dudes promoting the notion of a well-organized swoletariat, making me very excited. You know, for years and years I've been pushing for this, and I'm glad that mad people are doing it now. And this person is not even referencing me apparently, but there's still Hassan Piker edits in the background there. But I love that. Like this dude. War tactics used abroad will eventually be used domestically. The proletariat must be ready to defend itself. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's all dudes like this. This is like he on the gear for sure. I don't have any issues with that. I don't got no problems with that. He was already in great shape, and then he got in even better shape. Look at him. I mean, you don't know if he's on gear, actually, but you don't know that. You don't know that. He was already fit. He was already fit in the first photo. Maybe he's just natty. In any case, I've been seeing that. That's another point of indication. Let's put that out there as well. Respect to all the Hassan Abi heads out there doing the damn thing. Okay, to all the alt left, the swoletariat. Okay, and then last but not least, my timeline has been going nutty mode on One Piece. Okay. It has been crazy. There's like a million different One Piece TikToks that have gone hella viral. Okay. Like insanely viral. And it's completely out of nowhere. I don't even know what this is about. But I guess Trash Taste, or not just Trash Taste, but like the anime man, Joey, has been under fire lately because I think he made like a YouTube video or something where he was like talking about anime tourists or some shit like that. And basically, they've been yelling at him over that. They've been yelling at Trash Taste over that. And in the process of like getting mad at Trash Taste for their trash takes on anime, I guess, is the way that things are going. And I don't know what he did. I have no idea what he did. Literally don't understand. But like my For You page has been just all this. And these all have like 100K likes, 80K likes. It's crazy. They got like millions of fucking views. And basically what happened is they are using an old clip from my first Trash Taste, slot that I did, where I talked about how One Piece is political. Now, the irony there is that the dudes, including Connor, were just kind of fucking around. They weren't like, they understood that it was political, but people are basically just using this like short clip to just dunk on all of them, to be like, these guys are fucking idiots. They don't understand. I don't even think that they were like, they were, you know, they were just like playing along. They weren't like aggressively debating me on it or some shit like that. But it doesn't even matter. To be honest, I think they were reacting that way for the content. Yeah, but it's just, it's completely out of my hands. We get it, they're your friends. No, that's the other thing. Bro, what are you talking about? They got, last time I went on Trash Taste when I was in Japan, this is from the first time I went on Trash Taste, The last time I went on Trash Days when I was in Japan, it got brigaded into fucking oblivion by Asmongold, Ethan Klein, and Destiny Dick Riders and Trash Taste's own fucking fan base to be like, this guy's a terrorist. Why the fuck would you have a terrorist on? They went crazy. They were like trying to dox the people that fucking work on the background at Trash Days. And they got so scared from that brigading that they literally came out and were like, we're never letting Hassan on Trash Days ever again. So people don't even know what the actual reason is. No, they got fucking yelled at. And I never said a damn thing either. I was like, all right, well, all I did was, hey guys, I was on this episode, go show it love. I don't even have any fucking smoke for these dudes anyway. I don't, it's fine. They're nice people. I don't really give a shit. I'm used to it, right? Wait, so Connor doesn't fuck with you no more? No, not even. Not even. It's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. Not even a little bit. But like in my line of work, in my business, with what I do, I know that there are a lot of quote unquote apolitical fucking shitheads that can present themselves as like fans of whatever particular thing that they're invested in to make it seem like they just have a real point of contention, a real point of anger against me. And they can present it in a way that like at the time will freak people out. And that's precisely what happened. What ended up happening in that situation was they so heavily fucking brigaded that and then celebrated the brigading too. They did it openly that these guys literally turned around and were like, yeah, we're never going to let him on. I don't even know who brigaded. I think Hassan brigaded it. And I was like, brigaded it? I'm on the fucking episode. I just said, go show the fucking podcast some love. But in any case, I don't have any issues with these guys, but I do think it's kind of funny that like everyone is using the one time where they were in an interest of making content out of it, like they were just going back and forth on it. The Australian news is literally covering it. Wait, what?
Why is the One Piece flag flying?
Yeah, that's okay. Let's just start here first, and then we'll get to the Australian news side.
He literally is. I mean, he's fighting. I hate that you're kind of.
Hassan was banned from coming back to the Trash Taste podcast after that episode because their audience.
It's not true. That it wasn't that episode. That was I was on again. I was banned after the second time I went on.
Was so up in arms that he would dare to bring the political allegory that is One Piece to the forefront in those conversations. As someone who's been making videos for a short amount of time, it's actually easy to just talk about the different aspects of Nen in Hunter x Hunter. It's easy to talk about the different devil fruits. It's easy for me to respond to comments where people need me to clarify a fight between Hisoka and Chrollo. What's hard is to go against the people that side with oppression or the people that are complacent to it, and they don't want you to bring it up. They don't want you to talk about it. They don't want you to take these kinds of stances. As far as I can tell, that is the Trash Taste podcast listenership. They would like to bury their head in the sand of happy-go-lucky rubber boy punching big dragon dude. They don't want to see that Kaido is a capitalist overthrow and a totalitarian regime that owns an entire island and is subjugating its people. They don't want to see these kinds of things because then it reflects reality back at them, and they want to escape from reality. They'd rather not pick a side. They'd rather not.
I think this is a decent assessment for a lot of the One Piece fandom that at the time got mad at me for saying this and was yelling at me. If you remember, a lot of like the big One Piece accounts that were that constantly fucking rage bait didn't even care about what I was saying or the argument that I was making, and turned around and were just simply fucking, remember those like big blue check mark accounts on Twitter at the time? They were going hella fucking aggro on me. They're like, Hassan called Luffy a terrorist. What is he, the one world government? They didn't even understand what I was fucking saying. Like I was like, he's a freedom fighter. I'm saying he's a freedom fighter. Like what you would call someone a terrorist in the real world sometimes could also be a freedom fighter. Like that's the point I was trying to make. But basically, basically, a lot of people at the time were mad, but 2 years after that, at this stage, around the globe, the Straw Hat Pirates flag is now seen as like a symbol of resisting against oppressive governments internationally. Nepal, Indonesia, no matter where people go, there's One Piece flags at the fucking pro-Palestine protests. It is straight up now seen as a flag by the youth. It is now seen as a flag by the youth to resist against unjustifiable systems of oppression. So I would say that this is quite literally one of my most resilient takes.
Advocate for people that need it. They would rather run away. And when you refuse to advocate for the people who need it the most, don't be alarmed when you are counted on the list with the oppressor by the oppressor. It is not only the people that are against oppression who will count you as against them. It is the people who are doing the oppression will count on the fact you will not speak up.
I think this dude's assessment is pretty correct, though. Trash Taste motherfuckers are really chill people. I used to watch them a lot. Anime audience motherfuckers still have a lot of right-wing people do. Very different from Connor, Joey, and Garn's politics. Comes with the territory a bit to self-censor and also with the additional brigading. They just don't want to be harassed by Hassan haters, y'all. We see how nasty Hassan ops get, and they just want to protect their team and crew. Like, that was the real reason. That was definitely the reason. I can't stop people from fucking feeling some type of way about that, especially because at the time, it's like I was getting my ass fucked from 11 different directions, whether it be like the Israeli government, literally, or whether it be like a bunch of fucking liberal content creators who were presenting me as a fucking terrorist using the most Islamophobic sentiment that possibly could fucking arrive at to be like, he's a terrorist, he's a terrorist, he's a terrorist, over and over and over again. Now, of course, a lot of those people have shut the fuck up now. Have you noticed? They've been mad quiet because it fucking feels like it's fuck Israel o'clock. Something I've noticed is fuck Israel o'clock right now. That's what it feels like to me. So a lot of those apolitical centrist Andes who made it seem as though they were simply critiquing just the pro-Palestinian side, they've been quite quiet as of late. Just saying. So no, I don't have like, I don't have a lot of smoke for the Trash Taste boys in general. I'm just simply talking about the One Piece's political take. The One Piece's political take has been resilient. The One Piece is about revolutionary politics has been resilient. And it's so crazy because one of the things that I talked to about Timothy Chalamet, who's just like a 19-year-old TikToker at the time. Turns out he's not a part of the Houthis, even though I initially thought, just like everybody else, that he could have been. Turns out he wasn't, right? That we found out in the interview. The one thing that everyone constantly talks about, like about how Hassan needs to be banned. He interviewed a Houthi. Once again, I can't believe he brought up One Piece to the Houthi. Racist ass motherfuckers, bro. Racist ass motherfuckers. Vindication. If Israel's approval ratings are in the fucking dirt today, what do you think people are going to look at and reflect on tomorrow? The more people recognize the reality of Israel's genocide, the more people are going to come to terms with why some people resist against said genocide in the most like non-violent ways possible too. But yeah, this is not a I told you so moment anyway. This is a moment to continue acting, to continue pushing. Okay?
Your audience will also desert you. I don't know if Lolly Man over here, the anime man, ever realized that he probably
This
had.
is like fucking 3 minutes long. But yeah, my point is, it's funny that like there is like a little bit of miscommunication, I think. There is a little bit of a wrong assessment here, because I don't even think that the Trash Taste podcast is like expressly right wing at all. They do have a very right wing audience, and I think that's probably the reason why they engage in self censorship. And not only that, but also that's the reason why they fucking banned me. But it wasn't over the One Piece take. I'm just correcting the record. In any case, the One Piece takes like popping off. People talking about One Piece is political. One Piece is revolutionary politics. It's great. Another thing that I've seen is like a bunch of fucking 4chan dipshits talking about G.I. Robot. They're like shitting on G.I. Robot, being like, G.I. Robot is actually so lame. The fact that people celebrate this like Nazi killing robot, they just don't understand. Like, people are just dumb as fuck. People are shitting on G.I. Robot out there. What do you mean? He's just a robot that wants to kill Nazis. The fuck's the problem? When did we get to a point where people don't immediately look at you and go, you're being weird, dog? What do you mean? It's a Nazi killer. That's a good thing. This is what I don't understand. Like, they tried this shit with Wolfenstein. Nazis tried this shit with Wolfenstein. Remember when it came out, people were like, oh, this is a Nazi killing game. This is really fucked up. And everybody laughed at them. Everyone was like, shut the fuck up. What are you, a Nazi? Why are you offended by this? And it kind of feels like we're at a stage now where people are just way more comfortable about being like, you actually shouldn't celebrate killing Nazis. What a deep shame for everyone. They're calling Indiana Jones woke now for also doing the same. How the fuck did we get here? Yeah, it's this fucking dipshit.
Funny thing about G.I.
I can't stand this motherfucker. This guy has been like, this guy used to also present himself as a liberal, and I think like this time around, because I remember we watched one of his videos when he was like, I'm a liberal, and as a liberal, I can't stand Hassan Piker because he is a real problem for the cause of liberalism, or whatever the fuck. And now he's just straight up a neo-Nazi, like openly fucking admitting that he's a goddamn neo-Nazi. I cannot believe it. Who would have thought people who present themselves as progressives, who constantly fucking left bash, would be Nazis or neo-Nazis openly only a couple years later? Remember, this motherfucker way back in the day used to talk about how he would try to like attack me from the perspective of like a real progressive. He was like, I'm a liberal, a real progressive. Hassan is not a real progressive. Now this motherfucker is running around shitting on people for celebrating G.I. Robot killing Nazis and neo-Nazis. Any criticism equals Nazism? I mean, for this, a little bit, yeah. Yeah. If you're this bent out of shape over a fictional robot that kills Nazis, then you might fucking be a Nazi. Something to consider. Maybe as a LARP, but why are you fucking LARPing as a Nazi anyway? Yeah, if you want to know like the fucking brigade, the brigading that went crazy over this was probably my least political. This was the second time I went on Trash Taste, and it was all of these like fucking lolly ass Nazis like this. This dude is a Mexican, by the way. A Mexican neo-Nazi, straight up. Name is Hayasaka Aryan. Like, look, Hassan, I love sex trafficked girls, Piker. Man, Trash Taste fell off if y'all brought Hassan on. Heavy, heavy, heavy fucking brigading. Do you guys think the Houthis like Luffy too? That is the real reason that I was banned from participating in Trash Taste. Anyway. But yeah, very, very strange things happening in the world right now. Very, very strange shit. But it gives me a little bit of confidence that I think a lot of people are beginning to recognize exactly what's taking place, you know? Whether it be Israel's genocide, or whether it be the political nature of One Piece and the revolutionary politics inside of One Piece. I still find it odd that the anime community trends more right-wing. No, it makes total sense. It makes total sense. It's escapism. Japan is a very right-wing culture. And a lot of people see Japan as like the perfect society because of its xenophobic tendencies. Whether it be, also pedophilia too. There's that too. It makes a lot of sense. Japan is a fucking ethno state. Having said that, however, of course, there are many Japanese people like Hideo Kojima or even Oda himself that have, or even fucking, what's his face? Studio Ghibli. Like, there are mad fucking revolutionary Japanese people out there. Now, some of their politics might not be super in line, but yeah, Miyazaki as well. Miyazaki is Hayao Miyazaki, not the best person in his own personal affairs, but his politics are very interesting. His politics are very great. He is a anti-AI, very worried about climate change, anti-imperialist, an open hater of the United States of America, anti-fascist. So there are a ton of incredibly important artists and auteurs in Japan that do not reflect the broader views of Japanese society, or rather have a very unique take on a lot of things, especially in comparison to like American perspectives. Yeah, Miyazaki was a literal Marxist organizer. Yep. So remember that. And there's also a shit ton of mangakas that have come out in support of Palestine. So there's that famous drawing that represents Palestinian resistance. I forget. It's like the kid with his hands behind his back. A bunch of Japanese mangakas actually redrew that in their own art style as well. There was like a sequence, Handala, yeah. There was a sequence of like Japanese mangakas that redrew that. All around the world, artists did that in an effort to show their pro-Palestinian leanings. And a bunch of Japanese mangakas also did that too. I think you don't really know Oda, individualism, Darwinism, and Kojima, misogynist, anti-woke. Oh my God. I don't care, man. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. There are, please stop. People are multifaceted. I literally already accounted for it. And I said that they're not going to correspond to your worldview 100%. Okay. Shut the fuck up. God damn. The perspective I'm talking about is like revolutionary politics or anti-imperialism. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Stop being fucking like stop refusing to hear what I'm saying and then making up your own mind about it, okay? Be fucking normal. Jesus Christ. Vodka tube. Why do you care so much about sending immigrants back to their own countries? They'll be happier there with their people. Opinion disregarded. Ignore that shitter. Oh, he's just trying to be what? What is this? Aren't you worried that you're in a congressional hearing? A compilation of all your hyperbolic calls for violence won't be played? Just an observer. Don't worry about it, big dog. Just an observer here. Just an observer that's like fantasizing about the federal government taking action against my least favorite Twitch streamer. I promise you your life is not going to get better if I get banned. I mean, maybe I will, you know, maybe they'll apply the correct amount of pressure and then Amazon will say, fuck that. You know, fuck this guy. Okay, I'm gone. I'm gone from Twitch. Did anything change for you? No. You have to fix your own life. You can't live like this, okay? This is unsustainable. It's unsustainable. You know for a fact my rent goes up by $20 every time you do gaming? Yeah. I will never understand that. If you just spent a little bit more time listening to what I actually had to say instead of hoping that I get fucking banned because someone tuned you up into believing that I'm a bad dude, you'd probably be in a happier place. You'd probably be more cognizant of who is actually causing harm in your life. Because it's certainly not a fucking random socialist Twitch streamer that you think is like this evil beacon. You feel me? Anyway, we'll get to the Netanyahu speech in a second. There was another thing that I was going to talk about as far as vindication, but honestly, I can't remember what it was. Massive crowds rush iShowSpeed, YouTube star iShowSpeed as he tours San Francisco.
What do you love about San Francisco?
We'll start with something funny.
It's so fun here. It's lit. It is lit. YouTube streaming sensation iShowSpeed put San Francisco in the spotlight. He just wrapped up a whirlwind visit, and he took
I will say, it is kind of funny to me that this man has traveled the entire planet. He's gone to places where it's quite difficult to stream, and he has been able to pull off streams no matter where he is around the planet. And his America tour has been a spectacular failure. And I don't mean like, oh, it sucked or whatever. I'm just saying that like the infrastructure is so ass. Like the things that he gets to do are so limited. It blows my mind. What a deep shame for all of us. What a deep shame for our country that this dude did absolute banger streams in China. And when it came down to it, in the United States of America, his own goddamn country, he couldn't fucking pull it off in the same way. And it's not even his fault. It's not his fault at all. This is what I always say. America is a third world country with a Gucci belt. This is what I fucking mean, dude. This is what I mean.
world with him to some iconic spots on this adventure. Good evening, I'm Amma Dates.
And I'm Dan Ashley. Thanks for joining us. It's been fun today watching this. So many people are wondering, who is iShowSpeed? His real name is Darren Watkins Jr., and he is just 20 years old. Rolling Stone magazine named him the #1 influential creator this year.
That is incredible. He has more than 44 million followers on YouTube and 40 million on Instagram. Speed, as he's known by his fans, is currently on a 35-day tour of the United States, and he is live streaming around the clock. He's done a number of sprint race challenges, including taking on Olympic gold medalist Noah Lyles.
Now, this is day 29 of iShowSpeed's tour, and he got a pretty good taste of the Bay Area, really, during his time. He met up with San Francisco Mayor Daniel Lurie at City Hall and hit the Golden Gate Bridge across the bay. He dropped in on some popular Oakland business.
That's right. ABC 7 News reporter J.R. Stone joins us now. J.R., as we watched it live, the crowd just descended on him, treated him like a rock star, and I saw you out there running to catch up.
Oh, it was a run all afternoon. I talked with one tourist this afternoon. He said, J.R., I thought President Trump was in town. That came from a tourist this afternoon. I spoke with another crowd.
Dude, I love watching boomers try to understand shit that we do here on this side of the world. You know what I mean? It's always so funny. Yes, I saw the hit and run. Okay? And no, I don't think Trump would get this level of motion if he actually went to San Francisco. Let's be fucking real. Xi Jinping maybe, but not Donald Trump. You feel me? Donald Trump would not be as welcome in the Bay Area as iShowSpeed. Let's be real. Okay? He is getting no love in the streets. People are probably stampeding to be the first to spit in his direction.
Out of people at Pier 39 who said they didn't know what was going on. They thought something was going on. So they ran into a store at that point because they didn't want to get trampled at that point. I have to say, though, the kids were so excited, and I was excited for them. Surrounded by bodyguards and dozens of screaming teenagers, this is the influencer known as iShowSpeed, or Speed as they call him, walking along San Francisco's Pier 39 on Thursday.
You're a real one.
He's a man. He's a man.
Like, you don't switch up with nobody, bro.
If you don't know Speed, who is flanked by adoring fans everywhere he walked when we were with or near him, your kids probably do. He has more than 40 million followers on each of his social media platforms, including YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. And he seems to be a fan of the news.
Wait, it's the news. It's the news.
You got it. What do you love about San Francisco?
The energy is so fun here. It's lit. Everybody turning up in San Francisco.
I spoke with him before he hopped on the carousel at Pier 39. Just to get to that location was madness.
I was over there and I was trying to see Speed and like completely fell over, like trampled. And then Speed like picked me up, of course. Like
Speed picked you up?
Yes!
Oh man, Speed.
Right? He's so nice. What a great dude.
Speed is streaming 24/7 on a 35-day tour of America.
What do people not know about San Francisco that you've seen when you've been here?
The Bay is very underrated. I feel like people tend to like not shed light on it, but it's very lit here. It's so fun here. There's a lot of fun people here, fun things to do here. And I didn't really know about the Bay at all. So, well, now I know, and it's super fun here.
As to what the kids love about one of the biggest influencers on Earth,
he like One Piece, bro. He like anime. He a cool guy. But one thing you gotta know, beat race, man. You not fast.
What is it about Speed that people like?
Bro, we just love him, bro. Speed.
Yes, his competitive sayings and barking are a thing online. He took all of that here to Chinatown and showed off his moves. And to the Golden...
Bro, he's just a cultural ambassador. That's it. He's just a chill dude. Okay? Good vibes all around. That's it. I will not allow speed slander on this broadcast, okay? I have a lot of respect for him, knowing his career trajectory and where he could have gone and where he chose to go instead, okay? Once again, he has taken two positions that are literally positions that the freaking Democratic Party won't even openly stand for. Free Palestine and being pro-trans, okay? To me, that is so significant, okay? Bye-bye, Israel. Think about the generational attitude change that this man is responsible for. And he's pro-China too. Again, three key policies. He's not anti-China. He's not anti-trans. And he's anti-Israel. Those are, the best. What can I say?
Gate Bridge, where Sky 7 recorded his jump off the railing and onto the sidewalk.
It's just really happy to see him in SF and seeing this community. It's a real dream, like for real.
He makes funny content, but also he travels around in different places. Not a lot of kids right now can travel.
On this day, putting San Francisco and the entire Bay Area on the map.
Shout out to San Francisco. Big Speed. We get lit. Let's go.
Now, on his live stream, Speed repeatedly said today was the craziest day of his whole tour. He wrapped up his night in Oakland, where he stopped at Hyphy Burger. He was met by a giant crowd, and some folks put on a sideshow. It seemed like a new experience for Speed, who was shocked at what he saw. He watched for a few minutes before getting on his way. Certainly, that illegal sideshow could have led to his live being taken down, but it was not. All in all, though.
Oh, my God. Look, local news broadcasters, don't be a narc challenge. Impossible difficulty. Okay?
Day. What a wild day.
Jared, it's like a beetle was in town. And we spent the day learning about this guy, to be honest. So, did you change your mind, or what did you learn today in this process?
I learned about him, too.
This is the first time I've never heard the news calling these people thugs and criminals. Yeah, low-key, he's making local news woke. That's huge. That's huge. Normally, when they would show stuff like that, on a San Francisco local news broadcast, that many black people around, oh my Lord, they'd have the fucking helicopter footage out being like, look at these thugs and criminals. They would have one camera exclusively stationed on a Foot Locker, specifically with the hopes that someone actually breaks in so they can be like, see, I told you, a riot is happening. A black riot. And it's like, it's not even a joke. Like, I've seen this in real time. The thing that I'm talking about with straight up, the thing that I'm talking about happened during BLM protests over and over again, where they would just like play it on repeat. San Francisco just woke in general. They used to it. Are you kidding me? Local news is never woke. Don't be crazy.
I learned that all the kids I know, my godson included, are big fans of him. He's somebody who speaks their language. He likes anime. He likes video games. He travels the world doing just that all over, and they love him for it.
And he seems like a nice guy.
And he's animated. You saw he barks. He says, I'll beat you in a race. He's one of them in their mind. And my godson saw the interview and said, wow, you got to touch Speed today. I said, yeah, that was part of it.
He's going to remember you for that.
Yes. Yes.
You're a lot cooler tonight.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thanks, Jared.
The terrorism case against.
Anyway, also some more good news. Kneecap Rapper's terror case was thrown out. It was already bullshit. Shouts out to the boys, the absolute mad lads. They were innocent. They were innocent always.
The Kneecap rapper Liam O'Gohany has been thrown out.
Have you spoke to Speed about never changing his stance on Free Palestine? Yes, I have. It's even on camera at the last Streamer Awards. I talked to him about it. Nah, bad take. Fuck those losers spinning out with their cars. Ugh, God, bro. Listen, man. I understand the immediate dangers of things such as that. Okay? I get it. I understand it. The proper way to do that would be to make sure you do it in a parking lot. Make sure you get the proper clearance from the state. Okay? I understand that. But in the absence of that, I'm not going to fucking lose my mind over it. Okay? Let's continue. We're moving on. We're talking about Kneecap now. Another moment of vindication. Canadian minister acted on his own in banning Kneecap. I know. This is a legal case now, because now that the British case threw out the terrorism, the prescribed terror organization charge, promoting a prescribed terror organization charge, you no longer have any way of barring kneecap from Canada or even the United States of America. Now, of course, the U.S. is a little different. They're massive dick riders of Israel, even more so than Canada. But it seems like the Canadian ban might not hold. And it was just simply, it seems like a rogue MP or something. Sources inside the PMO office told me that Vince Gasparo, member of parliament for Eglinton Lawrence, parliamentary secretary, went rogue and decided to bar kneecap. Let's be clear, there's nothing legal about this. There's no official ban for kneecap from the Canadian government. This is simply based on the whims of my cousin, Vinny Gasparo, who's a big fan of local lackey Adam Lee Wasserman, also known as Lee Stevenson, a.k.a. Chase, on his website. Okay. Speaking of Canada, important news, nationwide strike by Canada's postal workers to bring mail. Yeah. The hogs are turning on each other. I know. The hogs have been going crazy as well. We'll do some hog watch on the Charlie Kirk assassination as well. As you know, it's a let them fight moment for me. But let's take a look.
Following a technical error in the way the charge against him was brought. The 27-year-old, who performs under the stage name Mohara, was accused of displaying a flag in support of the proscribed terror organisation Hezbollah at a concert at the O2 Forum in Kentish Town, North London, in November last year. Well, let's find out more about what was actually said in court, what led to this decision, and we can speak to our culture and media correspondent David.
Bro, let's be real. It's not because of like the charging error and the technicalities. The reality is they went above and beyond. They got tuned up by some of the worst scumbags in the music business, and the same Hasbro operatives went nutty mode, okay? Why did they do that? Because Kneecap went on Coachella the first week and said America and Israel is committing a genocide, which is true, okay? They said a true statement at a music festival. Coachella punished them and changed changed the tent that they were supposed to perform in the second week and actually didn't live stream their performance this time. Your boy was there. We live streamed it regardless. And obviously, a lot of the footage that came from that showed that they came out with a statement that said, fuck Israel, free Palestine. This made people go crazy. They were like, how dare you do this? How dare you say fuck Israel, free Palestine at a music concert? Remember Nova? Remember October 7? Okay? And they lost their minds. You got Sharon Osbourne. You got all these like different scumbags, different pro-Israel scumbags losing their fucking minds over it. Okay. So they scoured through in the exact same way, that they always do. They scoured through hours and hours of festival footage, concert material to find anything that they could to bring criminal charges. And they urged the British government to take action, okay? For something that these guys did in America, that these fucking dipshits were pissed off about, they urged them to take action in the UK. Because in the UK, there's no First Amendment, and also there are prescribed organizations. So if you are found like even showing support or anything like that about any prescribed organization, you can be found legally liable. You could actually go to prison for up to 14 years. Okay? The very fact that the British government would even take action against a group of artists, like, or any artist whatsoever, for anything that they've done in a concert is insane. Okay? It is, even in countries that don't have freedom of speech, there's still plenty of room for interpretation because of artistic expression. The UK is no different. Okay? The UK is no different on this. Make no mistake. So the very fact that they had a Hezbollah flag, for example, could still absolutely be protected under artistic expression. So it was already a bullshit criminal case from the start. But in the process, how's your $3 million villa? Aha, very real laugh. Please talk about the assassination. Hasbara, is Tero Hassan pro-Israel? How's your $3 million villa? It's nice, man. Thanks for asking. This guy hit every line possible. He just glitched. Anyway. So, where was I? Oh, they should have never actually fucking brought these charges anyway, but they did regardless, and they knew they had no real case, so they quietly tried to drop it. Obviously, it wasn't going to be quiet anyway, but here we are. Now they're saying, oh, it's on a technicality.
Zilito. So, David, take us through the legal points that led to this case being thrown out.
In short, they missed the deadline. This is all about a gig, took place at Kentish Town Forum back in November in London. Liam O'Hanna, as he was described in court today, to his fans, of course, Mohara, was seen with a...
For those of you who don't know, like, this is a diss as well. Mohara is, like, they're also doing a dig at, like... the Irish way of saying his name too. This is something that's like complicated for me as well. Like I don't fully know the details, but like it's a big part of it's unironically a big part of why Kneecap is what they are for the Irish folk in general, is that their goal is to restore the Irish language, right? And British people just simply can't say their Irish name, I guess. I don't know. It's just, but it does kind of feel like another like not so subtle dig.
Flag, a Hezbollah flag. He said it was something that had been thrown on stage at the time. He is not a supporter of Hezbollah or Hamas. But 6 months later, a terrorism charge was brought because, of course, Hezbollah is a proscribed terrorist organization. In the end, the decision was made that actual charge was brought essentially a day late, and so the case was thrown out. And the reason I'm standing here is there was a very large number of supporters here. There's just the final few here this morning. They've been here supporting the band Kneecap and Liam O'Hanna. And throughout it all. And he came out, and it was a huge crowd of people this morning, and spoke on stage saying this was not anything about what they were doing. This was all about their support for Gaza and Palestine, and saying this was a politically...
It's true. That is precisely the reason why this became an issue. And if you want to understand a similarity from my own personal experience, for example, me fucking interviewing a Yemeni dude became a major point of contention months after the fact when people were like, oh, this is an avenue that we can attack this person and maybe even attack the entire platform of Twitch for not punishing this person. That's not how that works, right? Nobody gave a shit when I first conducted the interview, and in the interview, the person that I interviewed, Rashid al-Haddad, said that he was not a member of Houthi, even though the Houthis were not a prescribed terror organization. No, okay, pick it. Even though the Houthis at the time were not even a prescribed terrorist organization, a state terrorist organization at that point, regardless. And even if they were, it's still a First Amendment protected act to interview a member of the Ansar Allah movement. So you can't get upset about that. You can suck my dick if you get offended about that. In any case, people lost their minds months after the fact. They try to make a big deal out of it. They try to manufacture outrage around it. It didn't go anywhere, but that didn't stop people from consistently being like, oh, he loves terrorism. He loves terrorism. He loves terrorism. It's the same shit here.
motivated. But they have had a number of run-ins over the last few months. They have had their visas turned down going into Canada, so they can't tour there. But today, certainly, they were considering this a victory in court.
Yeah, and David, we're just seeing a bit more detail about the chief magistrate there at the
Ireland trip 2026? No, before. I'm either going to go in December or in the upcoming couple of months. I'm going to be in Dublin.
court. Paul Goldspring agreeing with O'Hanny's lawyers, who argued that the Attorney General hadn't given permission for the case to be brought against the defendant when police informed him he would face a terror charge on May the 21st. So as you
here is his speech, by the way, which BBC is not showing.
This entire process was never about me. Never about any threat to the public. Never about terrorism. A word used by your government to discredit people you oppress. It was always about Gaza. About what happens if you dare to speak up. As people from Ireland, we know oppression, colonialism, famine and genocide. We have suffered and still suffer under your empire. Your attempts to silence us have failed because we're right and you're wrong. We will not be silent. We said we would fight you in your court and we would win. Today we have. If anyone on this planet is guilty of terrorism, it's the British state. Free Palestine, Chucky Ireland.
BBC not showing the speech, like the day-to-day skit of no. Okay. Let's not. There's too much to cover still, so I'm going to move on from this. But
say that
I'm going to
technical
finish this
issue
article
over
and
the
then
timing
and then
of
we're going
this.
to move
In
on.
his judgment, Mr. Goldspring said these proceedings were instituted unlawfully and are therefore null. And on that point that you were alluding to, David, of where music and politics cross, I mean, what are we likely to see on that front? Because NECAP now right at the forefront of that discussion.
Very much so. A band formed, I think, back in 2016. They have, as a consequence of these legal difficulties, they have certainly attracted a large amount of extra attention. People aware of their music. Of course, they had the film, sort of semi-fictionalized account of their birth as a band, won a BAFTA award. So they have attracted a great deal of attention, both for their music and for their politics, and this has certainly sort of brought them center stage. They've had to postpone their touring in America as well because of this legal issues. But you only had to see the crowd when they were playing in Glastonbury this year. You realized, you know, all the questions have been raised about whether or not it should be live streamed by the BBC. It was recorded, then played out later. So there was essentially. They have certainly drawn a huge amount of attention because of all of this. And today, when you saw them arriving with a huge crowd of press photographers around them, and this place, christened NECAP Hill today, absolutely filled with hundreds and hundreds of people. We are out in Woolwich Crown Court. I mean, it's not the centre of London. And when they were at Westminster Crown Court, I mean, they stopped the road. They stopped a part of London. So certainly this has drawn a huge amount of attention.
Anyway. Let's get to it. Netanyahu, our top news story of today. Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister at the UN General Assembly. Now, even before Netanyahu made his way to the United States of America, there was already a lot of news. And even before he delivered this speech, there was a lot of news surrounding him. Number one, when he was flying to the United States, he actually had to avoid the airspace of numerous European countries, such as Spain. Okay? Interesting. Big L for him. Good start. When he came to the United States of America, he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel. I believe it's like a $1,700 a night stay that, of course, is taxpayer funded. And people figured out where he was staying. And of course, they wanted to protest around where he was staying. But the American government, once again, did what it loves to do best: use tax dollars to defend Israel. Breaking: NYPD is mass arresting protesters outside of Netanyahu's hotel, accusing them of making unreasonable noise. What's truly unreasonable is Netanyahu murdering over 680,000 Palestinians. Our noise is resistance. Our noise is justice. New York is on our side, and the cars passing by are honking for Palestine and not letting Netanyahu sleep tonight.
This is not the United States of America. It's the United States of Israel. The same shit that's happening in Israel right now. Israel.
Yeah. Not only did they arrest people that were protesting, they also shut off the entire street around the hotel, for the record, which is even more tax dollars being spent. Interesting. But I guess it's just one fucking speed for America, One speed. Netanyahu is more important than you, tax-paying citizens. Your tax dollars go to you to both defend him in the homeland when he's here in the United States of America. Your tax dollars go to fund his lavish hotel stays. Your tax dollars go to him bringing his literal dirty laundry. Okay? And then your tax dollars go to the militarized police force of the NYPD, shutting down entire blocks of New York City so that Benjamin Netanyahu can sleep comfortably at night, so he can come out and deliver this dog shit speech. Now, of course, things are changing. Things are changing. What do I mean by this? Well, the United Nations General Assembly and its damn near entirety walked out before the Netanyahu General Assembly address. There was a bunch of stuff that Netanyahu did that was also unique that I'm going to be talking about as well. Before the address started, he ordered the IDF to bring in a bunch of PAs into the Gaza Strip. Okay? He brought in a bunch of PAs into the Gaza Strip so that, I guess, the Palestinians could hear his wonderful speech. There were reports of the Israeli government intercepting the phones of Palestinians and blasting his speech as well. I can't confirm that one. I don't know. But I can confirm that at least the Palestinians that I talked to in Gaza did not hear the speech at all, for the record. Not just reports. Netanyahu confirmed it in the speech. Yeah, he was fucking view-botting. Look at this. Jerusalem. In unprecedented operation, Israeli army takes over mobile phones in Gaza residents to carry Netanyahu's UN speech live. In an unprecedented action, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in a live broadcast from the UN building in New York, has announced that the IDF took control over the telephones in Gaza residents and Hamas members, and that his speech is now being broadcast live via their telephones. The Prime Minister appealed to the residents of Gaza and made it clear that the war could end immediately upon the return of the hostages, the disarming of Hamas, and the demilitarization of the Strip. We still act as though this is not a concentration camp that Israel has complete control over, by the way. So stupid. So unimaginably stupid. They didn't take them over. They sent an SMS to tune into him with a URL. Oh, okay. Regardless, the fact that they have the fucking phone numbers of every single person with a phone. Cartoonishly evil shit. Despite the loudspeaker operation, so far residents in Gaza complain in Telegram groups that they hear nothing from Netanyahu's speech, which is supposed to be broadcast on loudspeakers deployed by the IDF. This was really funny. And I did check with people in Gaza, And they also confirmed to me that they could not hear the speech. So, you know, their ears were spared. He was mudded. Yet another spectacular L for the Israeli occupational force. Yet another spectacular L for the diaper brigades, piss reel, whatever you want to fucking call it. Now, the speech is long, it's convoluted, and it's more so about flexing, okay? Also, shouts out the quadriplegic. Thank you for the 69 gifted subs, and Valorant as well for the 19 gifted subs. Again, Netanyahu bragging about hijacking cell phones in Gaza to force the Palestinians. He's starving to hear a speech that half the United Nations walked out on. What more can you say? Says Prem Tucker. Correct. And also, this is yet another instance of Israel looking to the Nazi regime and what the Nazis historically did to the Jews and saying, well, that seems like a great idea. We should do that in our own Holocaust. The photo, this is from Rami Abdul from Euromed HR, Human Rights. The photo shows Israeli army trucks with loudspeakers broadcasting Netanyahu's speech to displace Gaza residents. Where did the Israeli army get this idea? From the Nazi German army, which spread Hitler's propaganda in concentration camps. I swear to God, it is literally 1-to-1, dude. The only exception is that there is just not a gas chamber. That's it. Like, it is the same kind of mechanized death taking place inside of a ghetto, a ghettoized population, a concentration camp. Yes, yet. They're being starved to death. They're being bombed into oblivion. It is a 1-to-1. Bro, come on. The Japanese do the same thing for political messaging. This is not new. Dog, you just brought up another fascist government. You just brought up another fucking fascist government. Yeah, no shit. I know. This one is unique, though, because literally, this is a very significant historical event that impacted the entire Jewish world. Okay? That's why I'm saying they're literally looking at shit that the Nazis did to their great-grandparents and going, this is my shit. I like it. I'm going to do it myself to the newfound enemies. By the way, for additional Holocaust context, see if you can spot the similarities. The Nazis tortured the prisoners whom they had branded as nationless fellows with speeches by Nazi party leaders. All this had been introduced with hours and hours of speeches by Hitler and recordings of march music. Anyway, the speech is ass. I don't even know if I want to watch the whole thing. It's a European Jewish experience, not world Jews. True. Fair. But it's so consequential and so impactful that like every Jewish person around the planet has felt it, is what I mean. Like it's something that has impacted every single Jewish person culturally. So I hope they show a crowd shot. That's what I want to show from this speech first and foremost.
Please, order in the hall. Please, order in the hall. Please, order in the hall.
Cucks.
Please order.
Danny Danon, please clap. What are you doing? You are Hamas. You are Hamas. All of you. You are all Hamas. I am Danny Danon. Why are you leaving? No politic here. No politic. Israel number one. Israel number one. Anti-Semitism. It's like upvoting your own YouTube comment. Yeah, true. True. See, there are people who love Israel. I love Israel. Dane Danon. Do you practice in the shower? No, I've just heard his dumbass so many fucking times that it's just burned into my conscience. Do not walk away.
In the hall.
You are walking away anti-Semitically. You are all Hamas. It's wild that, yeah, someone pointed this out, but it's wild that there's traffic walking out. That's how many people are walking out, that they're like bumping into one another. Oh, man. Now, of course, this is still symbolism, but it is consequential. It is meaningful. Even if it's like the conditional state recognition is still consequential, it's still meaningful. These things take time. Remember, I understand why people are frustrated. Just remember, if you're frustrated, that means that our job is not over, okay? You just got to keep pushing. You just got to keep bringing more allies to the cause, more people to the forefront, more people to engage in direct action, more people to mobilize. It is what it is, okay? That's why I always say whenever I see new polls that come out where people are like 56% of Americans think Israel is committing a genocide. 60% of Americans don't like Israel, stuff like that. I'm like, it's not enough. Okay? It's not enough. We got to get those numbers up. And I'll be talking about that in a little bit because a new poll just came out. Those are rookie numbers. It is a real shame that Americans are still asleep.
Please order in the hall and please be seated.
Why didn't the UN arrest them? Because the UN has no power, okay? He's in the United States of America, he's in New York, and he's Trump's daddy. So that shit's not happening, okay? It's like asking, why did the UN not arrest Donald Trump? By the way, they brought in hype men in anticipation for this. The General Assembly Hall is mostly empty as Netanyahu speaks, with many delegations having walked out. But the audience gallery above the hall, where member states can bring guests, is full, suggesting Israel bought a cheering squad as it did last year to compensate for the empty hall. Oh, I would say this is a shameful experience for Israel, but I don't think they have the capacity to feel shame. Because honestly, if you're a fucking genocidaire, like you've already lost your own personal humanity in the process, and also the capacity to feel shame. They are literally view-botting, bro. They're view-botting IRL. Who the fuck does that? It is the most pathetic thing. We are loved. We are still loved. Everyone loves Israel. Everyone. It's so fake, bro. It's so fake. They did this with Eurovision too. They do this all the goddamn time, okay? They do this non-fucking stop. Anyway, there were some lowlights and some highlights. I'm not going to listen to the whole thing, but during Netanyahu's speech at the UN, Israeli platforms started reporting that wounded occupation soldiers were being transferred to the Beilinson hospital via helicopter following a security incident in Gaza. The Quds translation says platforms for settlers say that helicopters of the occupation army are transporting injured soldiers from Gaza, coinciding with Netanyahu's speech. The IDF has identified significant progress in the capabilities of the Houthis, including in the developments of the factories underground. This is another interesting development for the record. In remote areas and as secret projects for the benefit of self-production of missiles and drones in Yemen using Iranian knowledge. Not only Iranian knowledge, but real ball knowers know that is also DPRK knowledge. DPRK knowledge of tunnel systems were handed off to the Iranian government, which is now using that same knowledge for the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen. Okay? Efforts to reach a security pact between Syria and Israel have hit a last-minute snag over Israel's demands that it be allowed to open a humanitarian corridor to Syria's southern province of Suwaida. Four sources familiar with the talk said to Reuters. And despite the loudspeaker operation so far, residents in Gaza complain in Telegram groups that they hear nothing from Netanyahu's speech, which is supposed to be broadcast on loudspeakers deployed by the IDF. Anyway, Barry says, I've been following all of Netanyahu's speeches in international forums for 2 decades. I don't recall a worse and more failed speech than this, even in terms of his stuttering and lack of fluency in delivery. This is from Channel 12. He brought a bunch of the idiotic and racist fucking placards, as you are familiar with. Also, in preparation for his speech at the UN, the Prime Minister's office launched an unprecedented propaganda campaign in New York, before I forget to mention that as well, with dozens of billboards and trucks around the UN building and in Times Square, bearing the message, remember October 7. Okay? That was their big push. That was their big fucking push. They were like, remember October 7, October 7. They had the fucking trucks lining up. They had the trucks lining up all over New York City being like, remember October 7, remember October 7, which I don't think people are going to be thinking about that right now. So they were view-botting with the trucks as well. Yeah, he brought back the curse, showing all of the enemies of Israel. So far, Netanyahu has listed everyone they have killed in the last 2 years, and now he's praising Trump for bombing Iran. UNSC sanctions on Iran must be snapped back. What I ask you to do, hold up your phone, zoom in, and you will too see why we win and why we must win. Of course, he had a QR code on that little button that he had. Well, not little. That large-ass fucking button that he wore, which I guess would beam you propaganda directly to your phone. Do not scan that shit, by the way. I do not want whatever kind of fucking insane phishing operation Israel is doing with that shit. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. And I don't suggest you do either. Netanyahu is now speaking directly to the prisoners of war via the loudspeakers that he set up around Gaza. Nothing interesting, just a PR stunt. Netanyahu is now quizzing the General Assembly. Who shouts death to America? Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, all of the above. Fucking idiot. So stupid, so fucking desperate. Anyway, and then he turns around and says, who has murdered Americans and Europeans in cold blood? Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, all of the above. Ironic, because he could ask that question and put Israel in there as well. And Israel would also be a part of the all of the above, for the record. I'm noticing a lack of ISIS in here. I am noticing a lack of ISIS in here. Are they... What's the reason for that, I wonder? Much to consider. Anyway, I'm sorry to say here, yet over time, many world leaders buckled. They buckled under the pressure of a biased media, radical Islamists, and anti-Semitic mobs. When the going got tough, you caved. And he just was complaining about how world leaders are caving to the principle of democracy that they must maintain. because their fucking populations are obviously screaming bloody murder at Israel's bloody murder. He says, you condemn us, you embargo us, and you wage lawfare against us. This is not an indictment of Israel. It's an indictment of you. And I do think it's an indictment of everyone around the globe. As Greta Thunberg said yesterday, Greta Thunberg said she's not afraid of Israel. She's afraid of a world that turns a blind eye to the atrocities that Israel is committing. And it is an indictment for sure. It's a Twitter post, my dude. What? Not all Israelinas don't back the genocide. Chill, stop it, forget it. They are not. It's a Twitter post, my dude. Wait, what? Are you okay? It's a summarization in the form of a Twitter thread of the things that Benjamin Netanyahu said. I think it's a much better way to get the full vibes instead of having to listen to this fucking demon, okay? Oh, you mean the QR code? Yeah, I'm not touching that. I don't give a fuck.
Iran, to Israel rather, and a mortal threat to the civilized world.
Yeah.
We lift.
Classic speech. We're not fighting. We're not fighting for us. We're not fighting for an exterminationist principle here. We're fighting to preserve Western supremacy. We're fighting to defend the world from the scary forces of evil, Islam. That's what it is. We're fighting Islam. It's all of yours. Okay? This war is a war for all of you. Okay? Anyway, Zionism Observer reports, let's talk about the new Israeli atrocity porn website. They promoted their new gore picture website at Netanyahu's UN speech with a large button that has a QR code on it. The code was also promoted on rented trucks driving around New York City. The QR code directs the visitor to Saturday7October.com. Remove the space before .com to make the URL functional. The domain itself was purchased by GoDaddy, from GoDaddy less than 2 weeks after October 7. Classic. The website was delivered to me using a VPN set from New York City from a data center just northeast of Wichita, Kansas, USA. This is a Cloudflare data center, but I believe the site itself is hosted on Google Cloud. The technology powering the website isn't interesting. There is a little bit of tracking software, but not more than most other websites. The website itself is just atrocity porn, photos and videos of mutilated bodies. They have a page entitled Massacre of Soldiers for some reason. When I set my VPN to Israel, the page refused to load. Under the hood site returned a 403 forbidden response code. Wait, what? The QR code, if you are in Israel, doesn't even work? That's funny. Anyway, don't visit it. It's very sus. I'm not touching that shit. Like I said, don't go there. Don't do it. Anyway, oh Jesus. This atrocity porn website seems to be just another example of the current state of Zionist propaganda flailing. Because remember, and this is very important to understand, what Israel has done post-October 7 is a million times worse than October 7. And therefore, them consistently going back to October 7 to be like, this is why we're doing it, this is why we're doing it, is not going to work. The reason why it's not going to work is because for the past 2 years, we have seen you do on October 7 on the Palestinian population every day, much worse than October 7, as a matter of fact, destroying literally all functioning forms of government, killing children, slaughtering women, blowing up every fucking hospital. Like, what are you talking about, October 7? What the fuck do you mean, October 7? That shit is not going to work. Of course it's not going to work. It's ridiculous. If you think all human beings are equal, if you think that the Israeli population are human beings, and you think the Palestinian population is also human beings, you are going to look at how fucking heavily the scales are tilted in one direction. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous to say, like, remember this, this is why we're doing it, this is why we're doing it, over and over again. You're starving an entire population of people. You're blocking medical supplies from going into the Strip. You've blown up every hospital. You've blown up every school. You've assassinated everyone that works in the civil governance division that tries to keep things together amidst the genocide. You've slaughtered tens of thousands of children. You've wounded hundreds of thousands of children gravely. And in the process, you have lied. You have stolen. Of course, no one is going to fuck with you ever again. You've killed hundreds of journalists. It's ridiculous. Israel has done every bad possible thing you can do. It's like they've looked at what the Nazis did during the Holocaust as a checklist of what they can accomplish against the Palestinian population. Completely ridiculous. You've even bombed Qatar, a country that is supposed to be a neutral territory for mediation. You've bombed the capital of Qatar. Only a couple miles away are 10,000 American soldiers. That's where U.S. Central Command is. It's fucking ridiculous. This kind of shit, no matter how hard mainstream media pushes for it, is not going to work. Is not going to bring back support for Israel. As a matter of fact, every time they try this shit, I think more and more people go, enough is enough, man. Stop. Stop the genocide. Stop the Holocaust. It's fucking over.
A dark cloud that could have claimed millions and millions of lives.
There was a funny moment too.
But, ladies and
there was a couple funny moments where there's a moment where he demands that people laugh at his joke, which obviously doesn't work. And then there's another moment where he's talking about, Palestinians celebrating October 7th, dancing on rooftops, which I feel like is a flex, right?
We must remain vigilant. We must remain absolutely clear-minded and vigilant. We must not allow Iran to rebuild its military nuclear capacities. Iran's stockpiles of enriched...
Shut the fuck up.
And the bold decisions we took, Israel rebounded from its darkest day to deliver one of the most stunning military comebacks in history.
That's all the peanut gallery that they brought in for claps.
We're not done yet. The final elements, the final remnants of Hamas are holed up in Gaza City.
By the way, his own authorities, his own military authorities have actually directly contradicted this idiotic narrative that they haven't even been able to put a dent in the Hamas militancy. The Palestinian resistance has actually gone back to its initial numbers pre-October 7 in the process of this genocide, because understandably more and more people have taken up arms against Israel. So they failed. They failed spectacularly on every fucking front. It's so unimaginably cooked. Anyway, here it is. Him flexing.
Half the Houthi leadership in Yemen, gone. Yahya Sinwar in Gaza.
Yahya Sinwar in Gaza. Yahya.
Gone. Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon. Gone. The Assad regime in Syria. Gone. Those militias in Iraq, well, they're still deterred. And their leaders, if they attack Israel, will also be gone. And for Iran's top military commanders and its top atomic bomb scientists, well, they're gone too.
There was that. I want to see the. Oh, here it is. This is where he says Palestinians celebrated the October 7 attacks.
This week, the leaders of France, Britain, Australia, Canada, and other countries unconditionally recognized a Palestinian state. They did so after the horrors committed by Hamas on October 7th. Horrors praised on that day by nearly 90% of the Palestinian population. Now, let me say that again. Nearly 90% of Palestinians supported the attack on.
Where is this number coming from? And by the way, I wonder why. I know he fucking just pulled that out of his ass, but I'm sure plenty of people did. I wonder why. Really, really strange. I thought that these guys loved Israel and they hated Hamas. I wonder why they seemingly don't love Israel. Yeah, I saw this. BB saying they danced on the rooftops regarding Palestinian response to October 7. You are playing with fire, sir. I said, this is like when Saudi Arabia threatened to do 9/11 again. Like that's him dabbing on us, I think. That's what it feels like to me when he's talking about people dancing on 9/11.
October 7th. It's not supported only. They celebrated it. They danced on the rooftops. They threw candies. That's both in Gaza and in Judea, Samaria, the West Bank, as you call it. And it's just the way they celebrated another horror, 9/11. They danced on the rooftops.
See, that's a flex. See, I don't know if that's him tweaking the algo. I don't know if that's him tweaking the algo for dancing 9/11 Israel. So when you Google it, this comes up. But that's crazy. That's a crazy callback. That's a crazy callback for him to do. Okay? That's just, it comes across like he's flexing.
They cheered. They threw candy. You know what message the leaders who recognized the Palestinian state this week sent to the Palestinians? It's a very clear message. Murdering Jews pays off. Well, I have a message for these leaders. When the most savage terrorists on earth.
This is just a recognition of L's, in my opinion. The way he's like, by the way, when he says the Palestinians, when he says the Palestinians were dancing on the rooftops on 9/11, that's a idiotic statement twofold, because the majority of the Palestinian population living in Gaza was not alive during 9/11. Okay? Gaza is a very young population. The majority of the Palestinian population living in Gaza before October 7 was under the age of 18. Okay? So like any kind of statement like this is so fucking stupid.
Are effusively praising your decision. You didn't do something right. You did something wrong, horribly wrong.
Yeah, also, given the attitude, given the overall sentiment against Israel right now, any invocation of the Nazis, and I said this in the beginning, I said this on like October 8, 2023, I said, if I was Israel, I would not be making ISIS comparisons and I would not be making Nazi comparisons, because before you know it, people are going to be like, Nazi comparisons. I wonder which side in this conflict, if you want to call it that, resembles the military power that the Nazis had and the carnage that they created for a captive population of civilians. So now because he's still operating on pre-October 7 brain, he's over here talking about like, he's over here easily making invocations to Nazi Germany and the Jews, not realizing that for virtually everyone with 3 acting brain cells, they hear that and go, yeah, that's you. You're the Nazi in this equation.
What, did the Nazis ask the Jews to leave, kindly leave, go out? Did others, you want me to name all the genocidal leaders of history?
Do you think he actually believes what he's saying? I don't think he fucking has a shred of sincerity in his soul. He doesn't even have a soul.
Go one by one. Did anyone do this? Did they say, get out so we can come in? Of course not. What?
Interesting. This is not the first time, but it seems the second time that he is invoking Nazis as a comparison to himself. Interesting. Last week, he brought up Joseph Goebbels for some weird fucking reason. And it wasn't to shit on the Nazis. He used a Goebbels quote positively. And it kind of feels like it's happening here as well. Why didn't anyone arrest him when he's there? Because it's Israel, man. Are you kidding me? Our administration sucks the shit out of his asshole. Get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? Anyway, I'm going to ask a simple question. Would a country committing genocide plead with a civilian nation to get out of harm's way? We are trying to get them out, but Hamas is trying to keep them in. This charge is so baseless. Did the Nazis ask Jews to leave? That's the part that we just saw in the speech. Okay? The irony, of course, is they are literally killing everyone. And yes, the Nazis did actually initially have a deportation policy, the Madagascar plan. So, you know. Once again, if I'm Israel, in the midst of this modern day Holocaust that virtually everyone with a fucking conscience can see clearly, I wouldn't be making such comparisons so easily, because it's just another reminder of the crimes against humanity that you are currently committing in an identical fashion to the Nazis. Netanyahu's talking about 9/11. Giving the Palestinians a state 1 mile from Jerusalem after October 7 is like giving Al-Qaeda a state 1 mile from New York City after 9/11. This is madness. I call on the Lebanese government to begin direct negotiations with Israel. If Lebanon takes genuine action to disarm Hezbollah, I'm sure we can achieve a sustainable peace. By the way, the Lebanese population was polled on the matter, and they do not want Lebanon to disarm. They do not want Lebanon to disarm, and they do not want Hezbollah to disarm either. So the majority of the Lebanese population, Shia or not, actually do not want Hezbollah to disarm at all, which of course makes a lot of sense. Speech is done. No major surprises like Israeli media was hinting at. Seemed like he wanted to lay the groundwork for next year, which will be focused on dismantling the Axis, including the possibility of severely escalating their aggression in Lebanon. I do personally think that there won't be a next year for Benjamin Netanyahu. I do not think that he will be delivering a speech at the United Nations next year. That's my take. Despite the loudspeaker operation, also that was another failure. Hamas, in response to the speech at the UNGA by the war criminal Netanyahu, was wanted by the ICC, a speech boycotted by the majority of world's nations, leaving him isolated and speaking only to himself and a handful of supporters, we affirm the following. It is paradoxical that a war criminal wanted by the International Criminal Court is permitted to lecture at the United Nations on justice, humanity, and rights, while he daily violates and breaches them in the Gaza Strip. Netanyahu's repetition of this propaganda and lies regarding the events of October 7 is merely a backward retreat. Meanwhile, the term anti-Semitism has become a tattered peg on which he hangs his rejection of international positions condemning the genocide he has been committing. His attempts to feign sorrow for his captives and his ridiculous display of claiming to address them through loudspeakers embody a sick colonial mentality. He alone is responsible for obstructing the path to an agreement, guaranteeing their release through his obstinacy. His announcement regarding his aim to control the Gaza Strip and implant a puppet government is pure fantasy that will not be realized, and our Palestinian people, who have always proven their steadfastness and rejection of all forms of subordination, will not allow it. The Hague Group, co-chaired by South Africa and Colombia, there are 34 governments that have agreed on a joint action plan to stop the genocide in Gaza, by the way. Germany says the UN will sanction Iran after fruitless nuclear talks. Germany is looking to widen sanctions beyond snapback measures. The IDF is furious with the prime minister, a senior official has said. The loudspeaker speech over Hamas's head was a serious mistake. The IDF admitted that most of the loudspeakers were taken from IDF bases, whose daily role is to alert soldiers to red alarms. Oh, brother. Incredible things are happening. Incredible. Pure comedy. Piss reel. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, also, here's another mask off moment for those who say, like, oh, not everyone in Israel is against this, like, or a lot of people hate Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, they might hate Benjamin Netanyahu, but they don't necessarily hate what the IDF is doing in Gaza. They know exactly what the IDF is doing in Gaza. They have access to it on the internet, and they fucking love it. Do not act like that is not the case, please.
My opposition to a Palestinian state is not simply my policies or my government's policy. It's the policy of the state and people of the state of Israel.
Yeah. So when people try to create new off-ramps, when liberal Zionists will inevitably start reading the writing on the wall and start making it seem like, oh, this is just Benjamin Netanyahu doing his thing. Please make no mistake. We don't like this. There is no universal acknowledgement here. There is no universal support here. That's a fucking lie. Okay? The Israeli public is consistently polled on this matter. Now, they will change their attitude. They will. As I have said over and over again, international pressure works in that way. How? Because boycotts, divestments, and sanctions that are being demanded against the state of Israel ultimately will cause Israeli society to not recognize the humanity of Palestinians. Of course, that's never going to happen. However, it will make them realize that they are a fucking pariah state and therefore reconsider their genocidal fervor. This is exactly what happened in apartheid South Africa as well. This is why every little step, no matter how symbolic or fruitless it may seem, matters. Okay? I want fast action. I want all of the international community to get together and create a coalition of the willing to offer unconditional support to every single humanitarian that seeks to rip apart the Israeli blockade and go to Gaza and to stop by force, by putting their bodies on the line, to stop Israel's genocide. I want that to happen too. But I understand in the absence of that, these little things still matter because little by little, it creates a pressure cooker for Israeli society, that there are repercussions for continuing a genocide. You will lose your treats. You will lose your regular standing. People will never look at an invocation of the nation state of Israel the same ever again. People will reconsider their stances on the matter. And it will get to a point where Israel's name is only invoked in a negative fashion. And when that happens, when you lose your Eurovision, when you lose this false notion that like the rest of the planet is perfectly fine with this genocide, when you lose all of the academic freedoms that you had, the freedom to travel freely elsewhere, however you see fit. Ultimately, you will be forced to reconsider. It's pure selfishness, I know, but it does not matter. This is perhaps the only peaceful way to change the outcome. And I'll take it. I'll take anything. The full quote cited a Knesset quote. My opposition to a Palestinian state is not simply my policy or my government's policy. It's the policy of the state and the people of the state of Israel. It's not a fringe group. It's not the prime minister or extreme parties to his right. We know. I want you to grasp something else that is also distorted in the media. I say this is not only in my name or the name of my government, but on behalf of all the people of Israel. Last year, there was a vote in the Knesset, our parliament, whether or not to oppose the imposition of a Palestinian state. You want to guess what the results were? Out of the 120 members of our parliament, 99 voted against. Only 9 supported. That's over 90%. It's not a fringe group. It's not the prime minister who is extreme or is held hostage by extreme parties to his right. So this is him hearing the liberal Zionist defenses. This is him being like, Bernie Sanders, fuck you. Do you understand? This is him directly shooting a shot at everyone that tries to design a liberal Zionist off-ramp for the day after. He's saying, no, no, no. It's not just me. It's not just the right-wing parties in the Knesset. It's all of us. We all want the shit. And he's right. He's fucking right. Because he's right. And he has proven right over and over again when he has done additional conquests, no matter how silly or insane or belligerent it seems, like when he bombed Lebanon, when he bombed Iran. Whenever these sorts of things happen, the Israeli public stops even protesting Benjamin Netanyahu for a brief moment, and they go, all right, we're on board again. Okay? The thing that holds Israeli society together at this very moment is the continued punishment and genocide of the Palestinian population. It is quite literally the only glue that holds Israeli public together. So it is pertinent on all of us to ensure that Israeli society recognizes that that glue that holds them together is causing everyone to despise them. This is why BDS matters. Okay? Because if they do not oppose this genocide on the humanity of the Palestinians, which is why they should be opposing it, then they will oppose the genocide because of the societal repercussions that they experience. This is why I've also been in support of
last month.
This is why I've also been in support of what the Ansar Allah regime had done in terms of implementing a blockade that took out one of their fucking ports. You do a genocide, there are going to be economic repercussions. You cannot have a genocide go unpunished. Historically, the repercussions have been military intervention. Okay? That's it. And while Russia, a massive country, was able to design as a part of being considered a foreign adversary to America, Russia was able to design their entire society against this kind of sanctions regime, implementation of sanctions and whatnot. Israel has never factored this ever before, and therefore they would be severely distraught. Israeli society would not be able to exist without unconditional support from the Western world. They can't. They don't have the runway for it. They don't have the industry for it. They do not have the numbers for it. This is a reality that Israel Hayom has also presented. An Israeli newspaper, Israel Hayom, talked about the runway, the limited runway that they have for weapons. Slowly but surely, little by little, the embargoes that are coming in from Western nations, with the exception of the United States of America, of course, but slowly but surely, these embargoes are actually hurting Israel's continued efforts to maintain this genocide. I've been saying this since day one, and all of these fucking dumbass naysayers kept repeating over and over again, Israel's a sovereign nation. They'll get the weapons from elsewhere. I hope that they get banned from everything. Okay? I hope they get banned from everything. They deserve to get banned from everything far before October 7, for the record. What a deep shame for the entire world that it only took a straightforward Holocaust for them to open up their eyes to the evil doings of Israel and the United States. Israel is facing a growing cultural boycott over its genocide against and assault on Gaza. European football body UEFA is reportedly set to vote on a measure to ban Israel from competing, potentially impacting the team's qualification matches for the FIFA World Cup, while participating countries in the Eurovision Song Contest are set to vote on whether to expel Israel from the 2026 event. They should. They should have done so already. That's why it's hard for me to look at like even the symbolic conditional state recognition from European nation states as anything but a step in the positive direction. On the one hand, I understand it's ridiculous, the conditions are silly, and it still takes away autonomy from the Palestinians, which is the major problem here, right? No recognition for the humanity of the Palestinians. No recognition for their needs of sovereignty. But on the other hand, all of this still factors into the pressure cooker, these outside pressures that expand the permission structure to say, fuck Israel. What are you doing? You're doing a genocide. You're a genocidal nation. You're a Nazi country doing the modern version of the Holocaust. How dare you? Little by little, this chips away. And it creates outside pressure on the Israeli public to recalculate their unlimited need and appetite for bloodshed. This is why it matters. Okay? If Israeli society that broadly supports the extermination, hold on. Palestinians won't oppose the genocide on the recognition Palestinian they We're going to keep going. We're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep protesting. We're going to keep showing up. And eventually, through that stubbornness, we will cause others who have turned a blind eye to this atrocity to change their perspective and to join the cause as well. That's it. This is why when you match up with even American politicians and their perspective 2 years ago to their perspective now, there's a dramatic attitude shift. Too little, too late, you might say, but there is one nonetheless. This is why when people were getting fired from their jobs in Hollywood for recognizing the reality that we all recognized even back then, now you got Jennifer Lawrence being like, yep, it's a genocide, when asked the question. As Zaid Jilani says, saying this as recent as 2 years ago would have gotten you dropped by agents, blacklisted by major studios. Overton window is shifted enough where white bread mainstream actors can now say it. Jennifer Lawrence, does anyone have the video? I want to watch it. Here.
An actress.
Jennifer Lawrence speaks up for Palestine at the San Sebastian Film Festival. Let's take a look at what she had to say.
In a festival, but outside here, the other day there was people protesting for what's happening in Palestine. Kids are dying. Not only kids, but kids.
Remember, the scumbags like Scarlett Johansson, who was asked, do you want to keep being a UN ambassador or do you want to keep getting a fucking SodaStream sponsorship, which is a BDS company. It's an Israeli company. Those people thought that they could forever be popular if they stood by Israel. Okay? They thought, they miscalculated. They thought that as long as they maintain support, things are going to get better again. They were fucking wrong. They saw how much support Israel got after October 7. They were confident that it would continue. It was Oxfam, not UN, sorry. They thought that they could keep up the censorship regime. They thought that they could keep contextualizing the violence that Israel was engaging in. Okay? The mainstream media thought they could keep up appearances in the same fucking way that they had done so in previous Israeli sieges on the Gaza Strip. So many people did not exhibit the moral courage in that moment. So many people were utterly terrified of losing their jobs, and they either kept quiet or worse, stood by Israel, knowing full well that it was going to be a genocidal conquest once again. They were fucking wrong.
Kids are dying in Palestine, but also they're dying in Ukraine and in other countries. I would like to ask you how worried you are for the future of our kids and your kids. Thank you so much.
I'm terrified, and it's mortifying. What's happening is no less than a genocide, and it's unacceptable. I'm terrified for my children, for all of our children. On top of everything else, what makes me so sad is that this disrespect and the discourse in American politics right now is going to be normal to them. I mean, the kids who are voting right now at 18, it's going to be totally normal to them that politics has no integrity, politicians lie, there's no empathy, and everybody needs to remember that when you ignore what's happening on one side of the world, it won't be long until it's on your side as well. And I wish that there.
She's a fan of the Blowback podcast. She read the New York Times op-ed that I wrote. Yeah, that's what happened. She saw that. She's a big fan of Amy Cesar. That's what it is. She's been reading Fanon.
There was something that I could say, something that I could do to fix this extremely complex and disgraceful situation that breaks my heart. But the reality is,
I don't think it's courageous to call it a genocide now. In fact, if they don't call it a genocide now, they will just lose their jobs and get boycotted by the people. I think that that Miss Rachel's statement on that was correct. It's getting to a point where you will be punished for not calling it a genocide. You will be seen as a genocide denier. We're not fully there yet, but like I said, every bit counts, okay? Every instance counts. Every time someone comes out with a prominent platform and says, this is a genocide, this is unacceptable, okay? It matters. Jennifer Lawrence said, Amy Schumer's choice to use her voice to speak for justice puts her under immense fire. I wouldn't say she navigates it so much as she throws her middle fingers up and walks away from negative comments like a gas station fire in a Michael Bay movie. That was on April 30th, 2024. Read this as a welcomed tide shift. Jennifer Lawrence was literally supporting the Nazi actors and comedians in the end of 2023 and the first half of 2024. I know. I'm not saying she's a fucking fedayeen. She's going to strap on the banner of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and get into the front of the fucking flotilla, okay? Just take it in stride. Take it in fucking stride. That's it. Wow, you mean to tell me that a rich, out-of-touch Hollywood actress has now read the room and realized that a statement that she would have made, such as this one, only a couple months ago would probably still cause so much backlash that she would literally fucking lose her job? This is like Moist Critical, okay? You know how I say Moist Critical is my normie meter or my centrism meter? Like, this is like Moist Critical coming out and making a video and being like, guys, the McFucksticks over there in Israel are obviously doing a genocide, and we got to put a stop to it. It's like they're melting babies over there. I can't believe it. You know, I put my black t-shirt on instead of the white one today because I wanted to talk about the severity of the crisis at hand. Like, when you see that, when you see the Gaza situation is crazy YouTube video, know that things have changed so dramatically that people are no longer fucking fearful. Okay? That's it. That's what it is. That's what this is. Because remember, use me as a measuring stick if you want to. For the last fucking year, when I was saying this shit, the reaction from all the apolitical normies was, how dare you say this? You're a fucking terrorist. You're a fucking Islamist fundamentalist. You're a terrorist. Why don't you go and die in Gaza? Over and over again. Those fucking cries have quieted down quite a bit. Haven't you noticed? Why? Because those fucking normies also have recognized that they were wrong, okay? What happened? Where are those motherfuckers at now? Where are those motherfuckers at now? Where are they at? I promise you, it's happening a lot faster than one would expect. It's happening even faster than I expected. I understand that change takes time, unimaginably long periods of time with tremendous amounts of torment, okay? I said this. They went especially hard on you to preempt the wave change. Yeah, they did. They did. Fuck it. I don't even hate the motherfuckers that did that, okay? As long as they now take it to the streets, that's fine. That's fine by me, okay? Maybe others are not so understanding and I can't shit on them for it, okay? I know plenty of you will never forgive and never forget. But I know that I know that there are external pressures always, right? There's always external pressures. That's why you got to take these fucking things in stride, okay? It is what it is. That's why I always told you, just keep your head down, keep pushing. Your cause is just. Here we are. And the same goes for every fucking thing that this administration is doing at the domestic level as well. It's not just about the genocide over there. It's about the fascism over here too. For the first 9 months of this administration, every single person in our immediate vicinity, in the space that we occupy, were so fucking terrified of saying something because they were fearful of the repercussions. This created an environment where only right-wing voices were heard. That's why I was fucking out here 1v25ing motherfuckers, because the only people that spoke were right-wingers that said, this is all awesome. ICE deportations, sign me up. I'm going to do fucking Pokemon hunts. And anyone that spoke out at that time would be pushed aside, would be fought back against, would get doxxed, would get fucking harassed endlessly. So it created an asymmetry. You didn't get to hear, for the apolitical people on the outside looking in, it created this false sense of security and a false sense of popularity for right-wing ideals and right-wing values. I tried behind closed doors to talk to people, to say, look, you guys have to say something. I know you don't agree with this shit. You have to fucking say something. They didn't, because they were worried. I don't fault those people for being fearful. The expectation from me was never going to be for those people to just like put themselves in the fucking crosshairs in the line of fire. But we are here now. So find that courage within you. If you're watching, if you're a content creator, if you're an artist, find that courage within you now, because we do have the numbers. Okay? You brought up Palestine in your oldest video, YouTube video, 7 years worth of vindication. What is this? Like all the times that I've talked about Palestine, is that what you're showing here? All the way back from like November 2018. Ilhan Omar wasn't being anti-Semitic with Noah Colwyn. See, that's the funniest part about this, is that you go back,
Palestine and more militant
motherfuckers is still the same motherfuckers, bro. It's me and Noah Colwyn. It's me and Michael
Palestine.
Jamal Brooks, my goat. Rest in power. It's me and Michael Treacy, which is crazy. That's a wild one. How long until do you condemn Hamas turns into do you condemn Israel? I literally said that it was going to happen. That's where we're at now. That's where we're fucking at now. We're there now. I told you it was going to get there. That's why you had to take it in stride when these motherfuckers were making an ass out of themselves. Okay? Cementing their legacy as defenders of Israel by striking back at all of Israel's critics while simultaneously presenting themselves as the right way to oppose Israel. All of those people cemented their legacy. They were so proud of the videos that they made. They were so proud. What happened? Where are they at now? They're apologizing. That's where they're at.
And if the FC...
What is this? Now, of course, there's still a bunch of fucking freaks out there. Make no mistake. Liev Schreiber, Mayim Bialik, and Deborah Messing are among more than 1,200 entertainment figures who have signed an open letter denouncing the call to boycott of Israeli film institutions over the war in Gaza. We know the power of film. We know the power of story. That is why we cannot stay silent when a story is turned into a weapon, when lies are dressed up as justice, when artists are misled into amplifying anti-Semitic propaganda. The pledge circulated under the banner of Film Workers for Palestine is not an act of conscience. It is a document of misinformation that advocates for arbitrary censorship and the erasure of art, to censor the very voices trying to find common ground in expressing humanity. We. Suck my dick. Okay? There are always going to be crazy people. There are always going to be crazy people out there who are just like completely unable to read the room, hopped up on fucking fumes, not realizing that the walls are closing in, okay? Fuck them. Let those Nazis reveal themselves. What is this? A very specific list of people, Deborah Messing, Mayim Bialik, Sacha Baron Cohen, and 1,200 people you've never heard of are about to publish an open letter about how Hollywood is Hamas. Matt said this. And then boom, there it is. He was wrong about fucking Sacha Baron Cohen, though. Even Sacha Baron Cohen has like a semblance of self-awareness, it seems. American celebrities condemn the collective punishment of Israeli film industry, but not the collective punishment of the Palestinian people, or in Deborah Messing's case, actively cheer it on. Slowly but surely, they will be left in the dark. They will be left alone, and people will not fucking forget where they stood. Also, this was funny. Hebrew sources, widespread anger among Israelis after Netanyahu and his wife appeared in the colors of the Palestinian flag. How did he guess 1,200? Because Israel's propaganda apparatus is not exactly subtle. They're very stupid, and it's very bad. And it was, I think, the original number was 1,200. In the last like Palestinian collective. So of course. What is this? Did you guess who's number one? Jerusalem Post 50 most influential Jews 2025. It's going to be Larry Ellison. Did I get it? Oh, never mind. It was Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Damn. Number 2, Trump's Middle East envoy carries a Star of David from a personal tragedy that drives his approach to hostage negotiations. David Barnea, Israel's Mossad chief. Eyal Zamir, IDF chief who led Operation Rising Lion, is now facing his biggest domestic challenge yet. Stephen Miller and Adam Baylor. Oh my God. Howard Lutnick. A real who's who, man. A real who's who of the worst villains. Israel Katz, Gideon Sa'ar, and Ron Dermer in Netanyahu's cabinet. Itamar Ben-Gvir at number 8. Woo! Bro, this is like the war criminal starter pack. I swear to God. Google co-founder who fled Soviet anti-Semitism at age 6 has quietly donated $700 million and returned to AI development full-time for humanity's biggest challenges. Oh, no. Sergey Brin. The team behind Wiz. 4 Israeli friends who met on a bus to IDF servers built the fastest growing software company in history, and Google paid $32 billion for it. Oh, come on. Isaac Herzog, he's got no motion, dude. He's just like literally a puppet that they parade around so people can fucking berate him for the crimes of Israel. That's crazy. Mr. No Motion himself. By the way, the wokest Israeli president, okay? Mr. Anti-miscegenation. Mr. Jews should not be allowed to race mix with non-Jews. Oh, that's awesome. Aerospace CEO developed the Arrow missile system, now leads Israel's largest defense company through record-breaking contracts and profitability. Boaz Levy. Yeah, those things worked real well. Anyway, Adam Friedland was robbed. I agree. 6 Jewish billionaires have quietly become the backbone of Israeli wartime funding and tech innovation, but their approaches couldn't be more different. Bill A. Packman, Michael Bloomberg, Larry Ellison, Michael Dell, Jay Colm, and Mark Benioff. The Air Force chief who eliminated Hezbollah's Hassan Nasrallah has restored Israel's air supremacy, but faces questions about one controversial operation, Tomer Bar. This motherfucker killed thousands in Lebanon, by the way. Thousands. Benny Gantz and Yair Lapid. 2 opposition leaders are battling to replace Netanyahu's government, but their rivalry may be their biggest obstacle to forming a unity coalition. Danny Danon, my goat. 4 Jewish diplomats are defending Israel and fighting anti-Semitism on the world's most hostile stages, from the UN to European capitals. Danny Danon. This is a quilt made by Hamas terrorists in the halls of the United Nations. Terror babies have made this Hamas quilt. Look at this quilt. And then it pans over and it's just like children's drawings being like, give peace a chance. Danny Danon. Son of a Jewish father from Belarus has become Vladimir Putin's most trusted administrator, running Russia's domestic policy. Dude, this is so funny. I love this list, man. They're literally like equal opportunity harm, okay? We love war. We love death. We love destruction. It doesn't matter if it's on the side of U.S. empire or against the United States as well. Okay? If there is a party that is doing the wrong, we are on board with it. I love that. Oh, fuck. The education philanthropist has increased his foundation's budget from 24 million to 40 million euros, creating a lifeline for Jewish schools facing unprecedented anti-Semitism. It feels somehow anti-Semitic. Dude, this is the Jerusalem Post. Magen David Adom, CEO, who started as a volunteer at 15, revolutionized Israel's emergency response times through groundbreaking systems. Russell Robinson, the Jewish National Fund USA CEO, is building $350 million World Zionist Village in Beersheba while leading the most effective Zionist organization in America, the JNF, for those of you who don't know. Eric D. Fingerhut, the Jewish Federation's leader who raised $850 million for Israel emergency campaigns, has become the architect of North American Jewish community response. Oh my God, they got Lee Zeldin in here. That's crazy. 4 Trump officials are pushing the administration's agenda, while one wears a Star of David ring she never removes, even in the most sensitive diplomatic meetings. See, you said no girls allowed. Turns out Morgan Ortagus, there's a woman on there. Oh, we got Democrats too, baby. 3 Democratic leaders are quietly securing major pro-Israel victories on Capitol Hill. And lo and behold, Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Josh Buttheimer right there, prominent. God, Debbie, please, you are washed, Schultz and Josh Buttheimer. Fuck both of these guys. Oh my Lord. Including one breakthrough that could change how universities handle anti-Semitism. Wendy Friedman, the astrophysicist who measures the universe's expansion rate, is leading. I feel like this person just should probably feel bad to be included in this, because this is just like unironically an astrophysicist. I don't even know what her fucking opinions are about whatever conduct Israel is engaging with. But like, you really, when you have like a normal person on this list, you got to feel kind of bad. You know what I mean? You're like, wait, hold on. hold on, I'm a scientist. I don't want to be mentioned with these fucking psychos. You know what I mean? It's just like random scientists catching. Oh, there it is. The Israeli-born physician who became one of the world's top 50 richest people has a controversial vision for the West Bank that divides even her supporters. Miriam fucking Adelson. Also, you got to be pissed if you're Miriam Adelson and you're number 26 on here. Like, really? Debbie Wasserman Schultz got a call out before you? That's crazy. She dumped like $200 million. She is the number one reason why Trump is such a fucking dick rider of Israel. Okay? That's crazy that they put her at number 26. She's washed. The three Jewish American business leaders under 50 are reshaping Hollywood and tech. David Ellison, Larry Ellison's son, Brandon Korf, and Adam Newman. With one seeking Israeli residency, another reinventing himself after WeWork. Adam Newman. 4 religious leaders shaped Jewish life from Washington's Capitol Hill to the criminal underworld peace negotiations to ultra-Orthodox resistance. 2 friends who started with a simple conviction 25 years ago have now facilitated the aliyah of 90,000 people from North America. Directly into the West Bank, by the way. Spearheading aliyah from North America and the UK. Yo, if I'm Rabbi Shmuley, I'm so pissed. They don't even have Amy Schumer on here. They don't even have Rabbi Shmuley on here. Where's Michael Rappaport? The goats. Yeah, by the way, her controversial vision for the West Bank involves making the region's 3.5 million natives, the Palestinians, Untermenschen. Interesting way of describing the permanent enslavement of millions of people. Yeah, she wants permanent annexation of the West Bank. Chuck Schumer in shambles. Yeah, because Trump called him a Palestinian too much. That's what it is. All right, I'm done with this shit. What a fucking awful list of monsters, dude. Fuck them. Feder bitch robbed. He's not Jewish. This is the top list of Jewish people. So no Richie Torres mentioned, no Feder bitch mentioned. They can suck off all they want, but Jerusalem Post is not going to obviously put them in a list of the most influential Jews. Yeah. Oh, this is always interesting. Who is allowed to say this and who isn't? Larry Ellison, an American citizen who was given millions directly to a foreign army, the IDF, will now control CBS, Paramount, TikTok, and possibly CNN, as he also serves as the backbone of Israel's wartime funding. Yes, this is 100% correct. Larry Ellison was interviewed at a Friends of the IDF gala in Beverly Hills, of course, where he just straight up was like, I love Israel. Of course I have to fucking defend Israel. It's like, you know, all the regular fucking ultra-Zionist talking points that you've ever heard. And now that motherfucker is going to control TikTok and CBS and Paramount and maybe even CNN. Fantastic. Special congrats to U.S. Debbie Wasserman Schultz and U.S. Representative Josh Gottheimer for making the Jerusalem Post top 50 list, singled out for their excellence in lobbying for Israel in D.C. Also, Gottheimer is not from Florida, but from New York. Evet. Infographic, the 6 companies that own almost all of the media. Disney, National, wait, what is this? This is Redstone, who owns like CBS and shit until recently. Bob Iger, Disney, Time Warner, Jeff Bukes, Comcast, Brian L. Roberts. And by the way, the consolidation is continuing, for the record. And then News Corp, Rupert Murdoch, of course, and Sony with Kazuo Hirai. There's even more consolidation, of course, taking place. I believe there was an insane fucking graphic that I saw online. I think it was from More Perfect US that said that in like the 80s or 90s, there were like 55 companies in American media, and that number has now been reduced to 5. It's not even 6, it's 5 in America. Sony is the only non-American. So is the Jews controlling the media gaining more shtick now? No, dumbass. Kaz Hirai was actually born in Buffalo. Yeah, in 1983, 50 companies controlled 90% of the U.S. media market. That number is now down to 5. The reason why I get so fucking mad at the anti-Semitic trope, Jews control the media, is not only because it like obviously is telltale bigotry, telltale sign of fascist theory, but it's also wrong. These motherfuckers don't own these companies because they're Jews, dumbass. They own these companies because they're capitalists, okay? And all of the other fucking CEOs under all of the other owners are also fucking capitalists. That's it. Capital owners are aligned on one thing and one thing only: the continuation of profits. Richest person on the planet is Elon Musk. He's South African. Okay? Why is it that Elon Musk and Larry Ellison, who is Jewish, are directly aligned on every single issue? Even on Israel, even though Elon Musk is anti-Semitic, but totally fucking aligned on Israel. How does that work? Why does that work? One must ask that question. Is it because of like Jewish mind control? Or do you think there's perhaps another reason? No, that's why it's so funny when like Nazis will be like, nah, he's a secret Jew. Or they'll say, oh, well, that person married a Jewish person. Or is secretly Jewish. Bill Gates probably is the funniest version of that. These guys just like, because of the overall refusal to recognize this from a materialist framework, the overall refusal to recognize this from an anti-capitalist framework, people would rather believe that like Bill Gates is Jewish because it fits with the Jewish control conspiracies than to fucking recognize that there is no monolithic structure beyond class. And even then there can be obviously traitors of one's class as well. Very few in the billionaire class, obviously very few in the capital owning class, but can happen. Anyway, are you fighting anti-Semitic tropes right now? I was told you're a raging bigot by my favorite YouTuber. Your favorite YouTuber has probably leaned into anti-Semitic tropes a lot more in the process of calling me an anti-Semite, like saying, all Jews are Zionists. Why the fuck are you anti-Zionist? That means you're anti-Jew, you're anti-Semitic. As though that would somehow change the equation, by the way. Like if virtually, it's a falsehood anyway, but if virtually every single Jewish person was like, I love Israel, I love what Israel is doing, what do you think I would be like? Oh, well, I guess I can't. I guess I can't actually criticize Israel any longer out of fears that I might be called anti-Semite. Like, what are we talking about? I know that person was joking. I know. Please tell me you're not still buying the anti-ice clip. We're supposed to believe a guy with 6,000 hours in Rust isn't racist? No, I'm not. I already talked about that. Talked about that yesterday. Anyway. Speaking of the Jews, okay, Candace Owens. Candace Owens claims Tyler Robinson wasn't on the UVU campus and the FBI is lying about the Charlie Kirk shooting. Tyler Robinson is not suicidal. The entire narrative that was placed in the media about him having been suicidal is completely fictional, as are many other aspects of what we have been told. His father having turned him in after confession is also complete fiction. On the contrary, Tyler Robinson maintains innocence and has never been to the UVU campus. There are absolutely zero photos or videos that the campus can produce to the contrary, which is why they have produced nothing other than a blurry image which Tyler's family knows is not him. Tyler has never once expressed a suicidal thought. I want to make that clear. The federal government is lying about absolutely everything other than the fact that it is his gun. Not that we needed further substantiation, but Tyler Robinson did not author those Discord messages. I would like to again stress that he has never been to UVU campus, but, and I need to confirm this later, I like that this is the thing that she needs to confirm, not the other stuff that she said. I believe he was around the campus on that day. I will have more on this later, but I wanted to immediately publish the Tyler Robinson suicide narrative, plus the dad that did this right thing after realizing his son was guilty is a federal concoction. I believe women. Yeah, me too. Go off, Queen. They are pissed that there was no autopsy for Charlie. Wait, what? They just admitted no autopsy. Listen closely to the dispatch audio. He did not go in for an autopsy. The death certificate was signed by the doctor at the hospital. No autopsy signed off inside the hospital. A political assassination, a homicide, an active investigation. Wait, what? I don't believe that. I'm sure there was an autopsy. The fuck are people talking about? Hold on, I gotta pee. Anyway, breaking. Trump says he's close to a deal on ending the war in Gaza.
I think we have maybe a deal on Gaza, very close to a deal on Gaza.
I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second.
Hello, Peter. And it's looking like we have a deal on Gaza. And we'll let you know. I think it's a deal that will get the hostages back. It's going to be a deal that will end the war. It's going to be a deal with, it's going to be peace. I think we have a deal. That'll be number 8, Peter. Not bad.
That was Donald Trump speaking there, and as you heard him say, it looks like we have a deal on Gaza. He was speaking to Arab leaders, Muslim leaders here at the UN General Assembly over the course of the last few days and gave them certain reassurances about annexation of the West Bank, concerns that Israel was planning to annex the West Bank. He also spoke to them about ending the Israeli onslaught in Gaza, and we've heard that fiery speech from the Israeli Prime Minister, but Donald Trump there standing firm. He is due to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday, and there is hope that he will very firmly tell Benjamin Netanyahu that enough is enough. That is the expectation of Arab leaders. But we have also seen this situation in the past where reassurances have been given. There has been talk of a hostage deal, a ceasefire deal, and unfortunately hasn't come to fruition. So perhaps this time it is different. That is what Muslim and Arab leaders are expecting. They say they have received reassurances from Donald Trump.
We turn now to new details.
Cap. What would an autopsy do? We all saw him get one tap. What the fuck do you mean? What would an autopsy do? It is profoundly important to conduct an autopsy in the aftermath of any homicide, any murder. What? So you know the exact details of how it happened, what kind of bullet was used in the process, like what? Yeah, you have to do that to establish a cause of death. I heard that it was Tylenol pill that got him. Okay, stop. I don't think they did. Okay, hold on. I have this tweet that I have to fucking rip apart real quick. Okay? I saw this while I was pissing. I'm going to take a brief sidestep here. Okay? Another one of these like fucking shitheads on Twitter. Okay? This image must go hard as fuck if you are a brain-dead leftist who never stopped to think how cheap foreign workforce you can underpay could benefit the rich. 10,000 likes. Okay? This is a classic meme. Careful, that foreigner wants your cookie. Right? And what's so stupid about it is that he literally doesn't understand the exact point that the fucking meme is making. No notes. Okay? Yeah, no shit. The point is that that foreigner is also a fucking human being and a worker just like the native worker is, okay? The non-immigrant worker is. He's maintaining all the cookies instead of distributing it evenly. That's the point. He could be giving a lot more cookies to this guy and a lot more cookies to this guy, evenly, according to their output. But he's not doing that. And this fucking moron can't even comprehend the simplest fucking meme. That's the point. This isn't even like media literacy at this point. This is not even media literacy. You're like, oh, I watched Starship Troopers and I didn't get it. Okay, fine, right? Maybe it's too complex for your fucking stupid ass brain, okay? And this dumb fuck unironically looked at the simplest image that reduces the ways in which wealthy capital owners divide the public through sectarian, ethnic, national divisions in an effort to retain the large share of your productive output that is also known as profits, instead of evenly distributing it amongst the working class. And you still went, nah, dude. The fucking wealthy capital owner is correct. He would give me more of a cookie if there wasn't a brown guy involved. You're a fucking moron. A more realistic version of the cookie meme? Yeah. I mean, that's what it's turned into now. The number of cookies that they've gotten has grown. The number of cookies that the workers have has gotten even smaller. One day, bro, once we have a white society, once we have a society rid of Guatemalans, I'm going to get pussy for the first time. To be fair, that shit post rock, so that might just be a rage bait. No, dog, that's not a fucking rage bait. That's just a dumbass. Please, stop. Oh. I will never understand how people basically took it upon themselves to believe that one day they will be the capital owner, and then those working poors better watch out. Like, that is such a corrosive, idiotic notion that so many dumb fuck working class people believe in this country and all around the liberal capitalist so-called free world, okay? It is mind-boggling to me. They have deluded themselves into believing that one day they're just simply temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires. One day, the embarrassment will be over. One day, I too will be a king, a lord. Meanwhile, if you're not there right now, why don't you just advocate for your best interests, stupid? You're not there right now. You might as well have an easier go at it for the time being, right? No. I know that guy's a Nazi chatter. I know. Dumb fucks. Great replacement. Yeah. Modern media literacy is just people looking for bias, manipulation, and hidden agendas where they aren't, while missing the plain meaning right in front of them. It's like treating every joke like a puzzle, every arc like propaganda, every message like a secret code. I like that this guy immediately goes, fun fact, Oda put a lot of Christian iconography in all of One Piece. So if we use their way of thinking, that means One Piece is inherently Christian. Now, I don't actually believe that statement, and I think it's just an amazing story. I don't believe it, but like, I wish it was true. I'm going to do exactly what you claimed. At least under feudalism, there was no expectation that you could increase your station. It led to most lords actually feeling responsibility to people in his domain. Now, when you remain a peasant, it's framed as your fault. I mean, I wouldn't say that if feudalism was better than capitalism. Let's be fucking real. It certainly was not. Capitalism was an understandable and positive evolution away from feudalism. Okay? The problem is we need to do more. You know, we can go beyond that. Look at the bounties that technological achievements have provided for all of us. Like in this day and age, famine is a completely human-made construct, okay? Like think about that. We have an abundance of food supply, and yet 14 million people around the world die due to famine-related causes every fucking year. This is before we talk about imperialism that sustains capitalism, right? The deaths born out of that. It blows my fucking mind. In this day and age, the only reason why people are still dying of famine is because of capitalism. And it's a real interesting irony that those who continue the capitalist organization of the economy, those who defend it, will then turn around and point to like Mao, for example. Famines born out of miscalculations that have been devastating in areas that actually experienced a fuck ton of famine for a very long time and were able to eradicate it. They point to that. We don't have it anymore. We don't have to have it anymore. It's just a matter of logistics. It's just a matter of profit. Anyway, let's get back to domestic policy, of course. Where does this? Oh, I was going to talk about this as well. This actually, you know what? Before we get to domestic policy, this is our new queen. Okay, I saw this when it first. I saw this on my timeline. I could not believe the words that came out of this girl's mouth. Okay, she is amazing. Let's take a look.
Republican state senator in New Mexico just got back from his trip to Israel, which was not like a personal vacation, by the way. It was him and a bunch of his other Republican cronies who got invited to Israel for what I can only assume was just like a propaganda trip. So yeah, it looks like my dad.
She's like my shit ass scumbag dad, who's a state senator from New Mexico, went to fucking Israel for a propaganda tour. What a scumbag my shit ass dad is. Please never vote for my shit ass dad ever again. My stupid chud dad.
And a bunch of other just like loser politicians from New Mexico went to meet with Netanyahu. And I don't know what they could possibly discuss. I mean, again, it's my dad and a bunch of other like state senators and state reps, which like, how does meeting with Netanyahu help the local people of New Mexico? But yeah, I genuinely believe that Israel is like paying my dad now to like peddle propaganda, because he also posted this like super long tweet that's like basically dissertation length that I'm not even gonna, I couldn't even take a screenshot of it and get even half of it. Like, that would take like 4 screenshots to get the entire thing. So if you want to check it out, I guess go to his Twitter profile. But he was basically just peddling all of this Israeli propaganda, saying that the genocide is a lie and that like civilians aren't being killed and the IDF is doing everything they can to like minimize casualties. And I'm like, how much are they paying my dad? You know, like, how much is his soul? Because it seems like he has sold his soul to the devil and is now just peddling like.
Dad's gonna come out and be like, I'm so sorry for the anti-Semitism demonstrated by my daughter. My daughter is an anti-Semite. She should be arrested. I know she hates every second weekend. Oh, yeah. My daughter is Hamas.
Lies and propaganda, which, I mean, look, he's a Republican politician. That's kind of like par for the course. But it's just a little odd to me that somebody who is a state senator, again, he's not even a U.S. senator, he's a state senator, got personally invited to Israel and met with Netanyahu.
Yeah, this was the fucking dipshit dad. And this is the long ass thing that he wrote.
Like, what is going on here?
What happens to people when they let someone who's pro-Israel take over their account? They all turn into fucking Bill Smokes Crackman. They start Ackman posting, okay? Just a long sequence of words that mean absolutely nothing. And it's just so long and it can't be compressed, which is precisely why people go, I'm not going to read that, dude. Shut the fuck up.
I'm genuinely so confused, and I don't know. I think there's some like nefarious stuff happening, and
may
I
God
just
bless
genuinely
you all.
hope that this will be the end of my dad's political career, because he is clearly not somebody who has like his constituents' best interests in mind. He just wants that Israeli propaganda money, I guess.
There ain't no way he actually turned around and responded to track APAC tracker with, may God bless you all. Bless your heart. You're going to the bad place. Bro, you got cooked by your own daughter, dude. Oh my God. This gives me hope. This actually gives me hope. Ay, ay, ay. I live in New Mexico in J Block's district. He's an absolute disgusting piece of shit and has at least 5 kids with 4 women. Also very interested in youth female sports. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, apparently the Greek Navy has also arrived. That's from Liam Cunningham, my goat. W Greece. What a shame. What a shame. Ardo shit. Where is our Navy, huh? Where the fuck is our Navy? You're going to let the Greeks show up? You're going to let the fucking Greek Navy show up before the Turkish one? Ardo shit. Shame on you. Where the fuck's the Turkish Navy? Drone gönderdik galiba abi. Oğlum daha dün anlaşma yaptılar. Yapmaz şimdi. Ha işte. Stav's never gonna let you live it down. I know. Well, I'm taking the L. I'm taking the L. I can't. What can I say? What can I say? We're too busy with. The Turks are too busy getting a 200 Boeing fighter jet contract. That's what they're too busy doing, you know? Yeah, and also purchasing American natural gas. Yeah. Abi anlaşma bizi sikecek amına koyayım. 40 yıl ABD doğalgazı kullanacağız. Vergiler inmeyecek yine. Yeah, Turks are fucking reeling in the chat. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is sitting up there being like, this guy knows all about rigged elections, am I right? Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, let's get to the psychopathic nature of our fascist state and all of the different forms of violence. We're, of course, going to be talking about the oversight Democrats releasing new documents revealing that Steve Bannon, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk are in the Epstein files, which show that potentially Jeffrey Epstein or might have received Elon Musk at the island. Okay. We also have another W for woke. Nexstar joins Sinclair in bringing Jimmy Kimmel's late night show back to his local ABC affiliates, ending boycotts. You know Republicans are pissed. I've been seeing a lot of Republicans on the timeline being like, dude, why are heads not rolling? Why are you not taking out? Why are you not fucking going after and criminally punishing the left? Why are you not doing this, Mr. President? That's literally what they're pissed off about. As though that would have actually helped them in any way, shape, or form. Anyway, let's start here. Detainees and restraints seek cover in new video of the Dallas ICE office shooting. We're going to start out with the Dallas ICE office shooting. And we're going to move on to all of the different versions of ICE cruelty that has been going viral. One example, for the record, that was presented by the right initially as though it was a good moment. And then obviously normal human beings saw that and were like, what the fuck are you celebrating? This is gross. Anyway, we'll get to all of that now.
On the shooting at a Dallas immigration office that left one detainee dead and 2 others wounded. Officials now say the suspect was targeting ICE agents before he turned the gun on himself. Maria Villarreal is in Dallas with more. Good morning, Maria.
Hey, good morning, Rebecca. A lot of new information coming out in this investigation. We now know law enforcement believes the shooter acted alone. He wasn't associated with any hate groups, and they also say they have video of him with a big ladder on the top of his vehicle, a ladder they believe he used to gain access to the top of this building and then take his shots into that ICE facility.
New video first obtained by ABC News showing the moment gunfire erupted at a Dallas ICE facility. Everyone ducking for cover, then rushing inside for safety. The detainees shackled at the hands and ankles, some crawling just to get away. Agents then seen approaching the vans, peering inside, carrying victims away. One detainee killed, 2 others critically wounded. No ICE agents were injured.
He hoped his actions would terrorize ICE employees and interfere with their work, which he called human trafficking. And this, what he did, is the very definition of terrorism.
The suspect identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. Investigators say they found several handwritten notes in his home. One revealed a high degree of pre-attack planning. Another note reading, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think, is there a sniper with AP...
I can't get over the anti-ICE inscription on the bullet, man. I can't, like it just... What is that, dude? Can we not do that? That is so, like, are we just going to find out? Because I'm of 2 different minds here. Are we going to find out like 20 years later from a declassified file that it was Kash Patel who personally wrote that? Like, or is it actually because of the literacy crisis that this current generation is experiencing, where this guy unironically was like, lol, I'll be a fucking troll here. This will do it. What can I write that would come across as anti-ICE? And then just genuinely wrote anti-fucking ICE. I don't know which is dumber. I don't know which has a worse, which has a worse effect on humanity overall. FBI released other inscriptions. Blacks rule. Biden 2028 BLM. I did it for the transgenders. Yeah. By the way, people will take this seriously. I can't wait for this to be in fucking conservative WhatsApp groups being shared as though this is like unironically, and MS-13 as well, of course. Like, we have reached a dangerous level of stupidity in this country where when we post memes like this, there is a likelihood that Alex Jones is going to go with this, and then your grandparents are going to believe it. You know what I mean? And then, the White House Twitter account is going to share it and be like, you see? Here's the truth.
On that roof. Authorities say the suspect was using ICE tracking apps to pinpoint agents' locations. Agents seen running back outside to pull the detainees to safety.
While the bullets were flying. These agents were heroic, clearly willing to lay down their lives to save the lives of the detainees in their custody.
Law enforcement believes the shooter had been planning this for months, even purchasing legally that 8mm bolt-action rifle all the way back in August. Deborah?
Chilling details, Maria. Thank you for that reporting.
Anyway, this is the video that's going viral where an ICE agent tackles the wife of a detainee in New York. Okay? And from what I understand, the reason why this video was even filmed was because I think it was like a right-wing guy that posted it and it went viral. And the reason why the right-wing guy initially posted it, if I'm not mistaken, and someone can correct me on this, but the reason why a right-wing guy posted it was to show like how sick it is that ICE is doing this stuff. It was literally like a Tim Pool guy, I think. One of Tim Pool's fucking cronies. Now, this is from Stephanie Keith of Getty Images, obviously. But originally, this went fucking viral. Did he delete it? Yeah. White House correspondent for Timcast, Elad Eliyahu, posted this. The hysterical wife of the detained alien follows around and confronts the ICE agent who repeatedly tells her adios, then two-hand pushes and shoves the woman to the ground in front of her children. Court security is brought to remove the woman. And people were looking at this video and going, hell yeah, baby. This is what I voted for. Okay? This is what I voted for. That's what they were doing over there on Twitter, thinking like this is a cause for celebration. Also, yes, it begs the question, why the fuck does Timcast have a White House correspondent, for the record? What a strange situation. But of course, this repulsive behavior was seen by those with a conscience, and immediately people were like, this is disgusting. Yes, for the record, what she's saying there, for those of you who are just listening and can't speak Spanish, she was saying, they're going to kill him. Please take me too. She was begging, pleading the ICE agents. In front of her kid, too. In front of her kids.
Adios. Oh, come on, man.
This is why we can't have these motherfuckers wear masks, by the way. Because guess what? Guess what? Apparently he got fucking fired. Or at least that's what people were saying. She didn't even touch him except a brief glance with her hands as she was trying to get through to him, and he shoved her hard right in front of her kids. People are still defending it. Watch it for yourself. The two videos are the ones posted by Elad. You can see her hands briefly graze his arm as she pleads with him. No reasonable person would conclude that kind of light accidental touch would justify a violent takedown. Fucking bootlickers, by the way. Fucking bootlickers being like, well, she shouldn't have assaulted him. How can these guys be such evil fucks and such bootlicking pussies at the same time? It's crazy. Aaron Reichlin Melnick calling out Elad Eliyahu here, senior fellow at the IMM Council, American Immigration Council. And apparently the ICE officer that was caught on video pushing woman is just like the rest of the fucking police force. Whenever they do something, whenever they do some fuck shit that goes viral, has been relieved of his duties pending investigation. So he's not actually fired. I was wrong. The officer's conduct in this video is unacceptable and beneath the men and women of ICE. Our ICE law enforcement are held to the highest professional standards, and this officer is being relieved of current duties as we conduct a full investigation, says Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. They're rabid sociopaths, dude. And for the record, if you think that this is one singular incident, you are wrong. It happens all the fucking time. There are more videos that have come out recently that have also gone viral all over TikTok,
that disturbing video of an ICE officer tackling a woman to the floor at an immigration courthouse in Manhattan. That agent has now been relieved of his duties. The violent confrontation happened in the hallway of 26 Federal Plaza, where some politicians argue that ICE inhumanely has detained thousands of immigrant New Yorkers in deplorable conditions. Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett live in Lower Manhattan with the latest. NJ.
And right, Lauren, several elected officials are now demanding a criminal investigation. They are saying it is not enough for this guy to be fired. They say his actions in that video may well be criminal. And it all comes, of course, amid rising tensions here in Lower Manhattan. It happened outside an immigration hearing at 26 Federal Plaza.
For the record, if you think that this is a unique situation, make no mistake, they quite literally did this. They quite literally did this to someone running for office. Friend of the show, Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, was also violently thrown into the fucking ground only a week ago. I showed you the video of that other woman that was choke slammed to the ground the other day, yesterday. They do it every single fucking day, dude. They do it every day. Now, you might be wondering, how do they get this confidence to behave like this? The hubris. These are public servants. Well, they do because there is no accountability, and this is actually quite literally what the Trump administration wants these guys to do. It's already a self-selecting pool of public tyrants, even worse than the police somehow. Okay? Like, the mindset of someone joining ICE to do this kind of thing is pretty clear. Like, you have to be a real sick fuck to be like, oh yeah, I can't wait to apprehend non-criminals, okay? I cannot wait to violently seize and kidnap just regular ass dudes. Make no mistake, no matter how much stupid right-wing fucks try to tell you that these guys are actually significant criminals. They're actually engaging in a crime syndicate or whatever. No, it's just regular ass dudes, man. They're dudes that work at the restaurant that you go to. They're dudes that pick the crops. They're dudes that work on the factory floor. There is no crime there. The only crime is what the government has done. A lack of recognition for all of their work and a lack of proper paperwork so that capital owners can turn an even larger profit. One that actually also ends up depressing the wages of the existing working class of the domestic labor force, American citizens. The solution is not mass apprehension and mass detention and mass deportation. The solution is mass amnesty. Mass amnesty and mass unionization, so they can, side by side with the rest of the working class, no longer have two tiers of labor in this country and demand more of the productive output that they yield. Pure evil.
Federal agents are first seen struggling to arrest an Ecuadorian man as his traumatized family pleads for them to stop. Once the man is in custody and dragged away, his wife confronts one of the officers who grabs her and shoves her into a wall. A video that has sparked yet more outrage at the actions of federal immigration authorities. This afternoon, Democratic mayoral nominee Zohran Mamdani condemned the agent's actions.
After taunting her with a response of adios, adios, suddenly that agent threw her to the ground. The kids began to cry, traumatized by the sight of their mother being assaulted in a government building. And when she was released, she said, "In Ecuador, they beat us there too. I didn't think I'd come here to the United States and the same thing would happen to me."
Homeland Security officials called the agent's actions unacceptable and said he has been relieved of his responsibilities as the case is investigated. Brooklyn Congressman Dan Goldman says that's not good enough.
This conduct is unacceptable, and we need to make a deterrent effect by seriously investigating it for criminal wrongdoing.
Mayor Adams met today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, then released a statement through his deputy press secretary. Like so many, we have seen the upsetting images, she said, and we are pleased to hear this.
Yeah, I was meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, who also does this with regular frequency and a lot worse to the Palestinian population. He was giving me advice on how to do even worse things to the regular people of New York.
Incident is being investigated. Our entire city is less safe when immigrants are afraid to use basic services and
That's interesting. Perhaps you could have considered that before you got a quid pro quo scheme from the Department of Justice for your previous pay-for-play criminal investigation. And then one of the conditions of the Department of Justice dropping said investigation was allowing exactly this to happen in the halls of New York courts and also in the facilities like Rikers. So strange how this is your design.
And court hearings, end quote.
Now, there was no immediate comment from Andrew Cuomo's campaign. Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa told reporters today that otherwise law-abiding migrants should not.
Why are they making a fuss about this particular incident? Hasn't this shit been happening constantly for the last couple of months? I don't know, man. Some of them just hit. I don't know. I'm not going to look at the situation and be like, why this? It's been boiling up for quite a while at this point. Okay? It's been happening over and over again. This one is graphic. Well, there's video of all the other incidents as well. I've literally shown you that ICE did this in Chicago to a person running for office. Okay, like they're doing it all the time. They're doing it all the time. I don't know why this is the one instance where it's the straw that broke the camel's back, I guess. It's just, I think we have reached the boiling point. They've seen these images over and over again. A lot of people have seen these images over and over again, and now more and more people are seeing it. So then the media is also covering it. And people are starting to get really, really frustrated. Also, he wasn't wearing a mask, so you could see his fucking face. I'm sure that plays a role in this as well. Just like with Israel, this will be the most popular day of the Trump administration and all of its policies. Tomorrow, their policies of mass apprehension, mass detainment, mass deportation will be even less popular than it is today. Remember that. Unless they change their trajectory, unless they actually respond to the public pressure and decide to roll back these fascist policies, more and more tension will rise, more and more protests will take place. It's that simple. Because at the end of the day, a big part of authority, a big part of governance also requires compliance from the population. And the population is non-compliant, you have no options. You either try to squeeze out, stamp out any sort of discontent that you possibly can, create a chilling effect. But even in that, even if the response is ever larger in the aftermath of said militant action, okay, we'll have complete fucking chaos.
Be deported. This has, of course, become a flashpoint in the race for City Hall. Much more on that part of the story coming up on Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock tonight. For now, we're live in Lower Manhattan.
I mean, it's basically like they can't kill all of us, right? Like that's the mentality here. They can't fight all of us. They just can't. They can't do it. We covered the incident with ICE where they held a 5-year-old hostage as a means to get the father out of the house. That was gross. That was disgusting. There was another viral scene that played out in Hyattsville, Maryland, just 7 miles northeast of the White House. I'm sure you've seen that other one too. With the bald agent. ICE agent goes viral. Let's take a look at that one. He drops his fucking service weapon. Absolute psychopath. Why can't I fucking full screen this video? What the hell is going on? Anyway, here, just watch.
Give me a fucking arm! Give me your arm! Give me your arm! Sácalo o te vas. Give me your arm! Ayuda! Hand! Hand your hand! Help me! Help me! We have police? Help me! Help me! Help me! His eyes!
Dude is screaming, help me, help me, help me.
¡Recompensa! ¡Ayuda! ¡Ayuda! ¡Ayuda! Help me! Help me! Help me! ¡Ayuda! Help me!
I can't full screen it. Do you have the original video? We can go and watch the original recording and full screen it. Here, this is okay. This is better.
Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! His eyes! ¡Con la recompensa! ¡Ayuda! ¡Ayuda! ¡Ayúdame! They're trying to kill me! ¡Ayúdame!
Like, is this any way to treat another human being, dude? Is this any way to treat another human being? Like, there are certain things that people do, right? There are certain crimes that people do where, especially if they're presenting a threat to others in the immediate vicinity, you might have to take a more physical risk. You might have to engage in the suspect in a more physical way, in a more physical manner than you normally would. Okay? In this circumstance, it's a fucking apprehension for deportation. The physical assault that's taking place here is literally more violent than like 99% of the civil violations that they're even apprehending people for. Yeah, and in the process, he drops his gun. Watch this shit. And his fucking ammo is his. I'm gonna say clip, and then everyone's gonna yell at me. Magazine, clip, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is on the ground.
A young American! A young American!
Put the gun down. Put the gun down. Put the gun down. You're gonna shoot me?
And he starts brandishing at the onlookers. Like, there's still probably one in the chamber. Regardless, though, look at how fucking stupid he is, dude. Like, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that the gun's fucking magazine is on the ground. He thinks it's a fucking gun with a magazine in it. And he's literally fucking... Like, his first reaction is to immediately brandish and immediately point it at the onlookers. If you're this afraid of your fucking neighbors, if you're this afraid of the taxpayers that pay your fucking salary, you shouldn't be doing this job. This comes with the recognition that you kind of understand what you're doing is fucked up, bad, wrong. Yeah, his glasses are in the tactical position of Chuck Schumer. Look at this, while he's like trying to apprehend this dude.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down. Put the gun down. You're gonna shoot me? Point the gun. We have it. Put the gun down.
You're trying to shoot me? Go ahead, shoot me. Shoot me.
Put the gun down.
You're trying to shoot me?
What's your name?
Yeah. See how he put,
What's your name?
Put the gun on me. Go ahead. I ain't fucking scared.
What's your name?
Yeah, he's trying to shoot me.
Get out of here. You're not wanted here.
You want to know the craziest part? I don't know what this dude's crime is, right? But this kind of shit happens not only to people who are undocumented, who have done no crimes whatsoever. Okay? The likelihood that this person is not even undocumented also still remains. They do this under the suspicion, now legally, now because the Supreme Court gave them this allowance, they do this under the fucking suspicion that someone might be undocumented. Isn't that fucking insane? They do this to people who are American citizens. They just, you know, they just look a little Hispanic. That's it. The guy on the ground keeps saying he's American too.
We got you on camera pointing the gun.
Look, he got the gun. He got the gun. Are you on America?
He keeps saying, I'm American.
Get out of here. Fucking Nazi.
Well, that's illegal now. That's going to be illegal soon. You said fucking Nazi to an ICE agent. Excuse me, sir. You have to be getting on your hands and knees and licking their boots instantly. That's illegal.
Are you on America? Are you on America?
No, he's saying, I am American. He's not saying, I love America. He's saying, I am American.
Please stop killing his face.
This is a man of a Nazi.
Help me! Get the fuck out of America! Look at his face! Hey, are you in America? I am America.
Watch his back.
Hey!
Be next.
Hey, leave me! Ayuda! Ayuda! Ayuda!
Go ahead, he's trying to shoot me. That's what he does.
Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me!
Remember, right-wingers love talking about civil disobedience that disrupts traffic and how you should be able to kill them. But when it's fucking... When this is happening in the middle of traffic, they also love it. They're like, whoa, what do you mean? Doesn't make sense from any fucking perspective. Who is this for?
I love America! I love you, America! I love America! I love you, America!
Okay, now he's saying, I love America.
I'm born to see!
Leave him alone!
Yes, I'm born to see! Yes, I'm born to see! Hey!
Hey!
I mean, you have to be utterly devoid of your humanity to be able to do this. Like, can you foresee yourself under any other circumstance, under any circumstance whatsoever, being able to participate in a fucking campaign such as this one? If I knew someone, anyone that was doing this shit, I'd be like, nope. You either got to quit or I will never see you ever again. I can't even comprehend. Hey, Unc, here, look again. He almost grabbed the gun. Brother, he has 2 people on him. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, his arms are fucking flailing over. He pushes the gun away, but I don't even know if that's a conscious decision. Like, there is no reason to believe that he did this deliberately, okay? Like, look at his circumstance. Look. He drops the gun, and he just slaps it away. Anyway, people keep coming up to him. More agents show up.
What's your name?
I am America!
¿Qué es su nombre?
I'm born DC. Hey!
Please read my context.
¿Qué es su nombre?
Ayúdame! Get your name and badge number!
¿Qué es su nombre?
Then get the badge number and name! No! Come on! No! Hey!
¿Qué es su nombre?
Help me!
¿Qué es su nombre?
Help me! Hey! Ayúdame!
I just saw a TikTok with almost 2 million vids of you having a fight with Laura Loomer, lol. Oh, let me see it. Or wait, is it my TikTok? It might be just my TikTok.
Hey! Policía! Policía! Policía! ¡Lo que también! ¡Eh! ¡Eh!
I don't want to break his arm. Bro, I do not want to break your arm.
¡Ayuda! ¡Me está matando! Oh.
Hey, back up.
¡Suéltame! ¡Suéltame! ¡Ah! ¡Ayúdame! ¡Ah!
Grab leg guys.
Grab leg guys out of the truck, out of the car.
No.
¡Ayuda! ¡Ayuda! Grab leg guys out of the car, please.
What's it up?
Black Eyes agents as well. I mean, yeah, also 52% of Customs Border Patrol is Hispanic, brother. What are you talking about? This is a multicultural institution of fascism. This is why I always fucking say American fascism is not what you think it is any longer. Okay, it's not just like skinhead white dudes that talk about their deep roots in this country. They're not comprised entirely of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants and people of like European descent. Make no mistake. This is a very diverse, multicultural institution. Of course, the primary victims are non-white, obviously, but that doesn't mean that its soldiers are entirely white. I don't even think you could have an entirely white brigade at this stage anyway. America is far too diverse for that. Like, this is what I also bring up when people talk about like the profile or the background of another school shooter, right? Where they're like, well, whoa, what the fuck? This is a black guy. And it's like, it's a black guy who is a white supremacist. Or they'll be like, whoa, this is a woman. This is a female school shooter. It's like, it's a white supremacist femcel female school shooter. This person is trans. This shooter was trans. It's like, yeah, it's America. This is America. America is a profoundly diverse. It's the most diverse country on the planet. Yeah, there's DEI fascism for all. Meanwhile, this was an insane statement. J.D. Vance hitting the Hasbro notes real quick, talking about ICE agents.
Violence. So I think in a lot of ways, the Democrats and the media, because they so hate the idea of a real border, are engaging in a kind of blood libel against ICE agents. They're accusing them of engaging in crimes. They're accusing them of being part of the Gestapo. They're actually inciting violence against our law enforcement. They know exactly what they're doing, and now it's time to stop. Now,
he said his blood libel, bro. God, Israeli fascism is so mind-boggling, and we're just Peki, eyvallah. Çok mutlusun yani yaptığınla, öyle mi? Peki, sosları da verir misin? This is why I find it so strange when people can't comprehend Zionism as a right-wing fascist ideology, right? How can you not see it? How can you not fucking see it? It is. Turkey has heard you, Hassan. Uh-oh. What happened? What happened? Turkey heard me. Erdogan heard you. Breaking. 2 Turkish armed military drones have joined the escort of the Global Summit flotilla. Watch. A Turkish warship came to aid the Global Summit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They said we ain't going to get showed up by them Greeks, dude.
Türk Savaş Gemisi burası Sultan Atasoy, dinliyorum.
24 saate yakındır motorumuz çalışmıyor, güneş panelimiz çalışmıyor. Türk Savaş Gemisi'nden yardım istedik. Onlar da bize en yakındaki Türk ticari gemisini bize yönlendirdi. Şu an Sultan Atasoy isimli Türk ticari gemisi bize doğru yaklaşıyor. Kaptanımız Tunuslu.
Kaptanımız Hugo. Hayatımda ilk defa böyle bir şeyle karşılaştım. İlk defa bir askeri gemi yardım çağrısına karşılık verdi. 50 yıldır böyle bir olay görmüyorum.
Wow! Atrak! Şufaya!
Büyük bir geminin bu denli küçük bir tekneye bu kadar hassas.
Of course they got the motherfucking Mehter Marshall playing in the background too. God, my people love making a fucking big show of every damn thing. I swear to God.
ICE yanaşabilmesi olağanüstü bir kaptanlık becerisi demek.
They're saying like they're congratulating the Turkish trade vessel that put itself at risk to offer aid to the other Sumud flotilla. Man, stop saying my fridge is open every time. And now it seems that 2 Turkish armed military drones have joined the escort of the global Sumud flotilla. Yeah. It's no longer Erdo shit. It's actually Erdo goat. Okay. Israel is valuable because it acts as a cover for all of America's worst actions, where every criticism is anti-Semitic. The same tactics Israel uses to defend its conduct can be abstracted and used by the U.S. So now an ICE agent can be blood libeled as Jews were. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. It's like, how do fucking people not see it? Like, how did people for the longest time not recognize that Israel was offering protective cover for its fascist actions by simply masquerading as like combaters of anti-Semitism? All of the actions against Israel's fascism was actually just simply born out of anti-Semitism. And now the same fucking reactionary forces here in the United States of America are trying to foolishly apply the exact same technique. It's so fucking stupid. Why you no love Israel? Israel not number one? Why you no love ICE? No politic here. Yeah, blood libel against ICE is so sauceless for sure. It's just so stupid. No one will take this seriously. Anyway, speaking of ICE, once again, ICE in its endless efforts to find criminals has now caught yet another criminal. Des Moines Public School Superintendent Ian Roberts detained by ICE.
We begin with breaking news in Des Moines tonight, where immigration enforcement has arrested the man serving as Des Moines Public Schools superintendent. Now, ICE says Ian Roberts is a Guyana national and was wanted on prior weapons charges.
Damn, dude. It's a Guyanese.
Investigators say he's in the country illegally and tried to evade arrest today during a targeted traffic stop by ICE. Now, officers found his abandoned vehicle in a wooded area and was later taken into custody. Now, ICE says Roberts entered the U.S. back in 1999, and he was given a final order of removal last year and had no work authorization. Des Moines Schools quickly named an interim superintendent who addressed the incident at a press conference just 30 minutes ago.
This is challenging on many levels, and the reality is that we may not have additional answers right away. However, the strength of Des Moines Public Schools is in its people, our leaders, educators, and staff who will continue to advance the...
Please say something nice about the fucking superintendent. God damn it, dude.
...mission on behalf of our students and families as we wait for clarity in what comes next.
An ICE official today expressing surprise that Roberts was holding the superintendent position. An ICE field office director saying, quote, how this illegal alien was hired without work authorization, a final order of removal, and a prior weapons charge is beyond comprehension and should alarm the parents of that school district.
Ayuda! Help! Help your hand! Help me! Help!
Like, how could that person be seen as a threat, dude? Also, they're trying to present him as like a terrifying figure. And what they've done to present him as a terrifying figure is show that he is a gun owner in fucking Iowa. Okay? He had a loaded gun, a fixed blade hunting knife, and $3,000 in cash in Dr. Roberts' vehicle. He's a fucking PhD. Dr. Ian Andre Roberts, who ICE is an illegal alien from Guyana and an active ICE fugitive. How is this in any way, shape, or form something that is criminal inherently? in fucking Iowa. Like, these are not the fucking criminals that Donald Trump was apprehending, right? Like, obviously for the racists, like this, like the reaction from racist dipshits overall, this kind of proves exactly what we've been saying, which is that this has nothing to do with like public safety. This has nothing to do with someone who is presenting an immediate threat to the public. This is a fucking PhD who is a fucking school superintendent, man. Give the motherfucker a citizenship and move on. Like, what are you doing? It seems he was also a former Olympic athlete, too. Guyanese educator and former Olympic athlete. He is the former superintendent of the Mill Creek Township School. As a male middle distance runner from Guyana, Ian specialized in the 800 meters. He competed in the 2000 Summer Olympics in Sydney, Australia. He won his first international medal. He went on to St. John's University, where he competed in the Big East Conference, winning several championships and making the NCAA finals in 1999. After winning the conference titles in both Division I conferences, he competed internationally. Like, these are some of the best people. What an insane thing to do. The real crime here is that the government did not already give this person the proper work authorization. What the fuck are we doing?
¡Ayúdame! ¡Help me! ¡Help me! ¡Ayuda! ¡Ayuda! ¡Ayuda! ¡Help me! ¡Help me! ¡Ayuda! Hey, look at the ¡Ayuda! Right there. ¡Ayúdame! They're trying to kill me! ¡Ayúdame! ¡Ayúdame! That's how they treat old people!
We already covered this earlier. Just white supremacy, man. That's it.
What's your name? Say your name. Say your name.
At ICE arrest at Iowa City's Bread Garden Market caught on cell phone video.
Oh, really? You're gonna tase him? I got this on video.
But we start tonight at 5 with this scene in Iowa City. Video showing a grocery store worker being dragged away by ICE agents this morning. Escuchame says it wasn't a detainment by ICE, it was a kidnapping. Iowa News Now anchor Mitch Fick is live in studio with a closer look at the scene in the Pet Mall.
Sent to us by Escuchame Voz.
Like, is this making anybody safe? Do you feel safe right now? You got motherfuckers that are just kidnapping people in the streets with the authority sanctioned by the federal government. I don't feel safe. I feel a lot less safe, actually, with ICE presence. Dude's working at a grocery store, man. What the fuck? Like, they're treating dudes who work at a grocery store like they're rapist, drug dealer, serial killers. You know what I mean? And it's ironic because it's done for one clear, singular purpose. It's to cut propaganda, to make some of the dumbest, most racist members of American society feel better about their current financial predicament and how shitty it is. Meanwhile, in the process of this kind of ridiculous enforcement, immigration enforcement, this torturous process, this terrifying process, they're literally taking away other organs of law enforcement. Like, instead of fucking actually investigating drug dealers or investigating rapists and shit like that, they're too busy doing mass apprehensions. It's a spectacular failure, no matter which way you cut it.
Recorded inside and outside of the Bread Garden Market there in the Ped Mall in Iowa City. It starts as those three men who eventually say they are federal agents basically tackling an employee inside the store. Officials with Escucha Me Voz say that's Jorge Eliezer Gonzalez Ochoa being taken into custody just before 11 this morning. You heard him say his name near the end of the video as he was loaded into a silver Dodge minivan. Those men eventually pulled a taser on him even after he'd been on the ground for a while. In a social media post, Escucha Me Voz says he'd been living at the Catholic Worker House. They called today, like Nicole just said, a kidnapping, adding that it, quote, disrupted business, terrorized customers, and put the entire community at risk. Gonzalez Ochoa, just in the last half hour, 45 minutes or so, now listed as an inmate on the Lynn County jail roster. Doesn't have any sort of criminal record in Iowa. City of Iowa City also releasing a statement in the last hour say they didn't have any heads up about any federal operation today. They found out what was happening when witnesses called police about it. No details on the specifics yet of Gonzalez Ochoa's immigration status. We did reach out to ICE to try to learn more. Still haven't heard anything back. There is a press conference scheduled for 11:30 tomorrow, Friday, on the Fountain Stage in the Ped Mall. That's just a few feet away from the market itself. Mitch Fick, Iowa's News Now.
A 79-year-old business owner says he was body slammed and pinned to the ground by federal agents during an immigration raid despite being a U.S. citizen. We're hearing more from him tonight as he files a $50 million lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security. Fox 11's Laura Diaz now with the details. Laura?
And yes, Christine, that incident happened in Van Nuys a couple of weeks ago. The owner of the car wash and his attorney say there was no reason for it to escalate.
You do not F with ICE. You do not F with ICE. You do not F with ICE. That's all they learn. I guess that's all the English they knew.
That's 79-year-old Rafi Shuhed describing what he says happened September 9th when federal agents descended on his Valley car wash to arrest.
Look at how fat that ICE agent is, by the way. Come on, man. Look at this fucking piece of
September
shit.
9th when federal agents descended on his Valley car wash to arrest workers suspected of being in the U.S. illegally.
I was begging him. I have a heart condition.
Surveillance video shows agents first approaching the elderly man inside of his business 2 weeks ago. He says he attempted to ask them what they needed and pleaded with them to allow his workers to retrieve their papers proving they had a right to work in the U.S. Instead, he was thrown to the ground.
So you were pushed 2 times, one in the hallway? One in the hallway and one outside.
Undeterred, he followed the agents outside, where he says the encounter escalated, even though he was respectful. Rafi was now terrified, outnumbered, and outmuscled.
What can I do for you? That one of the guys came, grabbed me here, and 2 guys attacked me from the back, and they threw me on the ground.
At a news conference Thursday called by Shuhed's attorney announcing a $50 million civil rights claim, Rafi said that he suffered multiple broken ribs, damage to his brain from being slammed headfirst into the ground. He showed his bruises to reporters. Despite his protests that he's an American citizen, he says he was arrested, detained at a federal center for hours upon hours without medical attention.
And I said, okay, let me go. But even though he agreed that I don't belong there, it took him 10, 11 hours to let me go home, to release me from there. And since they had no facilities to keep me over there, they put a handcuff on me, and the gentleman assigned me to one of the officers to take me to the garage downstairs to keep me over there, keep an eye on me. And which during the time I was over there, I was observing all these people. They claim they are ICE people, what people they were bringing in with the trucks. Innocent little 11, 12, 13 years old little girls with the handcuff and the shackle on their foot. And I observed all these, believe me, innocent people.
The Department of Homeland Security said in a statement,
I want to remind once again that there is literally no reason for the government to to be doing any of this shit other than the fact that they are not even remotely fucking invested in fixing the material problems that people are experiencing, but they know that dumb fuck racists will actually look at this shit and go, hey, at least they're fucking over the Mexicans. That's who they're doing this for. Like, it only has harm. It creates a dangerous environment, an unstable environment. It creates, it destroys the social fabric that holds our communities together. It's all bad. It fucks up the economy. And the solution to it, because of the insignificance of the supposed fucking violation here, which is a civil offense, the solution here is just paperwork, just giving these motherfuckers the paperwork that they deserve to work freely in the United States of America. And instead, they're just spending so much goddamn money on this show of force to soothe the interests of the most racist scumbags you've ever fucking met. What a gross display, dude. Yeah, now Trump's goons also make profit too with the for-profit prison system. We're not even 1 year in, man. Where'd you think it was going to go? We're not even 1 year in. And this is the type of shit that they're pulling off. And they don't even have any sort of popular support. And what remains of their support is diminishing by the day. But what did you expect? What did you fucking expect? Of course this was gonna happen after years and years of dehumanizing propaganda with no opposition, with no pushback, with a recognition of the falsehoods that were presented, that immigrants were actually constituting a national security threat from the Democratic Party themselves. And for the record, the National Democratic Party on this issue is still noticeably absent from the conversation. On Gaza, they're still noticeably absent from the conversation. These are some of the more high-profile, divisive issues that this administration has taken on. And Democrats are just keeping fucking quiet. They're not even doing something that would benefit them. They're not even using this discontent that has organically developed to their electoral advantage. It seems that they are under the false notion that as long as this discontent grows organically, they don't even have to do anything, and people will come to that conclusion to vote for Democrats down the line. It's incredible.
That the operation targeted 5 undocumented immigrants, and that Shoehead, a U.S. citizen, was arrested for allegedly assaulting and impeding a federal officer. Christine?
There's been a shooting. We heard shots.
Charlie Kirk's assassination stopped America in its tracks.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
An ultra-violent snuff video delivered to millions of people's smartphones. His death has left the country even more divided. turning him into an icon of free speech and a rallying cry for a nationalist cause.
Charlie Kirk has become really a martyr, not just for Americans, but I think that for these nationalist movements across the world.
I'm traveling from the top to the bottom of the United States, a road trip.
An icon of free speech is so funny because all of the demands from some of the super fans of the admin have been around punishing speech of those they have declared as enemies of not only Charlie Kirk, but themselves. What a phenomenal way to deify someone as an iconic free speech warrior. Fantastic. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was a free speech beacon, a hero of free speech, which is precisely the reason why you will go to jail if you speak ill of him. Charlie Kirk is a free speech icon, which is precisely the reason why we must use his death to silence any kind of political dissent in this country. That is what Republicans are doing on the timeline. They're demanding this from the administration. They're pissed off that the administration is not doing it. Ridiculous.
Through Kirk's life and death to understand what he meant to America.
Traitor!
And how his assassination might change it forever. This is actually where Charlie Kirk was going to speak next. And that debate is still going on without him. So I suppose we're going to see what that show looks like, what that movement looks like without him. This is how Kirk became famous, arguing with students on the campuses of America's universities. The battleground, as he saw it, for the country's future. A liberal group called Unfuck America had been scheduled to debate against him here in Colorado. They decided to go ahead with the event in his memory and in a spirit of civility.
How do we win a culture war like this, where it's constantly, like you said, we can't even agree on the same facts? So where do you see this going? How do you unfuck something?
I think the left has been disavowing violence and calling for a decrease in the rhetoric for like the past decade.
You called for violence! Why did you call for violence?
I never said conservative.
I'm fucking scared. I wouldn't have come over here from Florida if I wasn't so fucking scared. I've never seen anything like that.
We're not scared of you! Shut the fuck up!
Hey, I want the speaker. I want to honor his time.
You're a God bless you. That's great. You know, the next day I suck, I'm going to have you in mind when I do it. Hey, I appreciate you. You're a degenerate.
Let him fight. Let him fight. This entire thing shows how fucking stupid the entire concept of debate is. Heartwarming. The worst people you know are fighting. I know.
What did you make of Charlie Kirk? I mean, not talking about his murder, but just of him, the man, the movement. What did you think of him?
I mean, obviously, I think his political ideology is abhorrent, but I mean, like, he's a very effective organizer. Like, I'll give credit where credit is due. He built a very impressive movement in an area that was considered unwinnable by conservatives. So,
you saw Charlie Kirk get killed, and then you're upstage at a university where he was going to go and give a talk. You still wanted to get up there and do it.
I was kind of scared initially, but when Elon Musk and Donald Trump Jr. and everybody started attacking me on social media, I felt like if I don't show up, I kind of am giving into that kind of pressure. I don't want to get killed. I'm out here at these events. Like, I wish that like everybody could take a step back and realize that not every single issue that we fight over is the end of the fucking world.
You've got a lot of flack, as you said, from Elon Musk for
He's like, why can't we take a step back and realize who the real enemy is? People who have personally offended me by existing, like Hassan Piker. People who I have also said time and time again are a worse force for American politics, like socialist Twitch streamers. It's not even a joke. He literally did say that, which is so, I mean, it's pretty funny, especially because like the administration has been putting a target on him now, even though him and his bestie were actively aligning themselves with some of these fucking Republicans because they thought the Republicans would be more effective in deplatforming me than the liberals would. Yes, Epstein has said Epstein has said I'm worse than Donald Trump and Adolf Hitler.
Is mocking Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's wife, in terms of her grief. Do you regret taking that approach because it becomes a distraction?
I'm just saying that if the other side is going to play politics on every single issue and they're going to wheel out, people to do it, I mean, you have to be ready then for the other side to play back. I think it's fair game at that.
Please come sign our posters. Let Charlie and his family know you're thinking about him.
So this is where Charlie Kirk was supposed to come on the next stop of his tour. Instead, we're going to a memorial in this ginormous football stadium, but you can see the crowd.
I noticed that he tells people that you support terrorists, so the Republicans who can't fact check that, like defaming you. Yeah, no, he's been doing that nonstop. Ironic because, dude, if you keep spamming for me to cover Assata Shakur's legacy by presenting how fucking woke you are on this issue and how much of a white supremacist I am, despite the fact that I'm obviously going to cover Assata Shakur's legacy down the line. You will inevitably be able to explain to everyone who is watching that this is not sufficiently woke. Like, I know I started off with a recognition of Assata Shakur. I'm going to get to it. Okay. It's not about woke. I'm just tired of his little face. Sorry for spamming. You just stop. Take an hour off. Hopefully by that time, I'll be talking about Assata Shakur. Okay? Yes, Assata Shakur passed away in Cuba today at the age of 78. She was a revolutionary figure at the forefront of the civil rights struggle. And she's a hero in every right. I'm going to talk about it later.
As you can also see the security, there's been a police helicopter up there, huge police presence, horses there.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed.
I've always said that America is not going to fall from some foreign enemy, some outside force. The way America will fall is from within. And it'll happen because of the weakness of the American people.
This is a vigil, but it's also really a recruitment drive. Speakers here addressing this crowd, and you can see the effect it is having on that crowd. A lot of people have come quite a long way to be here. There are students in there too, but this is a pretty liberal part of Colorado. And here they are talking about Turning Point USA and where this movement goes next. So like a lot of big cities in America, Chicago is pretty liberal, but it's also a Democrat stronghold. This is where Barack Obama made his political career, voted for Kamala Harris in the last presidential election, has always voted for Democrats since the early 90s. So it's perhaps a bit surprising that this is also the hometown of Charlie Kirk. Driving out of the city to the suburbs, because that's really where this story begins. It's also where the movement that
It's not. Ain't nobody got smoke like a right-wing dude in a blue area. You know this. I talk about it all the time. Whether it be Naperville Andes or whether it be Orange County motherfuckers, okay? red exurbs, red suburbs in an overwhelmingly blue area have some of the biggest right-wing monsters you ever met. I would take a homegrown right-wing Republican from Arkansas any day of the week and have a conversation with a dude like that as opposed to some griped up shouty from fucking Orange County. Nick Fuentes, another Chicago suburb Nazi. In my experience, those are the people that have some of the most unhinged opinions that do not even reflect the broader consensus within the Republican Party. What I mean by that is, like, the Arkansas Republican is obviously also going to have some shameful opinions, right? Like, so they're not woke by any metric, but they just kind of go along with the more extreme shit that I suspect is coming from the red exurbs and red suburbs in an immediately blue area. This has gotten even worse with Twitter because Twitter is polluted with those guys. It's a race to the fucking bottom. You call Nick a Nazi? What should he call you? I don't know. I think he calls me a terrorist and a communist, which is fine. But it's not just me calling Nick Fuentes a Nazi. He calls himself a Nazi. He has. What the fuck are we doing? He's been asked straightforwardly if he thinks Adolf Hitler is a bad guy, to which he had no response for. The only time I've actually seen Nick Fuentes, you just calling him a Nazi, that's crazy. You need a mental evaluation. I need a mental evaluation for a Holocaust-denying, anti-miscegenation neo-Nazi. The only time I've seen that motherfucker go against being called a white supremacist was when a cop was responding to a call at his house, and on the body camera the cop literally goes, "Nick, are you a white supremacist?" He turns around and says, "No, I'm Mexican. My last name is Fuentes." That's the only time I've heard that motherfucker respond like that. Okay? It's true, by the way. He is. He's both of those things. I mean, he's a white supremacist and also a Mexican with the last name Fuentes. Yeah. That's your fucking hero, dude. Goddamn basement dwelling gay virgin Mexican neo-Nazi. Holy shit. That's what's so crazy. Yeah. Pestany took his virginity? Okay, we don't know. We don't know. He just gave him a suck job, allegedly. I don't know if that could be considered taking his virginity. Maybe his, like, blowjob virginity. Allegedly. That is, of course, according to Sex Pestany's own admissions. One of the funniest things that his fucking community still does to this day is to be like, wow, Hassan is being really homophobic by bringing up the fact that our favorite content creator, who is supposed to be the fucking liberal champion of the world, sucked the penis of a avowed, self-identified neo-Nazi. It's like, no, man, I don't give a fuck whose dick you suck unless it's a Nazi dick. I love that. I love the fucking, oh dude, I can't believe Hassan is so homophobic for that. You may be officially cooked. Trump asked Supreme Court to decide whether he can end birthright citizenship. Holy shit. Suck a liberal and a fascist comes. Man, run. No, I'm good, man. Anyway, it is pretty funny that this motherfucker literally said, I need a mental evaluation for calling a self-described neo-Nazi a fucking Nazi. I don't think it is I who needs a mental evaluation, brother. I think you got to figure it out. Don't worry, though. In an effort to win over large percentages of the Charlie Kirk audience, Nick Fuentes has decided, actually, Muslims are objectively worse for America than the Jews. After spending his entire political career finding some kind of Jewish reason for every awful thing that's happened in America, he became woke now. And his fan base is so funny because their cope is like, no, you don't understand. Nick Fuentes has always done a racial hierarchy. I guess maybe In Between sucks. Him and Destiny were agreeing on how much they hate Islam.
He started Clues About Its Future, My Life.
I went to Wheeling High School where Charlie went, and I joined the Turning Point chapter there. So that also kind of brought me into the world of Charlie Kirk. He opened up the conversation to a lot of more conservative-leaning kids to speak up. My family is conservative. I hold those values myself, but it was really nice to hear somebody younger speaking on this, because a lot of the times you think politics and it's just all old people and they just all talk about.
There's nothing wrong with being gay or doing gay stuff. Thank you. Thank you for your brave take, Femcel. Definitely the bravest take you could arrive at in this community.
That. So it was nice to hear a young voice.
And have you had backlash for being a sort of Charlie Kirk supporter from your friends or
Yes,
online?
I have, but
What do people say?
that I'm horrible, that I'm racist, that I'm homophobic, that I'm transphobic, just all of the phobics. And I don't identify myself with any of that. I think that I'm a very loving and open person to anybody.
Okay, so what do you think about trans people should be the follow-up question. Because it's like, what is the identifiable conservative opinion that you have that separates you from, like, I don't know, the way that the Democrats have presented themselves in the 2024 election cycle? Because you can't say, oh, I want to pack up all the immigrants, which is already a radical proposition. But, like, the Democrats were also running on a fucking right-wing immigration campaign anyway, an anti-immigrant agenda anyway. Like, there are very few things that the Republicans basically posterize as their, like, prominent culture war issues. They're all culture war related. And all of them are just, like, you know, shit related to trans people.
We arrived in our car and you clocked us already.
I knew from filming right away that you were either up to no good or you're going to do an interview.
And you're armed. And is that because of the atmosphere around this, because of what happened to Charlie Kirk?
I am carrying it today, especially in a slightly different manner because of what happened to Charlie and because of the potential threats to me and to the people that are here with me.
Yeah.
I actually have...
Who the fuck are you, bro? What do you mean presents against you?
body armor in the car too. So
I mean, that's quite a scary way of looking at the world on a beautiful sunny day in a lovely residential district, but that's where things are.
when you're a sheepdog, things are always a potential threat. I consider my
This dude did every right-wing meme down to the fucking tactical Oakleys. He's just not wearing them. When you're a sheepdog, you don't go quietly into that good night, brother. You don't understand. I'm a sheepdog. Yeah, dude. Totally. Yeah, Mr. Tactical Ascertainment over here. I'm a sheepdog. I must protect the flock. I'm a warrior poet. This guy's entire persona is just a bunch of shitty boomer Instagram memes with like lions in them. You know what I mean? Like, that's all this is. This guy talks like someone who really wanted to serve but couldn't make it past basic training. Oh, 100%.
myself a sheepdog. We're here to protect the sheep and, if need be, put ourselves between the wolf and the sheep.
Kirk used social media to spread his message, to win over young minds, but he also built a formidable political organisation, Turning Point USA. Boots on the ground to mobilise the likes online.
Miguel, sorry. How you doing, Tom?
Good. How are you, Miguel?
Sorry to interrupt. We're just going to have a great chat. Yeah. So, I mean, people have coming out, haven't they?
No, there's been plenty of people that have been here today paying their respects and really doing their best to honor and memorialize the legacy of Charlie. Right now, we are standing in the Lamont headquarters, which was the first official office space of Turning Point USA.
You knew Charlie for a very long time. As you say, you were there around the table together plotting this, which became this huge movement.
Right.
I mean, what was it like, the news for you, when you heard that he had been shot?
I stupidly opened up my Twitter app or my X app, and the video was the first thing that I saw. And, you know, I really wish that I hadn't seen the video. But it was definitely a very difficult day to get that kind of news, for sure.
I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, just right there, that's your friend, and the video is so graphic.
Right.
Fine if you want to take a second.
No, it's okay. I think that there are plenty of opportunists that will want to see this as a Franz Ferdinand assassination type of an event in the culture war, who will want to take any...
Franz Trinidad. What did he say? Franz Ferdinand? Franz Feliz Navidad type assassination. Oh, man.
And every opportunity to use this to continue to drive division and to see this as an opportunity to create World War III. But I think that if we can really get to the essence of what Charlie stood for and what he would have wanted, is that he would have wanted us to continue to engage in conversation, to see the humanity of the people that we disagreed with.
Yeah, we've been in the city speaking to people too who, you know, have...
The Charlie Kirk Starbucks cups are such a fucking... like perfect distillation of modern day conservative grievances, where it's just about like enforcing your will upon what you have decided is like a liberal slave. Go to the nearest Starbucks and enforce your will upon the blue-haired SJWs that are gender neutral immediately. Okay? Charlie Kirk gets killed. What you must do is own the left. If you live in an environment where there is not like a college campus nearby, or maybe you're too scared to go to a college campus because they talk about, you know, logic and things like that on there, and they read books and that's terrifying, is woke and gay, or because they're doing mass shootings over there now, then where can you go? From the safety of your car, the nearest drive-through. Out of all of the readily available stores you can go to, which one is the most woke? Which one is the most libtarded? Starbucks. Go up to a Starbucks and immediately enforce your will with the hopes that you could be victimized. With the hopes that you could be potentially victimized by a woke libtard with a septum piercing. When they say, yeah, I'm not writing that on a fucking mug. Which, by the way, they never did. Yeah. Conservatives worship and honor Charlie Kirk by annoying the hell out of everyone around them. Well, that's the only speed they got. It's no different than the guy who comes in here with a sock account, who's just sad all the fucking time, and his immediate family members have left him behind. So they just try to be as annoying as they possibly can in here, because that offers some kind of recognition to their humanity, that they're still here. It's the same shit.
Very different views of Charlie Kirk. They don't like what he stood for at all. Do you see where they're coming from?
I certainly do. It's from the dark side. And if you are in light and you are a believer and follower of Jesus Christ, you understand what things he was saying. You understand. But when you're in darkness, they're more threatened by that. They don't understand it, and they're threatened. Satan is always threatened.
When we're speaking to those people, the things they cite are his attitudes towards, say, gay marriage, for instance, or towards Islam as well.
Let me give you this.
Do you think that his views there were informed by his Christianity?
There are no absolute okays in this world. There is right and wrong. And sometimes it's hard for people to hear that something
like
is
gay,
wrong.
like gay marriage, for instance.
Smoke people.
That's right. That or any other thing that brings them pleasure and they're enjoying it, they don't want to hear that maybe that's not the road to go down.
Another dumbass faked the Starbucks writing loser on the cup. Then that location was getting threatened and harassed until CCTV proved it was a hoax. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Karen has a meltdown in a Starbucks because barista forgot to call out Charlie Kirk's name.
So you didn't call his name out? You didn't call the name out?
Do you want me to?
Yeah,
She's recording right now.
I am. Yep.
Charlie.
Why can't you say his last name?
What is happening? Why are you being like that to her?
Why are you being like, why are you being like this?
I can't tell you what I personally feel should be done to some people that behave like this. I just can't. I can't say it. The tension is too high. But I think like it would be best if they didn't forget to take their medically prescribed lithium, okay? Wait for the face reveal.
Well, okay, why are you being like that to me? I'm not.
Like, absolutely nothing has happened here that is wrong or fucked up. No grievance whatsoever, right? Like, there's nothing worthy of grievance. Also, yes, spiritually, Israeli is right. Okay? That's what this is. Just like the false assumption that you are ordained by a higher power to be as annoying as you want to, wanting to fucking occupy other people's space and enforcing them to do your bidding. And even when they actually do, because they don't fully understand what's going on, obviously this is like, you know, they're in the service sector, so they're trying to do their very best to respond to your wishes, right? Turn around and still make a big show of it. Turn around and make a big show of it. Lose your fucking mind over nothing.
I actually am making a point, a big point.
Recording her, setting her up for failure.
I actually wrote a very good post prior to this.
Crazy, ma'am.
It's not. I wrote a very good post.
I wrote a very good post prior to this. Oh no.
Prior to this. I wrote a really good post. I was really hoping you were going to make the right choice. It's not politics. A man spoke up for what he believes in, and he got shot in the neck over it. And you couldn't stand there and call my name out, my name, but you called his name out. But you called his name out, couldn't call his name out. Called his name out, but couldn't call his name out. No, actually, I was setting him up for success because I wrote a really good report. Excuse me?
Oh my God, of course she has her animal inside. I'm sorry. I'm not one of these people when I bring Kaya everywhere, okay?
It is Charlie Kirk. It's the point. You guys came in after me. The place was completely empty.
Dude, how fucking pathetic of a life do you have to lead for this to be your bold political move? Just like making ridiculous demands of 9-to-5ers that are just trying to fucking make ends meet and pay off their student loan debt and pay their goddamn landlord 50% of their salary instantly. This is what it is. Conservatives are fucking cringe. They're gross. They're fucking losers. And it's because they're annoying. And this is why they cannot reach the level of popularity that they think they deserve. Because they're fucking unbearable. But because they can't change culture to reflect their reality, because they're operating under the false notion that, like, if everything looks like a Daily Wire production, then there will be other unhinged fascist fucking losers all around, and you will become popular. They just can't cope with the reality that they're just not popular. Like, their opinions are not going to ever reach mainstream popularity, no matter how hard they fucking try it. So they have to have a mechanism of enforcement. And shame is the tool that they try to utilize, even though they are utterly devoid of shame themselves. I hate every part of this video so much. Every part of this video. You are such a fucking monstrous loser, man, to mistreat regular ass service workers like this with this insane level of entitlement. Like, that person didn't even do anything. They didn't go like, oh, fuck you. Right? She's literally fucking terrified because she's being filmed. She's like, oh, God, I'm about to get death threats. That's what this is, by the way. That's what happens in the aftermath of this kind of activity. You're just like unleashing an unimaginable torrent of death threats towards people who do not deserve it at all, who have done nothing wrong. This is the type of stuff that makes me hate America, man. I hate people like this. I know that this doesn't represent a large majority of the population. I know that. God damn, dude.
And you're making a scene. You didn't have to make a scene. It's a name. It's a policy that your company upholds. They came in after me. It was complete.
Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. You are filth, okay? You are a filthy person. You have nothing. You literally have nothing. You have nothing in your life. Oh my God. She is 5 seconds removed from fucking blowing her brains out. And this is the last hope that she has for human interaction, to lord over service industry workers. Oh my fucking God.
Completely empty when I came in. That woman right there was the only person in here. I actually wrote you guys a really good review prior to getting this, saying what upstanding it was, how wonderful it was, hoping she would stand there and say my name. Charlie, just Charlie would have been fine.
This is why none of your immediate family talk to you, okay? If you are like this person, if you believe the same shit that this person believes, if you behave like this is why nobody wants to talk to you. That's why you're alone. That's why you're lonely. Okay? God damn Republicans, man. They are so fucking annoying. An entire movement designed around, why won't people like me? Why won't people like me? She literally did say the name, by the way. She just didn't say Charlie Kirk. She said Charlie. I think she did say Charlie Kirk too, but like it wasn't sufficient for her. It doesn't matter. It's all a performance.
She said his name, so I was saying, okay, maybe it's just going to be Charlie. And I was thinking she'll say just Charlie.
This is what happens when your ideological movement is utterly devoid of any sort of serious goals. Like on the Nazi side, on the extremist side of the reactionary movement, they do have some goals. They want to like make America white, right? It's a horrifying vision. It's violent. It's morally repugnant. But there is a goal there. For these guys, I don't think they mind as much if America became a white country, for sure. Like, but they're not championing that cause as much. So they have nothing. They're rudderless. It's all just like whatever the television told them is a cultural grievance that they have to be on board with. Because like the government is run by these fucking buffoons right now. Your guys are in charge. You have broken your brain into believing that you have some sort of popular mandate. Okay? Obviously, said popular mandate does not exist in the real world. So when you meet people, when you encounter people in the fucking real world, you're like, why don't they like me? I thought people would turn around and say, you were right all along now that Donald Trump is president. No, of course it's not going to happen. You're a fucking loser. You are a goddamn loser. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes your fucking worldview. And your political expression, your political demonstration is so repugnant, so off-putting to like average onlookers that I could totally see another guy who's like, listen, I'm a Republican, but you need to shut the fuck up, even in this process. It's just so stupid. Everything is done at the point of commodity consumption. Capitalism has bricked our fucking brains, dude. What you consume is the only cultural signifier that you can present to others. And you have to be just like this rapacious nuisance to everyone around you until they submit to your will. And it's not enough. It's not enough that they submit to your will as these service sector workers did. They have to literally like sing your praises. Like they have to say, oh my God, thank you so much for doing this bold move. Thank you. I've actually changed my entire worldview now. I was non-binary moments before you came into the coffee shop and demanded a Charlie Kirk latte or whatever the fuck. Now, I think that's the devil's work. Thank you for opening up my eyes to the reality. I certainly don't think you are a fucking loser. There's a part 2 where the police show up. Oh my God, that's her fucking face. Of course, dude.
And I was rooting for her to just say Charlie, and what did she do? She brought me my drink. Why'd she say his name? Twice. Not once, but twice.
This is why my policy is we need to find a technology that makes it so that you guys that work in the service sector can just click a button just like I do and just like banish someone from the store. Okay? Think about how much more enjoyable and tolerable your job would be if you could just go click and then they can't even open their mouths. They're like fucking in the Matrix, and they do that to Keanu Reeves. You could just shake them.
No, it's not. It's bad policy. It's bad. And she said she doesn't believe in politics, but yet you're willing to do this. And I wrote you guys such a good review in advance.
I wrote you guys such a good review. Like, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here.
It's not though. See, and that's the problem.
They should just tell her to get the fuck
and
out of the store,
please. And now I'm gonna have to go back. I'm actually gonna post the good review that I wrote first. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to add this video to it to show that I wrote the good review first. I'm going to leave the good review and I'm going to post this video to show.
That'll show everybody. It will. It will show everybody something. It'll show everybody what a fucking asshole you are, dumbass. Who the fuck would watch this video? I think even other conservatives would watch this video and feel a sense of deep shame. Because, like, drop the politics for a moment. I know that's a galvanizing factor here. That's perhaps the only factor that keeps this thing even remotely relevant in the eyes of conservatives that are desperately seeking out another sense of victimhood, right? But drop the politics from this for a moment. You're just fucking annoying. Baba ne yapıyorsun ya? Ne olur kapıları aç. Birazdan başlayacak yine fire alarm. Kapıyı aç. Kapıları ve camları aç lütfen. Her yer koktu. My dad is whipping up. He's just chefing in there. And it is going crazy. Bro, get her face off your stream.
What an ass she made of herself and how you came out and you did this. Because this is, wow. I didn't talk to her. I'm actually talking to you. It's called freedom of speech. This is what Charlie...
It's called freedom of speech. It means I can be a fucking nuisance. I can be a public nuisance. I can be just as annoying as I want to be. That's right. And you have to sit there and you have to gaze at me and you have to listen to what I have to say. It's like, no, man, no, that's not how this works.
Kirk died for. I am a paying customer, and I have not done anything. I am just sitting here. You're going to ask me to leave because you're going to call the authorities? Are you serious?
Oh,
wow.
Hell yeah.
You're going to call the authorities because
Bro, I'm telling you, man, I'm just like, just imagine for a brief moment, she has the power to just click a button and she has to be deported out of the Starbucks. Okay? Think about how swell things could be. Just banned, eject, banished into the fucking shadow realm. Oh my Lord. These people are braver than the fucking Marine Corps, okay? Straight up. These people that have to put up with these fucking hogs and hogalinas are doing something that is infinitely more difficult, 1,000,000 times more difficult than the entirety of the fucking Marine Corps, okay? Jesus Christ. And you just sit there and fucking eat it too. Holy
somebody
moly.
to say a name. I'm disturbing what? I'm disturbing who? This is the person who made the scene. Okay, I'll go ahead and leave the video too. I didn't make a scene. I asked him to say a name. That's not making a scene.
To an extent of when Felix said everyone just wants to sell t-shirts now, Amerifast want to be the main character at all times. It's the worst shit ever. Suburb whites especially have zero actual adversity and love to lean into this made up bullshit. This is why they get scared of witches and demons too. Burger brain is so terrible they could never feel shame. The other side of the story is also a lack of labor laws here. Because like Americans, when they travel to like France or something, are shocked. They leave in utter horror when they go to the average restaurant and the waiter is basically spitting on them, right? For not immediately being an obedient little dog, because that's what they're used to. They're like, why aren't you servile to me, slave? Right? And the waiter maybe shows up, maybe doesn't show up because they have more fucking labor power, because their life is not dependent on the tips that they're going to get. Their wages are not dependent on their performance. That's what we need in this fucking country. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if it makes the service substandard, okay? I don't care. I don't want people to be put in this fucking position. It's disgusting. The only people that actually work a working class job, that are class traders, of course, that should be able to demonstrate this level of restraint are cops, okay? You should be able to operate like this around a cop, and a cop should have to take it, because the amount of power that they have at their disposal and the lack of accountability is so severe that they have to get this level of treatment and also behave in this exact same way, because they're fucking public servants. Okay? Not only are they public servants, but they're also public servants that have the power to literally take away your freedom. And they do not treat that with the same level of responsibility that the job requires. Service sector employees, on the other hand, should have the same freedoms that cops do. Okay? I think it's all distorted. It's the complete opposite. Service sector employees should be able to behave like cops to people that operate like this. Strike the fucking fear of God into these dipshits.
I'm still not making a scene.
That's my advocacy. Arm the servers, disarm the police.
Exactly what Charlie Kirk died for. This is what you all need to understand. It is called freedom of speech.
I can't, dude, listen. I did not know at first that she was going to have this piercing, but like this is now the modern conservative, okay? Yes, the face reveal is so fantastic. Look at that hair. Oh my Lord. Just so fucking annoying. So goddamn annoying, unfucking bearable.
It is getting shut down in America, and this young lady over here.
Oh, and she's got the fucking dreads in the back. White lady with the dreads, of course. Of course she got the fucking dreads in the back. Oh my Lord, holy fucking moly.
Here wanted to point out that freedom of speech is what is getting shut down. She is saying she's pre-recording like it's a big thing. This is a public space, and we are not allowed to publicly record in a public space. People are allowed to.
When the fuck did they appropriate the liberal drip? Liberalism is monoculture. This is why. I mean, she's behaving like a liberal here as well. Remember, it's her own personal freedoms. She's talking about her own personal freedom to be a fucking asshole. Okay? That's what this is all about. Wow, this is why freedom of speech is being taken away. It's like, dude, oh my God, you are such a little fucking tyrant. A petty tyrant.
Do their work. They're allowed to have their workspaces. They're allowed to have their laptops open, and they're allowed to publicly broadcast, and they're allowed to do all these kinds of things. Here in Starbucks is a public place, but they are not.
Yeah, again, they think this is the town square because, once again, no third spaces, no sense of community. And obviously, the only place you can go to that resembles what you would consider a town square in the like a communal area is a fucking Starbucks. I don't care that it's not like it's a private business or whatever. I'm just trying to explain to you why she thinks that. Okay, she thinks this is the fucking public square. And for the record, if this was the public square, they'd be pelting her, okay, with tomatoes and rotten fruit and vegetables. In the medieval times, if she behaved like this, that's what the other people would be doing. They'd be flogging her, okay? Ugh.
Allowed to ask for their name.
This
to be
is not, dude,
out.
I'm telling you, if a fucking liberal behaved this way, like, if a liberal was doing the same shit, I'd be grossed out just the same. This is just like, this is beyond politics, okay? This is beyond politics. This is just like a repulsive individual. Now, of course, many of them happen to be conservative because, like, there's no real adversity going on there. They run everything, they own everything, they dominate everything, but they still have to have like some sense of grievance that needs to be addressed at any given moment. But god damn, dude, it is so fucking petty.
So now at this point,
imagine living your life like this, man. That is nuts.
The juncture.
What the fuck is on her neck? I think it's one of those like holistic medicine ass shits that what's his face was selling, the NBA player from the Celtics. It's either like a neck fan. Someone said it's premenopausal neck fan. Could be. I thought it was like their headphones. Wait, are they? They could be headphones.
have to stop the video and I'm going to have to go on live. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. So we're going to go on live. So stay tuned.
Oh, she's so excited. She's like, we're going live.
Well, let's bring this to Facebook's attention because I just made a post. It was that good post I just made about
Bro, Eddington was a documentary, man. Eddington was a fucking documentary. Hold on, I got to piss.
the Cave Falls being a good thing and everything. As you can see, I'm not making a scene. Didn't make a scene. I haven't made a scene. This lovely lady over here is in a public space. She's the one who made the scene. I'll post the video in a little bit so y'all can get caught up to speed. I haven't even gotten a chance to drink my drink yet or put my straw in my drink because I have not even been here that long. To catch y'all up to speed, it's the whole Charlie Kirk thing, go order your Mint Majesty thing, and I thought, really genuinely thought, that, you know, I was going to get my drink sent out and it was going to be a Charlie, not a Charlie Kirk thing, and, you know, we're all allowed to sit here and do our work, and as long as we're not bothering anybody, we're allowed to be at the tables, and I wasn't bothering anybody. I asked them to just say the name, and so, you know, they're getting all political and this and that, and I'm not bothering anybody. I'm literally at my own table. I'm speaking quietly, as you can all hear. I'm just staying to myself. This person decides to interject herself into the conversation that I'm having with the employee. And so because she interjects herself, and she's going to quietly leave now because, you know, she doesn't want to be a part of the problem, even though she already interjected herself and made herself a part of the problem. She's going to go ahead and leave now. So she's not here when the cops are here because she doesn't want to be a part of the problem because she's going to be asked to leave also. That's what's going to happen, just so you're all aware of what happens when the cops arrive. Because now the manager has called the police, and I'm supposedly making the scene, even though I didn't make the scene. I'm just sitting here and I'm doing my thing. So the manager is asserting her authority and she wants to do her thing. You know what, while I'm here, let's go ahead and just test this whole Mint Majesty thing because I'm not doing anything wrong. Charlie Kirk literally died for speaking his voice. And I can't believe this is even happening. This young lady thinks, this young lady, the manager, that's the manager right there. That's the manager. So she thinks freedom of speech is a bad thing, I guess. I don't know, but it's not. It's not. All I want to do is only say Charlie Kirk's name. That's it. Just Charlie Kirk. That's all I want. It's actually a wonderful drink. Y'all should try it. So I come in. There was one lady down at the end. That's it. It was just me and her. I wasn't trying to make a scene. I just wanted the Majesty's drink. I made this wonderful post. I thought it was going to be good. A couple came in, they ordered their food, and the person ordered our...
That's the biggest... By the way, this is the RFK voter that says Maha while sipping on her fucking diabetes slop. Okay? She went from freedom fighter to victim in the turn of a coat. Part 3, there's 3 fucking parts to this. Of course she's driving and live streaming. I just can't, I don't know. What a fucking petty tyrant, dude. What a petty tyrant. The male equivalent of Starbucks Karens. What is this? The number of men, especially conservative men, who post angry videos from driver's seats in their cars speaks at once to the crises over public transit, male loneliness, and a lack of third spaces. Could probably throw in a few other very contemporary problems. I mean, the very fact that she posted this. This is just the 2025 version of this lady.
So you know what Jen says to me? You know what this goddamn Jen says to me? I can give you some coupons and put these in your bag. And I said, Jen,
Is she Canadian? This is Canadian. This is a Canadian diva. The way she said bag, immediately clocked it. This is ableist. She has bipolar disorder. Man. She's from the Shire, Wisconsin. Oh, they're basically Canadian. Part 4? Are you fucking kidding me? There's 4 different parts? Wait, why is she crying? Okay, I'm jumping. I don't want to hear her complain more. Why is she crying now? That poor dog.
I'm tired of everybody fighting. And I wish people would see that America is beautiful, America is free.
Yo, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Wait, why did she fucking start crying? What? I want to know where she starts crying.
Of just wanting to support someone. I don't make money off of that. Starbucks makes money off of that. That girl gains nothing except to be an asshole.
She started.
What does she get?
Bro, she got herself whipped up into a frenzy. So much so that she started crying. I just want everybody to understand that, like, when the administration is doing dumb shit and you're like, why are they doing this? Like, it's for her. Okay? This admin cares about her wishes, no matter how schizophrenic they might be, than any number of different economic priorities that you have, that you want addressed. Okay? When you're like, why the fuck is the administration making a government mandate on like Steak and Shake serving fucking beef tallow fries? It's like, that's the reason. That's why. This is the reason why Cracker Barrel is like peak discourse for a fucking week. I don't even know how to solve this problem. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I mean, maybe just like a tall glass of shut the fuck up juice. I don't know. Just somebody needs to be like, dude, shut up. What are you doing? Or maybe it's just like no one, or maybe people did say that already, and that's why she's just stuck in the burbs with her dog, and that's it. There's nothing left for her. She's just all alone in this big, scary world. All of the fucking people that were in her life just passed her by.
Except to show that she can won the man. What?
I just don't. You're saying shock collar, but honestly, no. I think like hobby. Like the immediate solution is hobby. Hobby now. Go take up pottery or something. Bro, please show the cops kicking her out. Wait, what? The cops did kick her out? But they still let her film? Because this one starts in the car. Where are the cops?
But yeah, it's not going to be like a written report.
Okay. I need
it would
to-
only be a written report if you come back, and if you come back, then you have to go to jail.
Oh, I would. I'm not ever. Like I said, it's.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Oh, we found it. Is it wrong the way I knew she was crazy the minute I saw the white woman with the dreads?
Name, but I don't have to give you my ID.
Okay, what's your name and date of birth?
It is Billy Gwen Gates, and it is 3/2 of 82. And I don't want to come back here. Starbucks is a corporate bullshit company, and she's
It's Billy?
Billy Gwen Gates.
How do you spell Billy?
BILLY hyphen GWEN, and my last name is Gates, GATES.
And what's your date of birth?
3/2 of 82.
And like on your driver's license, Billy Gwen is the full.
It is my full first name, yes ma'am.
2869 records check on name and date of birth.
Girl to boycott. Well, she's boycotting Starbucks now because it's corporate bullshit. How much you want to bet she's gonna go and harass another Starbucks? Luckily, there's like multiple. I thought her name was Charlie Kirk, lol. Yeah. Well, you thought wrong. What if she got arrested because they're like, ma'am, it's illegal to present an alternative name as Starbuck as opposed to your government name. You're going to jail now. You lied about your name, ma'am. Wait, you fucking found her? Y'all are fucking nutty, dude. Okay, let's chill. Wait, she's pro-China. And she believes in the rapture. Oh my God. Not only is she pro-China, weirdly enough, but she also is a believer in the rapture, but not happening yet. Remember that video that we watched? Remember that video that we watched of the dude who was like, the rapture is definitely going to happen. It's just not going to happen soon. This is why I always say the median voter is impossible to decipher, okay? The median voter is impossible to comprehend. Oh, God. New type of person unlocked? No, this is not a new type of person. This is an old type of person. This is how Americans operate, dude. You need to comprehend something. Americans are like this.
And as you can see, they're running my name just like I said they're going to do.
First note, Billy, Boy, Ida, Lincoln, Yellow, hyphen, Glenn. Date of birth, 3/2/82.
Was literally just trying to show support for somebody I believe in. And I just wanted them to say the name, which their policy states they have to do. And
Yeah, I don't work here, so I don't know.
I understand. And I did not even raise my voice or anything. I just asked her to say the
I was
name.
just being so fucking annoying that they had no other choice but to call the cops on me. I was such a bad vibes bringer to this Starbucks that you were called here. And you probably also noticed how bad my fucking vibes were, that you kind of understand where the store clerks were coming from.
My
Are you
Like, this is not politics, man. This is just being annoying. And it sucks that this is modern conservatism. Modern conservatism is just this, okay? Being fucking annoying. Being a bad person. Being fucking annoying. That is what modern conservatism has been reduced to. In the absence of any sort of like discernible policy goals that you might have, you win everything and you're still aggrieved. You still have grievances that must be addressed. This is the good post, by the way. Well, guess not. The vid is the truth. I wrote the review in advance thinking it was going to be an amazing thing, but nope. I got 86 from all Starbucks in Klamath for this. She cannot do this, and it will be reversed. This is what I wrote thinking the vid was going to be a nice video of her saying Charlie's name, but nope. Way to go, Klamath Falls Starbucks by Walmart. I ordered my Mint Majesty with 2 honeys for Charlie Kirk today with 0 pushback. Way to go. I must say, I was nervous, but I really wanted to try the drink, and I really wanted to do it for Charlie. So thank you for not making it weird or harder than it needed to be. I appreciate you guys so much for being professional and just letting me try his drink in honor of him. This really meant a lot to me, and you guys made it possible for me. Thank you. Way to go. Getting 86 from Chuck E. Cheese because the animatronics did not salute Charlie Kirk. Hoggo. Klamath County has fallen to the woke mind virus. hell yeah. Fucking hell yeah. Dude, you really, man, life is so tough for you. Everyone's out to get you. Even the cop. I bet that cop was woke. You know? She's here to protect and serve. And yet at this very moment, she was not serving nor protecting me. It's Klamath-Tucky for where I'm from. How do you fix the whiteness? Bro, this is just mental illness. This is a weaponization of mental illness, okay, which is at the heart of every American, okay? The level of self-entitlement, the level of self-aggrandizing, just the notion that like all of your immediate needs must be met by the servile service sector. Like, it's just weakness in display. Weakness being presented as a fucking strength. Main character syndrome. No, it's Clamabama. I was born in Klamath Falls. It's a shithole, Lamau. Conservative in a blue state theory holds up again. Klamath Falls is a beautiful area full of horrible people. I just don't get it, man. I don't understand. Like, how do you behave like this? It doesn't make any sense. Stop making it an individual issue. Make it clear that it's hegemonic. Stop upholding this hegemony. It's systemic. You say it's individual, it's hegemonic. No, I didn't say it's up to the individual. I said it is a byproduct of individualism, dummy. Okay, this is the problem with hyper-individualism baked in the fucking minds of every goddamn American who's like, me, me, me, me, me, me, me. That's it. Oh, God. Say it. Hegemony. Oh, I can't. I don't want to watch this anymore. What is this? We've seen previous terminated creators start new channels. To clarify, our pilot program terminations is not yet open. Our community guidelines for previously terminated users to use, possess, or create other channels will terminate new channels from previously terminated users in accordance with these guidelines. You're liars. Why'd you ban Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes? I don't watch neither of them, but I would sure as hell like to be able to if they say something that might interest me, or I simply want to learn what their bases are thinking. They banned them because ban evasion has been against the rules since 2009. Unlike Keemstar and other locales, people actually remember their original bans. Oh, spare me. In a world where Hassan and Destiny tell their viewers the nastiest calls to violence justified by the worst misinformation and lies on the planet, Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes are angels compared to those two, and certainly don't deserve any bans. Techie, Dad of 3, Model Y perf owner, pro-human environmentalist. Ugh.
We ask that you would direct your paths, guide them to where you need them to be, and make a way.
There are a lot of vigils on this trip, but it's maybe in the smaller scale that you get a better sense of how Kirk's activism penetrated quite so far and what effect it might continue to have.
Charlie Kirk has become really a martyr, not just for Americans, but I think that for these nationalist movements across the world.
Speak to some people and they'll say Charlie Kirk, was hateful. What he said made people feel uncomfortable and scared, especially when it comes to specific issues like gay marriage or Islam, things like that. Do you think that's fair?
So the Bible says that we're to share the truth, and
just say it. Just say it. Just say it. Just say it. Just say what you think. This is the other side of the story that I cannot fucking stand, okay? oh, well, the Bible told me that I have to be this way. Just fucking be like, no, I'm a hateful person, okay? I don't fuck with trans people. Just be honest. I hate this like Bible thumping bullshit too. It's like, oh, it's just like I wouldn't be that way, but it's just the Bible taught me to be that way. It's like, dude, don't fucking do that. There are plenty of people who love the Bible and are Christian and don't have this opinion, okay? You have this opinion because it's your opinion. God, it's like they think it's a cheat code. Like everyone around them are going to be like, oh my God, the Bible said so. Well, I guess it's all right then. Oh, the Bible told you can fucking harass Starbucks baristas? Well, you know, I guess I can't do nothing about it then. My bad. Fuck. Like, who is this for? Especially in 2025. Like, this is not, I'm sure even in the fucking medieval ages, people are like, is that what the Bible told you? I don't think so. And that's not what I got when the priest was reading it to us, because, you know, we can't read it ourselves, obviously. But, you know, I didn't get that message from the priest. What are you talking about? What the fuck, dude? Oh, the Bible told me. Bible told me to hate thy neighbor.
The Bible also says that do not be surprised when the world hates you. When you do take a Christian foundation of Western civilization and that's shipped around the world, and Islam, which is basically antithetical to that in numerous ways, and then also, besides Islam, you know, the gay marriage aspect of it, we believe that, according to Christian values, that marriage is between one man, one woman, and that's natural and right and given to us by God.
One of the quotes has come up around...
Yeah, the Bible told me to be Islamophobic. You see, that's not... That by the way... That, by the way, is a admission, okay? The omission is an admission. An admission that, like, you kind of recognize that those positions are unsustainable in general society in 2025. So you just have to kind of, like, masquerade it as, like, something that the fucking holy book taught you. Because, like, if you thought that this was the popular opinion, you would just say it. You'd be like, what do you mean? Of course I hate trans people. Everybody hates fucking trans people. They should all go to jail. Like, what? That's what you would say. But even they recognize that, like, it's kind of fucked up. They secretly are like, maybe it's not the best idea, but I think if I just say the correct words, the Bible taught me, then I can dupe some other fuckers from, yelling at me over it.
Charlie Kirk is when he said, you know, Biden should be tried and or executed. And he's saying that in a judicial
setting. You notice how none of this is politics, by the way? I just want to keep repeating this over and over again. It's just basic empathy. And it feels like Republicans have decided that basic empathy is a political proposition. And if you demonstrate basic empathy and you don't immediately assume that, like, something you don't personally understand, just a way of life or a different religious book that someone abides by is automatically scary and needs to be purged, needs to be destroyed, needs to be excised. Like, that's just being a normal good person, right? That's being a normal good person. And yet, for some fucking weird reason, that's a political message. Okay? It's become a political message. I don't think this was what liberalism was about or this was what Democrats believed initially, but it's become that now because one side is just constantly demonstrating how big of a piece of shit they are and then masquerading it as a political position. Also, my guest this year.
But it's not a million miles away from that, you know, calling for the potential execution of a president. I'm sure he would defend that as free speech.
That is a good observation, and so I would actually defend that as free speech because we do believe that Biden's a traitor to our country, and I know that people on the left think that Trump's Hitler. So I really think that both you and I are in a conundrum here, that both people view each other as evil to a degree, I guess.
Do you think the other side is evil?
I think that when we're saying the other side, I think that the left embraces ideology that's antithetical to morality. I think that the left embraces evil. I would agree if someone wanted to say that this is going to be amplified because Charlie Kirk was best friends.
Going great. Make sure you don't show your phone to. Oh yeah.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest in the building.
Whoops.
Everyone's favorite. The one half of the I've Had It ladies from the I've Had It podcast, Jennifer Wells, in the building. We're having her on as a very special guest for the Fear Am podcast today. And I told her that it would be nice if she came earlier so we can have her on the stream. We're currently watching a Charlie Kirk and the Surge in Christian Nationalism. It's one of my favorite things is to watch like British people basically treat Americans like animals in the Serengeti.
Yeah.
Like they're doing like an anthropological study on how fucked up America is in general from afar.
Yeah.
And yeah, this guy's just going around the country talking to people. And this person that has a Jesus is King t-shirt was just talking about how, the Bible taught him to hate Islam and gay people. And I was talking about how annoyed I am that people just like can't openly admit their hateful opinions, and they have to like masquerade it. They have to hide it under like what the Bible taught. You just say it with your chest,
Well, I live around these people.
Yeah, oh yeah,
And
I know.
so, I was raised by atheists in Oklahoma City. And so my whole entire childhood is fighting with these people. And these people tell me I'm going to hell, that my parents are going to hell. But it's fascinating when you have a European viewpoint on Bible Belt politics, because it's crazy and it's Iron Age and it's regressive. And what's so terrifying for me, Hassan, is what I lived around. The federal government, I thought, would always kind of protect. And now it's mainstream. I love her. I think her collar's too tight.
It's here we can.
You have to be able to get 2 fingers, and I couldn't even get one. I think you're choking her.
She's like, it's 'cause she has a lot of neck meat. That's what it is.
She loves me, but no, I let's watch him.
The other thing that I wanted to say, and you're absolutely correct, is that like empathy, like basic empathy. And not just like automatically demonstrating cruelty to like something that you don't understand. I feel like that was not a political concept. But now, because that's become like the guiding principle of republicanism in modern day, that it's almost made it into a version of like what people ascribe to like liberal values and liberal politics.
Well, yeah, now the right is making a concerted effort to brand empathy as a toxic trait.
Yeah.
Because they have
Charlie Kirk did it too.
Yeah, they have a big problem because we just had on the podcast, it'll come out next week, John Fugelsang. Do you know him?
Mm-hmm.
He's like a comedian, and he wrote a book called Separation of Church and Hate. And he's religious, I'm not, but he talks about how Jesus, the central character of the Bible, was just this radical empath, to every extent. And the people that I live around that are evangelicals in Oklahoma City, they do not have empathy, only until it affects them personally. They're completely void of empathy.
And that's not even, I guess that's not even empathy in that situation, right? It's just like self-preservation. The only thing that they care about is like, they're just selfish. It's a very selfish way to operate. She's going to try and get on your lap, even though she's a monster. So
she's a good girl.
You're going to get hair all over your jacket.
That's all right.
Race is ideology that's antithetical to morality. I think that the left embraces evil. I would agree if someone wanted to say that this is going to be amplified because Charlie Kirk was best friends with Donald Trump. I do think that there's going to be extra fuel, so to speak, because it's so close to home, to them acting out these views of not unifying because they think we're past that point.
So how does that play out long term? If there is no unity and you don't want to call for unity, you keep fighting the fight
Pause it real quick. These people are primed to fight spiritual warfare from a very young age. Like they're primed, and they think, I remember when I was in junior high school, these girls that I was on a cheerleading squad with literally thought that there were demons in the room with them and angels in the room with them, and they believed it. They were terrified all the time. So when you get to this and you've been primed to believe in this spiritual warfare, and then you get to this, they're so primed to think left versus right, a very black and white worldview.
Did you watch Left Behind? The
Yes.
Kirk Cameron movie?
Yes.
We watched it. It's awesome. I love that. I learned so much about like American conservatism from just that work alone that I never could have fully comprehended. I only dove into that because of all the rapture stuff, like on Rapture Talk, the people thinking that like they're gonna get raptured and become clothes. But the thing that I wanted to present to you is the maximalist position on that. Megyn Kelly doing an entire 7-minute sequence on witches. Have you seen this?
It's so good.
It's like first of all, there's so many different things that I want to say about that. Like, but it is shocking to me that someone would like sincerely be like, they hexed Charlie Kirk, like saying that that's real. That's like witches are real, hexes are real, and the curse actually worked. But the part that I thought was really interesting was like, she was basically admitting that like the power of Christian prayer failed. That like witches won. But that's what it is.
Right.
She's like, well, they tried. They brought in a Catholic priest, which I thought was interesting because Charlie Kirk is evangelical Protestant.
But have you seen the rumors? I've been spending some time on watching right-wing commentators melt down over the Charlie Kirk murder. And you have some of them that think it's Israel. You have some of them think that Erica Kirk is involved in it and it was CPAC.
Yeah.
There's all of this fracturing that goes on in it. But
yeah, I'm taking a let him fight position on it.
Totally.
It's awesome.
Totally. No, the thing about like Megyn Kelly and then what's her name? Candace Owens, you'll listen to them for about 45 seconds. And then I was listening to Candace Owens try to make this case. I was like, okay. And then all of a sudden she links in Bridget McCrone out of nowhere. I mean, out of nowhere, she's all of a sudden talking about Bridget McCrone. And then if you look at the comments, I think that what the country's having a hard time reconciling is this world, like streaming. Like I had to call my son after it happened, and I'm like, what is a groyper? What is a cat boy? He had to explain all of it to me.
Is all of those things.
Right. Because that's kind of the rabbit hole that I went down with it.
Yeah.
That this guy's MAGA, steeped in gun culture. And then the fact that if he had a trans boyfriend, to me, that makes it, or girlfriend, that makes it even more that he's MAGA. Like he had this secret
Groypers
life.
do have like that dual life, I guess. But I don't even think that there was enough evidence that he was a groyper. But what I do know is that clearly up until this moment, there's not enough evidence to pin him back to the radical left, because I feel like they would have been parading that around 100%. By now. Like
Here's the thing. I don't trust anything coming out of that FBI. Anything. I don't trust, like when I saw the bullet the other day that said anti-ICE, I'm just, in my mind, I envisioned Kash Patel writing that on there and then taking a photograph of it and putting it out. I just don't trust anything because the narratives are immediately fitting what the administration wants.
Yeah. And also in a very dumb way. Like that's like Kash Patel wrote that like really quickly. Right. Like, and he couldn't come up with like something better as
fuck
a message.
ICE.
Yeah, he couldn't even say fuck ICE. He was like, gotta write something anti-ICE, anti-ICE. Oh, okay, we got it.
I
nailed it.
I don't think it's hyperbolic to think that we can't trust the information coming out of this administration.
I can't trust anything Kash Patel says.
No.
Kash Patel could be telling me something that I want to hear, and I still will be like, I don't know if I agree with that. It's like Israel and Kash Patel have no credibility in my eyes.
I agree.
They just, if I hear even something I want to hear from either of these parties, I'd be like, I don't know if maybe I should reconsider. Maybe I should reconsider everything.
But all of this Christian stuff is so terrifying to me because I grew up around people that really believe in this very simple spiritual warfare world. They think that it is very real, heaven, earth, good, bad. And if you think about Donald Trump, he's an evangelical preacher. He looks like an evangelical preacher. He grifts like an evangelical preacher. He talks like an evangelical preacher.
The only thing
he
is
fucks
he doesn't
around
know
like an evangelical
scripture.
preacher.
He just doesn't have any command over that.
Right.
But it doesn't matter.
No.
Because as long as he is calculating the petty grievances of like the average American that's in his base of support, and he's just like really hitting those notes. Clearly, that's all that matters for a lot of these people. But I think this kind of stuff is not really working in their favor right now, because his approval rating has been low,
right?
But it was basically stuck. And only after the Charlie Kirk shooting did it actually go down. And it made me feel like the way he has behaved, because a lot of Americans, like, they abhor any sort of violence that's like, especially political violence, right? And instead of like maybe using this as an opportunity to lower the temperature, the fact that he just immediately went, it's the Antifa, it's the radical left, we got to do something about it. And also, fuck Jimmy Kimmel, we're going to fire him. That I think pissed people off. And even like lowered the approval rating from his base as well, to a certain degree.
And I think the way they rolled out the funeral was a huge misfire on their part, because you have the base that is in the cult that is all in on this Christian nationalism. And then you have the what I call country club Republicans that are rich white people that make up a big part of the Republican base that are probably like Episcopalian or Methodist that look down on Christians like this. And I know a lot of people in Oklahoma City that are like Methodist or Episcopalian, like, oh, those Bible thumpers are the worst. Everybody saw the shooting. It's traumatizing to see that. So they could have rolled out the funeral in a different way, but they went full blown, tongue talking, hands waving, rattlesnake waving around, Christian nationalists. And I think that
with the pyrotechnics.
Totally. And I think that was a total misfire on their part, because that hits hard in the Bible Belt, but you start getting into blue states and they're kind of like, wait a minute. Oh shit. These people are fucking crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much, like, because I think those guys ultimately, like the diehard Republican voters, regardless of their like sense of superiority over like the white evangelical Protestants, still ultimately are held together by the same cultural grievance and resentment, like, you know, the destruction of the left or whatever, like, you know, liberal elites and liberal society, and also they like the tax cuts and stuff too, more than anything else, and deregulation. But I think like the reality of the matter is Charlie Kirk didn't have the motion that these guys presented him as having. And the more they just like badger you in the head with this, because it's very clear, like it wasn't like a period of mourning. Because what did they do? The first thing they did, we just watched a lady in Oregon go to a Starbucks and have like a panic attack meltdown because they gave her the Charlie Kirk drink and it said Charlie Kirk on it. And they actually even said Charlie Kirk, like when they were announcing it, but it wasn't sufficient for her. So she like lost her mind. She was like, why wouldn't you say this? Free speech is dying. Like, you're doing it. And it's like, when people see stuff like that, I think it has this backlash where people go, all right, dude, fucking calm down. You know what I mean? Look, fuck. Like,
I recently I play tennis every day, and I went to go play tennis the other day, and this guy was on the court next to me. I've known him forever. He's a total swinging dick, Trump supporter, Republican. And he goes, hey, Jennifer, look. And he picks up his coffee cup, and it has Charlie on it. And this guy's name is Cliff, and everybody calls him Cliffy, because he's the biggest pervert. And I'm standing at this kind of bougie tennis club, and I looked at him and I go, fuck you, Cliff. Charlie Kirk is the biggest fucking racist, misogynist piece of shit. I cannot believe you just showed me that. I cannot believe you're trotting around with that cup. And he goes, don't say that. Don't say that, Jennifer. I said, it's true. Do you know the shit that he says, Cliff? And Cliff's like, don't say that. And I'm like, Cliff, fuck you, Cliff. Don't ever show me that shit again. And here's the thing. You
should have been like, here, read out loud this Kirk quote.
Right.
You should just have that. You should just be like, here, just read it out loud. This is what he said. Do you think this is appropriate?
You know, here's the thing. I think a lot of them do.
Well, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, he is like a figurehead for a lot of that. In the same exact way that this guy is using the Bible. He doesn't want to say it personally, right? Because he knows that like in polite company that comes across as like kind of rude, maybe a little hateful. You don't know exactly what the room is going to respond to it. But they can use like a deified figure to be like, well, he was saying it for me.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what they've done with Trump too. Like, I remember when Trump first came about, I have some wealthy interior design clients, And these were like hardcore Republicans. They're like, oh God, no, we'd never vote for Trump in the primary. And then they would say after a couple glasses of wine, but he sure does say what everybody else is thinking.
Yeah.
And I remember when I heard them say that, I thought, oh, he's giving everybody permission to be upset about Obama, which brings me back to Megyn Kelly, where she just openly admitted that Obama broke them. Did you see that tweet where she...
I don't think I've seen that,
It's
but
a video.
I know that this
It's
like,
a video where she says...
I know that that's like a big cultural mover and shaker for a lot of people that they
But
were
she
like...
actually finally admitted it. She said, we haven't felt like ourselves since Obama won. And I thought, finally you admitted it.
Yeah.
That he broke you that much.
Oh, no, for sure. They could not... I guess they just could not deal with the fact that like a black man was running the country. That's what it is at its most at its most base. Like that is unironically the cultural grievance. I do think that like there was always going to be people like that, but I think like if at least if there was more amenities that were offered in the process, like if the 2008 economic recovery looked different. If the healthcare initiatives were more expansive and it wasn't just like another shitty patch-up job to offer subsidies to private healthcare, if those things happen, I think that there would have been more of a conciliatory tone,
right,
to the white supremacist attitudes that many Americans still have and just never let go of. But it's just, you know, it was bad on both ends for that reason. It was like the unrestricted racism for sure, but then also the economic uncertainty and anxieties that people had in the aftermath of the 8 years of Obama that led a lot of people that were in the margins to then go, let's just break the system.
Right.
And that happened again.
And
It
Obama,
literally-
he's spoken about that when he governed, he knew that he was a black man and that he would be judged through the lens if he went too big, if he went too bold. And I think the lesson that we learn from that as we move forward, that we are playing two different games. Look at how big and bold Trump is going right now. This dipshit moron. They don't give a fuck. And they're playing this game. And we're playing the game that, oh, we need to be tempered. And, you know, we're going to appoint Merrick Garland because it makes us feel good because Obama, he got dicked over by Mitch McConnell. We're playing integrity politics. And they're playing fuck you politics. And the Democrats still, like Hakeem Jeffries, Schumer, Booker, they're still playing integrity politics or just MAGA light politics. And so it's like, it's so depressing right now when we've had a bunch of these people on and, you know, I get kind of confrontational with them, but it just seems like they don't give a shit. Like they're still going to play this centrist thing and they just are so divorced from where the base is. And I'll tell you, the base is moving further to the left because I have a bunch of friends in Oklahoma that were always apolitical because it was too much to talk about. Now they're forced to talk about it because if their daughters get raped, there's a total abortion ban in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And so, I went after him. So now they're talking about politics a lot more and they've gotten super progressive, really progressive.
Yeah. And it does, I think, like force people to open their eyes to the reality because like when there are significant legal setbacks being presented that actually impact their lives, they're like, okay, well, now I do have to take action. Because otherwise they're just like so busy with their day-to-day existence, trying to make ends meet, trying to make sure that their children have a better future, whatever, right? That where a lot of Americans, I think, find themselves in the situation where they're like, neither party really represents my interests. I don't see anyone that is like a unique voice or presenting an alternative vision that I could agree with or offer me the things that I want.
Right.
And the Democrats certainly don't do that. So they just go, why do I care? You know, I'm in Oklahoma. It's going to go right wing anyway.
Yeah.
Might as well not fucking vote at all.
Yeah.
And that's what the big issue is. And that's what I was trying to tell every Democrat over and over again. You saw me at the DNC.
I did.
Anyone I could speak to, I was like, you guys are not seeing what these fucking dudes are doing. They keep talking about migrants as like rapists, drug dealer, criminals. They keep talking about doing mass deportations. Please address how violent that is going to look like. People will inevitably get mad at that if that happens in their neighborhoods.
Right.
Because there's no stability when you got masked, armed agents of the state coming out of unmarked vans and like kidnapping the dude that is the grocery store clerk.
Yeah.
That act doesn't make America more safe. That act doesn't make Americans feel more safe. As a matter of fact, it makes Americans feel less safe.
And then for the heartless Americans that, like the country club Republicans that I'm talking about, when it's their housekeeper or somebody that works for them, then all of a sudden they give a shit because they are using that type of labor to exploit.
Yeah.
And it's consistent, good labor that they're like, oh, well, I can have these people do it for a lot less. And so I know this woman who I thought was for sure Republican. I know she was. And her housekeeper and the housekeeper's son got deported. And I've never really hung out with this woman much. Our kids went to school together. And I got a text from her 2 weeks ago that said, I started listening to your podcast. Some people I love were deported. Thank you for fighting for these people. So there's a change that's happening even in deep red states. And what pisses me off is these fucking Democrats are not messaging that. They're not capitalizing on that.
They're nowhere to be found.
It's milquetoast, limp dick politics. It drives me crazy.
They all listen to fucking James Carville, who went on television a couple months ago and said, we're just not going to do anything. Everyone's going to get mad at the Republicans. And then, of course, we're the only other alternative, so they're going to vote for us. And that's unironically what their plan is. I cannot believe it. And there is no guarantee that is going to be a success this time around, especially because when you look at the polls, the Democrats are even less popular than Trump, because at least Trump has his base still. It's withering away, but he's like offering them cultural grievances that he fights for, right? Like, we're going to fire Jimmy Kimmel. There's enough dipshits in this country that go, hell yeah, Mr. President, that's great, right? It obviously invokes a lot of reaction to it as well. A lot of people get mad. They go, what the fuck? This is a First Amendment violation. We don't like this. But there is still a base that goes, we love the resentment politics that you're demonstrating. You're packing up our enemies.
Right.
Random Guatemalan people. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I voted for, is what they say on Twitter. Democrats don't have any base, and it's the exact same problem that caused them to lose the election in the first place, because they just push away their base of support, and they think that like people will just operate off of harm reduction politics. Mm-hmm. They'll just go, well, obviously Democrats are marginally better than the Republicans, might as well vote for them over the other guy. But that clearly doesn't get asses off seats to go out and vote, especially when voting already has pre-existing hurdles. It's you vote during a work day. You know what I mean? It's not compulsory. So it's just not happening.
No, I agree. And I think that what's happening is you have people like, I'm so mad at the Democratic Party right now, particularly Jeffries, Schumer, and Booker. I mean, others, but those three really get me the most. And then when Hakeem voted to honor Charlie Kirk, I just can't for the life of me understand how a black man honors a racist. I don't understand that. Furthermore, again, Hassan, we're playing two different games here. They would have never fucking voted for it ever if the roles were reversed.
Oh yeah.
And an influencer like
it
you,
was.
If an influencer like you, if God forbid something happened, and the Democrats, they would say, fuck no, we're not doing it. And the majority leader and the minority leader, whichever it was, would whip that party into shape, and it just wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And you have these people like this guy here, they cannot commit to anything. Jeff Duncan, I had him on, and they can't commit to anything. And I think that it leaves a vacuum where a uninformed voter, a low information voter, thinks when they hear Trump or they hear Ted Cruz or any of these other fucking horrible dipshits, they think that they have passion and they're authentic about something, and they see politicians like this is like, why can't you commit to something? Like at this stage in fascism, at this stage in America, why can't we commit to anything in an interview?
It's just, I'm telling you, I think it's because they're, I always go back and forth on this. I think like, is it sinister? Where they think as long as I can like keep my position, my role, it's fine if America turns fascist, because like, you know, I'll still make sure that my children get to go to the best schools.
Right.
And then they'll go and work for a corporation that's like lobbying me, right? Or is it actually stupid? Is it cynical or is it stupid? And the stupid part is like they genuinely think that this is good politics.
I
They're
think
just, like,
it's the latter.
I do think, yeah, when I talk to politicians, I realize, oh no, it's actually stupid too. It's
Yeah.
not just like, there are definitely a lot of cynical people who are doing this because they don't give a shit. Like Richie Torres. Richie Torres does not give a fuck about Israel or anti-Semitism. Okay? He does not give a shit about anti-Semitism. He just is an attack dog for AIPAC because AIPAC fucking gave him money and he grew up broke and he thought, oh, I'm betting on the wrong horse. This is
Right.
going to be my cash cow. That's it. It's that simple. He is a cynical charlatan, right? But then there's like the stupids who do actually think that there is they do get manipulated by like the lobbyists and the people that have access to these congresspersons, and they're so inaccessible to the regular public that they do unironically think like, no, everybody loves Israel. What the fuck are you guys talking about? This doesn't make any sense. And they're shocked. They're shocked when they actually go and do a town hall and like all of these 75-year-olds are like, why the hell are you giving so much money to Israel? Fuck you. And that's like a wake up call for all of them. At least like that's what Rashida Tlaib basically told me. And I mean, she knows these people, right? Like
Right.
she knows how like echo chambered they are and how sheltered they are from like the average person's opinion, that they do legitimately get duped and they do actually think that this is somehow good politics. So there is that, yeah, the beltway brain damage basically. So it's a bit of both, but I think when they're stupid, you can at least like convince them. If they're cynical, you can't really do anything about it.
I also think there's this, as we've dove more and more into politics on the pod, I think that there is this consulting class in the Democratic Party, and they're so far out of America in the Beltway, and they are going after the elusive average American. And they've been so divorced from that idea for so long. And I remember when we had Rahm Emanuel on, and I kind of got in a fight with him.
Yeah.
Because he said, we need to quit talking about the bathroom and start talking about the kitchen table. And I was just like, fuck you that you're throwing trans people under the bus.
Also, who's even like, the bathroom was a victory for the wokes. Donald Trump, after the bathroom bill was presented, I think in North Carolina, there was so much backlash that Republicans had to be like, oh, fuck, we can't do this because this is cruelty for the sake of cruelty. America's a lot more woke than we thought it was, even on the trans issue. So they had to go back to the drawing board to figure out a different way to attack trans people.
Well, and the Democrats don't
Trump was
message it
pro-trans
properly.
in 2016.
Well, he's best friends with Caitlyn Jenner. I mean, she's trotting around
Caitlyn Jenner's also
Mar-a-Lago all the time.
transphobic,
But the trans issue, if they would just be better about saying, why do you care who goes where in the restroom? Why is everybody in MAGA constantly talking about trans people, gay people?
Yeah.
Why are y'all constantly talking about that? And they never flip it back. Democrats absorb the attack and then they play defense the whole time instead of punching back and saying, why is Grindr having outages after Charlie Kirk's funeral? Why is Grindr having outages
at
after the
CPAC.
RNC? Why is Benny Johnson getting fed gay cruise places? And here's the deal. We want Benny to go on that gay cruise. We want that to happen for him.
Well, his wife doesn't. His wife, I know for a fact, his wife does not allow Benny to go on work trips by himself any longer.
I mean, here's the thing.
He was hanging out with other men too much, it seems.
Yeah. I think I have a whole hypothesis that MAGA has a DL demon queen problem. And they think, okay, if we can make the country Christian nationalist, if we can put prayer in schools, if we can do all of these things, then maybe I won't want to go eat ass. And then it's never going to fix it because they have so much shame and they live in such Puritan culture that they are trying to legislate and be the moral police out of their own sexual problems.
Yeah. Oh, here, speaking of Benny Johnson, here it is. An ex-coworker of Benny Johnson revealed that he had gay hookups with him. He also has searched gay cruises so much that it appeared on his Google ads. He's a closet homosexual or bisexual/pansexual who pushes a far-right agenda that targets the rights of LGBTQ people. Here's Saeed Jones says, I made out with Benny Johnson in an empty dressing room at BuzzFeed holiday party in 2013. It haunts me to this day. Anyway, it's funny he's done literally everything but come out of the closet. Men will literally become traitors of the country rather than go to therapy. Betty, who performed at the holiday party BuzzFeed hosted at Webster Hall in 2013, Betty, who performed at the holiday party, everyone got sloshed because of the open bar. Benny and I went into the dressing room and started kissing. Would have gone further, but he said something cringe enough to snap me back to my senses. I rolled my eyes and left. Anyway, I'm definitely not the only guy Benny Johnson has made out with. I've heard him and his wife are swingers. She's pregnant with her fourth child now, which, LOL. Anyway, when I warn y'all about sleeper agents, I'm speaking from experience. Demons walk among us. I'm not naming names, but I was just informed I wasn't even the only guy Benny made out with that night.
Exactly. We have a DL Demon Queen group of men that are so emotionally stunted and broken. And that person says it right. They won't go to therapy. And we're all getting abused and traumatized by this complete psychosis. And I think that here's the deal. You were on our podcast and we talked about it. You think JD Vance is gay for pay. I just don't think he's like. I do.
I just don't.
I think he went off to Peter Thiel's gay camp and he came back queer-eyed. You know it. He was chubby. He wasn't dressed well. He goes off to Silicon Valley and he looks like queer-eyed got a hold of him.
I think he's just too much of I think he's just a brown noser. Like I don't know. I
get a gaydar ping from him.
I don't get gay vibes from him. I get more like he will definitely suck it for enough money or power, but he's just not like everything about him
Mike Johnson,
is so fake.
I think for sure is gay. We all know Lindsey Graham's gay.
Yeah, obviously. Lindsey Graham's definitely gay.
Yeah.
Rick Perry, also another closeted
there's rumors
homosexual
too
man.
about Marco Rubio.
Oh, I've seen that.
Which makes
he was at a foam party.
Yes.
Marco Rubio. Pull up Marco Rubio foam party.
Gay stuff.
He was at a foam party in Florida. I saw a video the other day. If you want to know how much these motherfuckers are demons, 10 years ago on the dot, the Pope came, the woke Pope, Pope Francis, came and delivered a speech in front of Congress. And he talked about the importance of treating immigrants with dignity. Okay? Marco Rubio was in attendance. The camera panned to him. He was crying. He had tears in his fucking eyes. Now he's the Secretary of State. He leads the State Department and he is he leads the State Department and he's deporting people for like hurting Israel's feelings. Yet columnist claims this might be a photo of Marco Rubio at a gay Miami foam party in the 90s. Now, the thing is, it could be him. I mean, it does look like him. Oh my God, it's definitely him. But this could just be because he's from Florida. Because like he's just a Miami Cuban. You know what I mean? They do get up to some
Here's
gay
the
shit.
thing. I think that there's a whole thing with these MAGA men, and they're either, they're sexual abusers. There's some sort of sexual dysfunction that unites them in this cause. And then you have the women that they put up front to gender wash so that they can keep women voters voting along with it. Like the new attorney that is George Comey. Have you seen her? Lindsay, the new the prosecutor.
In Virginia,
U.S. attorney
in Virginia. Yeah, what the fuck?
But that's gender. We had this NYU professor on the pod, and she said that authoritarians will put women in positions like that to gender wash to make it look like, oh, we're not anti-women. Look, we have this woman like Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
We have her in this power, and it's a ploy that they use. But I'm telling you, I think my hypothesis about the DL Demon Queens at the heart of MAGA, it's going to turn out being true. And I'm going to take a victory lap.
I could see that. It also, if they were more woke, ironically enough, and had no issues with being gay, then they would not be susceptible to blackmail on this issue.
Exactly.
And I think like doing like cruising around like that does actually also open you up to blackmail and can make you much easier, a much easier target, like much easier to manipulate. So there is also that angle as well.
And I personally think Trump is probably kind of bi.
I say that. I say I say Trump is asexual, but biromantic. Like
I agree. He's
is,
very attracted to men.
He always talks about how handsome men are. He's so zesty. It's like his only redeemable quality. But I don't think he has sex for like sexual gratification. I think he has sex for like in the same way that like a rapist does. Well, which he has done.
I do too.
Where he's doing it for power.
Right.
And for him, like it's very obvious that like the women that he is had sex with are also like a way to show other people like I've conquered this thing.
Yeah.
Like it's not about a real desire to be with another human being, but instead more so just like a way to show other people like your status, like a watch, like look at my watch, look at my expensive watch that I have.
Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Well, and I think, didn't his first wife accused him of rape?
Yeah.
And then Stormy Daniels, she said, look, it was completely consensual, but like she went to the restroom and she came out and he just pretty much attacked her. And she said, look, I was in there to, hook up with him.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I think that all of these men refuse to go to therapy. Marco Rubio, to me, this makes perfect sense because I couldn't understand. Of course, Marco Rubio was a war hawk. Of course, he was a right winger.
Yeah.
But he was hardcore about national security. He was hardcore about Russia. And then we all saw like the soul drain from his face. And I just have this idea. This is what goes on in my head, that together they can all be like Trump personifies like, you can be in power and you can be a hypocrite. It's okay. Look at all the power and look at all the praise.
There's a freedom.
Gets.
There's a freedom that comes along with that.
And they identify with that. Like in the case, like I always envision JD Vance like coming home and like really putting a smoky eye on and lipstick on and having like, do you remember the Silence of the Lambs where the guy remember when he like sex when he tucks his penis?
Yeah, I forget Buffalo Bill.
I picture JD Vance. I call him Lil Smokey, short for Smokey Eye Sociopath. I just picture these guys being so fucked up behind closed doors.
I just don't think that he's, I don't know. I don't think he's like, he doesn't, I don't read it as that. I just think he's like a sociopath.
Gay in his own book.
I think he's just a sociopath. Like
yeah,
he could
is
be.
A sociopath.
I mean, he was woke. He was woke. He could have experimented for sure. But I do think he's more like, he's just like an amoral vessel that will suit whatever purpose he has calculated will gain him favors and will allow him to claw power.
What do you think about somebody like Marco Rubio, like the total moral collapse, the total capitulation to Trump?
I think at its root, it's about a journey to get as much power as possible. Like he wanted to be in that position no matter what it took. And he realizes that it's not the best circumstances for him. Like, I'm sure he would have loved being George W. Bush's, Secretary of State. War on Terror. There's at least like even though obviously George W. Bush was also a monster, but at least they were following the process, right?
It had
like
the appearance of decorum.
Yeah, you could be in polite company and be like, this is George W. Bush's Secretary of State. And like liberals wouldn't look at you that way. But now everything is just like slowly but surely falling apart. But in the same way that Donald Trump and all of his cronies are like picking apart the scraps of American empire right now for whatever remains to make a tidy little profit on the side, Marco Rubio's ambitions for power, he realizes would only happen in this standard, in this way, where no one really will take him seriously. Steve Witkoff has more motion in terms of like negotiations than he does, and only because he's a golf buddy of Donald Trump.
Right.
And so he's just this guy.
What about Stephen Miller? I think he's running the whole show.
Psycho.
I think so too.
He is the deep, dark mind behind a lot of the white nativist sentiment. He was in 2016 as well. And he's an agent of Satan. Like, he is literally Satan incarnate. He openly talked about like he's Jewish.
Right.
And he openly talked about like white supremacist works that he read. They're like deeply anti-Semitic all the way back in 2016 as like a important things that he read that like shaped his worldview. It's so psychotic. His wife said he's a matador. His wife thinks
Yeah, she
Elon is a
said-
matador.
She said on Jesse Waters that her husband was a sexual matador.
Yeah, he's ugh.
No, I read a whole article about him that came out recently, and I think that my opinion is that, like, look at the stuff that Trump's interested in. Like, he's redecorating. He's got the ballroom.
Yeah.
He has these vanity projects that he's engaged in. He doesn't give a fuck about policy. He's a famous non-reader. The only book that we've ever known or that's ever been reported that he's read is Mein Kampf, that his wife said, his first wife said that was on his nightstand. That's the only book I've ever heard of the man reading. And I think that he has all these vanity projects. Meanwhile, Stephen Miller drums up all these executive orders. I think he is running the DOJ. I think he's the one that's telling Kash Patel, make it fit this narrative. Make the evidence fit this narrative. I think it's all Stephen Miller because Trump's too lazy.
Yeah, I for sure. He's lazy. The only thing he cares about is being loved. And I think that this time around, his close associates from the last administration have realized that they can like kind of isolate him and manipulate him in that way by just only showing him like positivity.
Right.
And I think he's like somewhat oblivious because he does obviously watch television on his own. He's not as tuned into Twitter as he used to be. So I think like there's more of an opportunity. He's almost become like Brandon in some ways, like Biden 2.0, basically, like older, lost the step. The only thing he cares about is like people saying they love him. And that's the only thing he responds to. When he sometimes gets a boss call from like sector leaders, like industry leaders, he will try and pull back.
Right.
Like when he said that, you know, ICE is no longer going to go to like the hospitality industry. And then Stephen Miller was like, no, we're still going to go after the hospitality industry. And they're doing it.
Yeah.
So obviously, like, I think he's fucking oblivious to the half the shit that's going on. This is not to absolve him of any of the sin, of course. He's a monster, but I do really think that they're just like feeding him whatever information that shuts him up. And yes, you're right. Stephen Miller absolutely is running the show. And then sometimes Laura Loomer. Did you see? She wanted me deported.
Oh my God, I saw that. Somebody sent that to me.
Yeah, she
Did she respond to you when you said you were born in New Jersey?
She did. It was the
What'd she
weakest.
say?
It was the weakest response of all time. Where is it? Hold on. It was. There's still people. Look, the first thing that came up. We're still insane Cope. We're still deporting him back to Turkey. Which is so funny because that is insane Cope. But as a right-wing account, that's like, nope, we're going to do it. We're going to deport you back to Turkey. Okay, good luck, guys. Where is it? She basically said, you don't act like it. That's all she said. Diabolical ratio, by the way. She came in hot. Hopefully today, President Trump can negotiate the permanent deportation of Hassan Piker back to Turkey. It's time for him to go home.
What got you on her radar?
Oh, she's been following me for years.
Okay.
And I think she likes me a little too much. That's what I suspect. I have noticed this in like a lot of prominent conservative women that will like openly say it too sometimes, like Brett Cooper, Fem Shapiro, the girl that looks like Ben Shapiro.
Oh yeah. Oh, I saw this. Is this a real tweet? I saved it on my Instagram that Ben Shapiro has deleted it since then, but
he never deletes tweets, so
Okay.
it might not be. I think he has a policy of keeping it up all the time.
it was something about. Then somebody must have made it up. I probably fell for it.
What is it?
It's not loading.
Oh.
I mean, I don't have. But it was something about.
What was it?
It was a tweet that allegedly said Ben Shapiro had tweeted and since deleted that he said you can't cave to homosexuality or transphobia. Well, let's say you had a really hot sibling. It was something about like you have to resist those urges or something. It was insane. I saw it, and then somebody had put it on Instagram and said
it could be fake,
Okay.
but what you're actually saying is unironically what Rick Perry said. That's why I say he's in the closet, because Rick Perry said it's like alcoholism. You know, you just have to avoid it. And if you're not gay, you don't think about homosexuality like that. Because like never in my life have I been like, man, I really got to put the penis down. You know what I mean? Oh man, there's just dicks all around. There's just dicks all around me, just waiting
That's
to be
why
sucked.
I'm saying I think MAGA has a DL Demon Queen problem because they talk about gay stuff all the time.
Wait, it's from 2020. So Ben Shapiro attacks LGBTQ people because he wants to sleep with his sister.
Okay, read
No,
that.
but this is from Queerty, so it's probably not real. But the thing with homosexuality and transgenderism is it simply boils down to exerting control over your impulses. Like, say you have a hot sister. Yeah, oh no, this is fake. Because this was at the time when everybody was talking about Abigail, his sister, who is
okay.
who's an opera singer.
So are they finding this stuff as we talk about it and then sending it to you?
Love is love is love is love. NYC Pride. So consensual incest is okay then, right? I mean, he's made inferences to fucking his sister, but that tweet is probably not real. Brett Cooper calling you hot, LMFAO. Yeah, okay, we don't have to do that right now, but so yeah, he has made a similar statement, but just not as direct as this. Maybe you steal her underwear a couple of times, but it goes no further than that. Yeah, it's definitely fake. Yeah. Did you seriously forget about Ben tweeting about your cock? Wait, what? Did he tweet about my penis? No, he just talked about how I was gallivanting shirtless or something.
It isn't Ben Shapiro the one that couldn't understand, that tried to diagnose Cardi B with a medical condition.
It's not real.
For her WAP song. Isn't that on video?
Yeah. He's like, wet ass P word.
Because
my wife is a doctor.
Right.
And she informed me. She informed me that would be a medical condition. Yeah. Man, that was the peak. That was the peak of Ben Shabibo.
Is he still popular?
No, he's washed. He's so washed. I think he's like desperately trying to pick up the mantle from Charlie Kirk. And the same with same with Steven Crowder too. Steven Crowder, now he is openly admitted that he had a bisexual phase.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, he said he had the bisexual demon. We're
really proud of him for feeling so.
Where is it? Oh, here's the video.
Comfortable
Hold on.
sharing that?
I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase.
What? I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual.
Yeah.
We're really proud of him for feeling so comfortable sharing that.
What the hell's going on with this link? Why is it not like properly loading?
We're really proud of him for feeling so.
Oh, there it is.
So comfortable sharing that.
I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase.
What? I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase. Could you please elaborate for new fans among us? Some of us may be going through our own short phase and would be interested to know how you eventually won the battle and found a good woman to please. Oh my God, there's like dudes in the chat being like, they're gay and they're scared of being gay. Stunned H3H2 correspondent Hassan was shocked by Steven Crowder's bisexual thirsting. These are from a year ago, chat. This is a video from 4 years ago, and these are comments from a year ago.
No, I'm afraid of getting angry, afraid of being too emotional, afraid of being obsessive. Because of that, I'm afraid of alienating friends, family, people who I care about most. Something I think about a lot.
It's so funny that his like fall from grace came because he got a $50 million contract from the Daily Wire, to which he responded with, "This is a slave contract." And then everyone was like, "Dog, that's $50 million. The fuck are you talking about?" And then it came out that he was in the midst of like this really shitty divorce, and the wife basically leaked like Ring camera footage of him like abusing her, pretty much.
Oh, yes, I think I saw that.
The famous, "It doesn't work for me either." That's what he said to his wife. because he was like, his wife was like, I'm pregnant with your child. I can't handle the dog medicine. And he was mad.
This reminds me back to Megyn Kelly. So I'm friends with Don Lemon and his husband, Tim. And Don Lemon has said this on his Instagram. But Megyn Kelly, whenever they've been out, and it's Don and his husband, Tim, Megyn Kelly's husband is always staring, and gay men kind of know, like you would if you're checking out a chick and y'all keep making eye contact back and forth. Megyn Kelly's husband is always staring at Tim, the husband of Don Lemon. Don straight up called, because she got in a fight with Don on the internet, and Don straight up called out Megyn Kelly's husband. I'm telling you, I think the core of a lot of this shit that we're all suffering right now is a lot of unresolved, closeted issues.
I mean, certainly that plays a role in it for sure. But what was I gonna say? As far as like, I mean, there's a lot of guys like that. There's what is it, Ben Dominic or whatever? That's like another famous one. There's who's the RNC guy? I'm forgetting.
Oh, Ken. I know. I remember.
No, it's not Ken. It's I mean, he's like straight
Matt
up like Matt Schlapp, yeah. He's
But
like
he's
straight
like
up a rapist.
Yeah, he's a predator.
Yeah, he just like will literally sexually harass and assault like the Republican staffers.
Well, and then just as soon as early as, we just did an episode on this, and as early as February 2025, Matt Schlapp's in a bar grabbing people's balls and sexually assaulting people. And then a few months later, Piers Morgan, he was just on like last week, and they just keep platforming these, this certain type of man. And when we interviewed that professor on authoritarianism, she said that's a whole part of the authoritarian play. You have a certain kind of man, and moral collapse happens all around him, and they advertise, like, look at how we get away with this. It's a part of the toxic masculinity of authoritarianism.
But there's also, like, you were talking about the freedom element, but like I think there's a lot of just bad guys who feel a sense of comfort and a sense of loyalty that comes from this administration when they have guys like Pete Hegseth in prominent positions of power, in spite of all of the obvious like setbacks. And I'm not even talking about like his incompetence. I'm talking simply about like his rape charge. You know what I mean? He's like a drunk, abusive, rapist asshole. And I think other people that have done things like that look at that and go, oh, I feel protected with this. Like, right. It's like, this is an administration that will have my back if I defend it. That's what I think is going on here too.
And I think it alleviates some of their own feelings of shame or disappointment that they had. It gives them a permission structure to let it go.
Yeah.
And then more moral collapse falls with that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, look at Russell Brand. Like, it's also very easy to just pull that pivot. Like, as soon as you're outed for doing something horrible, instead of recognizing that you wronged people and maybe even like trying to create an environment of accountability, you just double down and you pivot right. You suddenly become a right winger almost overnight. Russell Brand did that as well. And that's it. And the right is so welcoming.
Oh, totally.
The right is like, oh, thank God.
They are.
Welcome.
Did you see this where I interviewed Jeff Duncan?
Yeah, I want to see this. This has been going viral on Twitter.
AIPAC money, or have you taken AIPAC money?
I'm not certain if I've taken it or not. I've been in office 10 years. It doesn't jump out at me as I'm taking it. But I think the most important part
will you for this race?
I have no idea. I haven't even thought about it.
Okay, come on, Jeff. This is like, there's a genocide.
There's no shot he hasn't thought about it.
That's what I thought. So I kept on him.
Shot.
I wouldn't let it go. So I just stayed after him.
What do you mean you have no idea? And it's not even just AIPAC. There's so many other like umbrella organizations. Like, are you going to get money from any Israel advocacy group? Like, AIPAC is a good catch-all term, is a good umbrella term for it. And if he can't even fucking say no to AIPAC, then goddamn.
Going on right now. and even human rights, Israeli human rights groups see this, that the United States of America is funding.
To see these kids starving.
And to not know if you're going to be beholden to the Israeli lobby is to me is not something that should take time to think about, because you started off this interview with us talking about your faith.
It is.
Will you take AIPAC money in this race?
I have no idea. I haven't even thought about it.
Wow. Okay, I want to take that moral clarity that you have right there and then ask you again, are you going to take money from AIPAC? Because just there you talked about, and AIPAC is what helped. They gave Trump over, I think, $200-300 million. Are you going to take money from a group that lobbies to deny that that's happening to those children?
I'm not going to give you the shallow answer of saying yes or no, because
if you can have moral clarity to talk about,
What do you mean?
I wouldn't
That's
let
not
him
even
off
a
the
shallow
hook.
answer. No, it's the least shallow answer. Like, why is this a complex situation?
So my thing with him was like, I think that it's going to take a certain type. It's a broad coalition. You talk about Pumps and me having like the white wine mom vote, and we all have to tackle different parts of the electorate. One of the most important part of the electorates, I think, in the midterms is like a James Tallarico type candidate that is a choir boy, Christian, liberal. And he said he's not going to take PAC money, and he can go speak the gospel, which is a total turnoff to me. It's a total turnoff.
I get some sus vibes from him, by the way. I haven't like fully looked into his background, but I did hear someone talking about how like Miriam Adelson had given him money initially. Miriam Adelson is.
I know exactly who she is.
Yeah.
Now she owns the
Mavericks.
Yeah, Mavericks.
So,
but I agree
did get
with
money
you
from Adelson.
But it's gonna take some choir boys to speak this kind of religious language, which is very off-putting to me. But to a lot of these people have been left behind and are going to be even poorer because of these Trump policies. The rural schools are going to be closing. The rural hospitals are going to be closing, and they're going to need a credible messenger that can come in and say, he lied to you and Jesus wouldn't want that. I'm not that messenger. You're never going to be that messenger, but there's going to be some white Christian men that have to remind these people where the only social life they have in their rural towns is that church. That's all they have to remind them about what the point of Jesus was. And so that's why I think some of those politicians like that are going to be important in the coalition. It's off-putting to me. I'm sure that, in the past, Tallarico's taken money, but I think with guys like this, we can't give up on them immediately. We get them in the hot seat.
Yeah.
We pound them. We try to get them further to the left. We show them who the base is, and we try to mold them into what they need to be. And so that's what I try to do with Jeff Duncan here. Now, it's a primary, and I thought this will be a good test for him. I'm going to go after him hard on this issue. And I told him after the fact, because I think he was shocked, kind of the same way Rahm Emanuel was shocked when he came on the podcast.
Because they don't
research.
Okay, one of the best parts, one of you have like this secret weapon, like, but I have actually also gotten like calls from some Democrats that I'm like always shocked. I'm like, do you know I'm gonna grill your ass? Like, you have no idea. But then they do pull out eventually, because there's at least one young staffer, I think, that goes, no, don't do that. But they come to you and they're like, oh yeah, this is like a Democrat Party ordained outlet, and they're so not used to just like any pushback whatsoever that they look like a deer in the headlights. They look like Ted Cruz on Tucker Carlson, where they're like, what? You're not supposed to be asking me these questions.
So good.
You're not supposed to be asking me this at all. What the hell's going on? Yeah, or Richie Torres with Adam.
Oh my God. Something we haven't talked about, that I haven't talked about with Pumps on my podcast, that I want to talk about with you, because this happened and then the Charlie Kirk murder happened, and I haven't had time to circle back. When Tucker Carlson had on Sam Altman and accused him of murder.
Oh, I saw that.
Did you see that? Have you guys seen that?
I don't know how he gets those looks. I don't understand that. Like, why? What kind of power does this man have? Like, I don't believe in witchcraft, but I genuinely don't understand why so many people just will go up and talk to Tucker Carlson. Like, they just, maybe it's because like he was a party man for so long that they just assume that he's gonna play ball, play nice. But he has so many moments like that where he'll just straight up be like, So did you kill this person? Like,
it's
Sam's like, oh, he's my friend. He was my friend. I would never kill him. Why are you saying that? Like, it's crazy.
So
Look,
you've
they're
had,
right here.
you had complaints from one programmer who said you guys were basically stealing people's stuff and not paying them, and then he wound up murdered. What was that?
Also a great tragedy. He committed suicide.
Do you think he committed suicide?
I really do.
Have you looked?
This was like a friend of mine. This is like a guy that, and not a close friend, but this is someone that worked at OpenAI for a very long time. I was really shaken by this tragedy. I spent a lot of time.
These guys can't look human to save their life, by the way.
Why are these gay men? Why is he and why is Tim Cook and evil
and Peter
demons-
Thiel.
Why are they going for refuge in this party? Because at some point
Well,
the
'cause they care
knives
about
will
money.
be.
They don't care about anything else. They
But
don't-
look at what happened in Putin's authoritarian regime. The oligarchs immediately go and suck up, and now they all start falling out of windows. You know they'll off the gay ones first if we get that far advanced in this
I think
authoritarianism.
they just don't. They think. I think in their minds the calculation is these guys are stupid, right?
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
stupid and they're malleable and they can be manipulated, and it doesn't take much to be more. It doesn't take much to be smarter than Donald Trump,
Right.
So I think like they don't, and they're white and they're rich, so like they're not impacted on that front too. Like white rich gay men are the last to go on there. They're gonna go, but
Right.
they're like the last on that ladder. So I think that's part of the reason why they think like, oh, we'll be able to seize everything.
Yeah.
We'll be able to turn this into like a neo-feudalist techno dystopia before it even gets to us. I genuinely believe that they don't even consider that. Like they don't care about trans people and stuff. Like they don't give a shit. Like Mark Zuckerberg, like he was Mr. Woke, right? He was Mr. Woke when like for a very long time. That's why he was like public enemy number one. They only care about profits. That's all they care about. So they think it won't come for us. We'll be able to completely control everything before it even gets to that level.
And then in this interview here, I agree with you that they don't even seem human. It's almost like when I watched it, it's like a bad acting scene. It's so surreal how Tucker goes in and basically accuses him of murder and starts talking about all of this evidence. So then, of course, I get on ChatGPT on his website and I start like, hey, what's going on with this death? Because I didn't know anything about it, of course. And so I don't know why these guys go on those shows like that, but they've all been somewhat red-pilled.
What did ChatGPT say? No, that never happened. Sam Altman was best friends with the person that was slain, who was a bad guy, and he killed himself.
So it said that okay, here's the issue with it. So the guy gets takeout food, the guy that allegedly killed himself. He gets takeout food. He comes into his house and makes a phone call even. And then later, I think it's a gunshot wound, but the parents are saying that maybe there was signs of an altercation, but basically ChatGPT said it was a suicide, and I tried to like, do you think it's a suicide? Blah, blah, blah. And you know how sycophantic ChatGPT is, but
I never use ChatGPT.
Oh, I use it all the time.
I don't use it. Oh, don't do it.
I know my kids tell me not to use it all the time.
No,
They tell me
don't
it's terrible.
use
I
it.
know my kids tell me not
It's
to
not
use it.
good because it's like it's literally going to break your brain. It breaks everybody's brain.
My son Dylan, who I'm so grateful that, because as a parent raising kids right now, you have to find out who else is raising your kids on the internet. And so you were one of, when he was in high school, he's in law school now.
Yeah.
But when he came home, he went to Syracuse and just graduated. And he came home, I'm like, oh, Dylan, I'm on ChatGPT. And he'd be like, Mom, get the fuck off ChatGPT.
Thank
It's
God.
awful.
That's a Hassan Abi head right there.
Yeah.
He's trying to save you.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I think like there's a lot of, it's not even like the AI psychosis and stuff that I'm worried about. I think it's like more so cognitive offloading that I'm very worried about, especially for a younger generation where people delegate a responsibility that the brain normally
Needs
would
to
do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you don't use it, you do lose it. And I feel like Americans broadly don't have a whole lot of brain to lose to begin with.
I agree.
So I'm so fucking worried about that. I don't know. I mean, it's just.
Well, here's the thing too. It gets so much stuff wrong. I don't use it as much as I used to, because at first it was kind of like a fun new app to play with on the phone, but it gets a lot of its information from Reddit threads.
Oh yeah, it's like super Reddit minded. Yeah.
And so I would get information and I would know it was false information, and then I've kind of fallen off from it. But no, this shit right here, Hassan, this interview, it was wild. And it happened, and then the Kirk murder happened, and I was never able to circle back. But I think it would have been a much bigger story that this guy, he's a big, always at the White House, at the circle jerk dinners that Trump has, where they have to go around telling him how great he is. And he's sitting down with Tucker. And it's amazing because I think that a lot of these guys don't realize how conspiracy oriented the right is.
Oh, yeah.
And they think, oh, it's Tucker Carlson. Like you said, he was on Fox and he's a right wing commentator.
Yeah.
But they don't have any idea how demented and twisted, like Megyn Kelly thinking spells are real.
Yeah.
Candace Owens thinking Bridget Macron is, a man, and all of these things. And he probably doesn't realize that Tucker's paid by Putin and all sorts of. Didn't Tucker say he was attacked by a demon in his sleep?
Yeah, Tucker Carlson also did unironically say he woke up with like bruises on himself and he was like attacked by a demon.
Yeah.
Like he just straight up said that. Which again, with Tucker Carlson, I think he is a much more cunning actor than a lot of these other guys are. So I can never tell if he's like being sincere or if he feels like this is the role he must present at this particular moment. Same with like a lot of the stuff he's doing with Israel. I can never tell what is genuine with him. I just personally think everything he does is just for his inevitable run for office.
Yeah, you said that when you were on our podcast, and that's terrifying.
Yeah, he is very, very cunning. I pegged him as like the most terrifying figure of Trump 1 early on, when he was like leaning into a left populist economic message. And if you notice, like, he doesn't talk about that quite a bit any longer, but back then he kept constantly hammering on and on, like workers' rights and all this stuff. And he was doing like almost like a Mussolini or a Hitler, like early Hitler, where he was saying like, we need to preserve the white working class. Like, we need to make sure that we defend the white working class. So it's not a sincerely held position of his, of course, but clearly it was so impactful that there were people even that still are in Congress that try to abide by that message to a certain degree, like Josh Hawley, another gay man.
100% he's gay.
Yeah.
You guys find his engagement photos with the
when he's
kicker.
kissing his wife like a K-drama.
Harrison Butker. It looks like a coming out engagement photo.
Do you want something to drink, by the way?
Yes, please.
I have
Come
Diet
here.
Dr. Pepper,
Come here.
blackberry, Diet Dr. Pepper, cream, and strawberries and cream, Diet Dr. Pepper cream, regular Dr. Pepper zero sugar, Mountain Dew.
Do you have just regular Dr. Pepper?
No, Diet Ginger Ale.
Do you have like a normal non-diet drink?
No.
What the fuck?
I don't.
All right, just bring me something. You can pick.
Let's see. All right. I think the cream one could be good.
Look at how much she loves me.
Oh, yeah. She's a princess.
Okay.
Let's see if you like this. I don't have any I don't have any like regular full strength sodas. Is it good?
Yeah, it's not bad. Do you
That's
still chew the gum?
Oklahoma. That's the Oklahoma in you. No, I do
Dr. Pepper,
Zins.
yeah.
I do Zins.
Dylan, my son that you helped raise, he loves Dr. Pepper.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. That might be my fault a little bit, but I don't know. The famous Josh and wife kissing pic. Yeah, I love this photo. It lives in my mind. Josh Hawley kisses his wife like his parents are making him eat broccoli for the first time. Like I said he kisses his wife like a K-drama. Like, this is.
You guys find the one where he does the couple's photo shoot with Harrison Butker, the kicker that said that women need to drop out of college and stay at home.
Yeah, that one. The
I
way
can't
he's
believe
looking.
they put that out. It's like the biggest. It's like a gay an engagement photo.
There's also another one where he's like picking up wine in the middle of the day from Whole Foods. It's like, Wait, what is this? Greenblatt got mad at Zoran because Zoran said ADL doesn't represent all Jews. I'm absolutely blown away by the sheer brazen audacity of Zoran Mamdani telling all of us in the Jewish community who does and doesn't represent. Dude, so much of the smoke that pro-Israel people have revolve around how fucking Islamophobic they are. The reason why he's got extra smoke for Zoran Mamdani here is literally, even though Zoran Mamdani is saying a correct thing objectively, is because Zoran is Muslim. Okay? That's it. Only Follow can, of course, Only Followed can reply. We don't need anyone, a political candidate or any non-Jewish person to tell us who should speak up for the Jewish people. Obviously, no marginalized group is a monolith, but I'm stunned by his arrogance in telling a minority community who should and should not speak for them. The vast majority of American Jews consider themselves Zionists and have strong ties to the state of Israel. This is a person who does not understand, who does not have any capacity to read the fucking writing on the wall. Like, at this stage, people saying that the ADL or Israel does not represent all Jews in America are saying that because they're combating anti-Semitism. At every stage, they were saying that to combat anti-Semitism, but especially now. Okay? Especially now. These guys do not understand that Israel's approval is lower than the dirt that you step on. It's lower than dog shit. Okay? And he's still like, no, you don't understand. All Jews love Israel. How dare you? How dare you say this? I'm Muslim. I came to this country in 2009. It wasn't the peak of the Islamophobia in the aftermath of the war on terror, but I certainly saw it, right? And for that reason, I kept warning my friends, I kept warning people over and over again, this is akin to a Muslim American running around being like, I love ISIS. And ISIS represents Islam.
Right.
And if you fucking shit on ISIS, you're Islamophobic. And no Muslim ever did that, of course. But it was the media that actually paired in an effort to create Islamophobic fears in Americans. They were the ones who were saying it.
Right.
And now the same, like, the same institutions are still, because they think this is a defensive measure, the same institutions are saying all Jews represent Israel at a time when nobody fucks with Israel.
I will just tell you, there's layers to this whole thing, and there always has been. So you have people that are, big into news cycles and know about international news that know about this stuff. If you get to middle America, to flyover states, it's like, oh yeah, Israel's our ally, but they don't think about it beyond that. Because of how bad of a terrorist Benjamin Netanyahu has been, now the low information voters know about it.
Yeah.
And now they care about it. So it has been not only a genocide, but it's also done more damage to Jewish people and any potential Jewish state or the country of Israel, where I have people that have never, ever been in politics, sure as fuck didn't care about, international politics, because they're ethnocentric Americans. They're like, what the fuck's up with that guy? Why are we funding all of this? And it's the biggest backfire. And that's what brings me back to Hakeem, Schumer, and Jeffries. Booker, because they're so beholden, and it's such a vacuum that can be filled that the Democratic Party is not filling. And I'll tell you who's talking about this shit right now is Marjorie fucking Taylor Greene.
Yeah, they're just basically.
She is going in, and that shit will hit hard with low information voters.
Yeah.
And she is an anti-Semite. She is a real Jew hater. And she's going to go fill that void in rural places at the advice of Steve Bannon. And they're taking that economic populist message surrounding that issue. And then if you were to tap on Argentina to that right now, the Democrats would have the biggest argument of all time to get crossovers, to bring moderates back, to energize the base. But they won't do it. They don't address it. It's maddening.
I think it's the easiest way to communicate earnesty. Like, it's a layup, like you said. It's the easiest way to be like, this is a real one.
Right.
Like, you don't know anything about a person, but they come out and they're like, you recognize what's going on. I recognize what's going on. Immediately, people are going to pay attention to you. Immediately, people are going to be like, okay, all right, this is a different kind of politician. is what people think. And it's so crazy that there are still people who are just like refusing to reckon with that in the Democratic Party. Also, some good news. Today's CNN poll reports that almost 1 in 5 American adults consider themselves to be Democratic Socialists, almost the same number who say they're a part of the MAGA movement. Okay? 41% of liberals, 35% of Democrats, 32% of Harris voters, 26% of black adults, 24% of 18 to 34, 23% of POC, people of color in general. So, just saying, there are a lot of people that see this as an alternative vision because of the people like Zohran Mamdani, because of people like AOC as well. Whether you have issues with the way she communicates on certain issues or not, doesn't matter, because of Bernie Sanders, because they see that as like earnesty. They see Democratic Socialists coming out and they like what they have to say.
Well, and this is
And
the
same with Rashida
fruits-
Tlaib.
We're starting to see the fruit of Bernie Sanders' labor. It takes a long time to start messaging something like this, and it's starting to now manifest what Bernie did. Like in 2016, I was a good Democrat. I watched MSNBC. I voted for Hillary in the primary. I voted for Hillary in the election. My older son, Dylan, who's in law school now, he was like, I cannot believe you have a Hillary sign in our yard. And I'm like, well, Dylan, I'm a proud Democrat. And he's like, Mom, you should vote for Bernie. And now as I've evolved and gotten deeper and deeper into all of the political stuff and gone beyond MSNBC and out of corporate media, I've learned that type of centrism is what left us vulnerable to fall prey to fascism. And Bernie Sanders was right. And he's never had to fucking change his message.
Yeah.
Ever. You don't hear him like Jeff Duncan, me sitting there. Are you going to do this or not? Yes or no? I had to ask him 7 times and we still got a non-answer. And you don't have that with Bernie. You don't.
Yeah.
Oh, you know who we had on recently that I love? Graham Plattner.
Oh yeah,
Maine?
I've been meaning to
I
link
have
up
his
with
number.
him.
I'll send it to you.
No, I'm already in contact with him. I was supposed to be in Maine. Yesterday I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk in Dartmouth, and then I was supposed to literally go to Maine right after to link up with Graham Plattner, but then all of the stuff that happened has kind of made me sour away from doing public appearances, at least for a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm still gonna most likely do something with him, but we'll see. So yeah, no, he's another one of those guys who just came out of the gate swinging. He's like, nope, Israel's doing a genocide. Fuck that. And he's been gaining a lot of momentum. He's been gaining a lot of attention, a lot of positive attention. And I think he will be, I think he's going to be another proof for whether or not this works. Like left populist messaging works, especially in a place like Maine, especially
great
in a
will
seat
it
that
be?
was previously filled by a Republican.
Yeah, who has been an awful, he said, she masquerades as a centrist to the Maine voters, but every time she goes to vote, she votes hard right. And that's exactly what she's done. And he's messaging that very clearly. And I love it.
1,400 people came out tonight in pouring rain in Portland to see Graham Plattner. If Chuck Schumer and DC at least think they can handpick the next senator from Maine, then they have another thing coming.
Is there someone in his primary that Schumer picked?
Yeah, they had a person.
Got to be.
They had a who was it? I think it was the governor, I think. So they have they have their pick, Janet Mills.
Okay.
Or yeah, and then someone saying Jordan Woods. I've been paying too close attention to the primary at all, but Ezra Klein has had a significant fall from grace in my book, at least. Like I've always said, he's like a well-intentioned liberal guy, and I don't really mind him as much. I know a lot of people have a lot of smoke for abundance and the abundists. I don't necessarily care that much. I think it's just another rehashed, like repackaged third way neoliberal attitude, the public-private partnership, all this stuff. But recently, especially post Charlie Kirk, he's just been so annoying to me.
I completely agree with you. I always liked him, but I wasn't an avid follower, but the abundant stuff, I think it has a tinge of arrogant messaging to it. There's just the way it's branded and the way he presents it. I don't know that it's very good messaging for where we are right now. And maybe some of the principles in it are okay. But the Charlie Kirk thing is just the biggest capitulation.
He's doing politics the right way. I couldn't believe it.
It was just such
on
a
the
face
New York
plant.
Times. On the New York Times, you're like the most prominent liberal author in the country right now. Like, he is the champion of liberals. And he goes on the Gray Lady, the paper of record, and writes about Charlie Kirk in that way. I could not believe it.
It was revisionist history. It was such a face plant. I couldn't believe it either. I thought, could you not have slept on that a couple of nights?
Yeah.
But it was like this race to come out. And I think, again, a lot of the way they've handled the Charlie Kirk memorializing him is going to have a lot of backlash. This Christian nationalism, even within the Republican Party, I live in a super, super, super Jesus-y state. And they're like the ruling class of the people that have like the money in Oklahoma, the oil and gas guys. They're Christians, but there's a whole thing where people within the Christian movement look down on Bible thumpers. Mm-hmm. And that Trump is coming out so hard Bible thumping, and they've got those girls. Have you seen the video where they're talking in tongues and praying? Oh my God, you guys find it where they're talking in tongues and praying before they walk into the White House.
Well, Trump's like main spiritual advisor is a lady that does that. Like, there was a video of her doing that. Like, the angels are coming. The angels are coming. Hakuma mama ta ta ta ta. Like, she was like, I forget what her name is, but like,
Paula.
She's a real Paula White.
Isn't that it? Paula White?
Yeah, she's a real.
She's a grifter too. She sells she has some racket where she's selling like a prayer or like a gift from an angel or something, like currently right now.
A group of Trump's faith office praying.
Yeah, look, they start talking in tongues.
Right now, Lord, from the east, the west, the north, and the south, you will shake America with your power and your glory. We cancel every assignment of the enemy. This nation was birthed to be one nation under God, and we are standing on the soil of the White House, and we are declaring your word. Every place that our foot will trod, you will give it to us, and we are taking the land. We thank you, oh Lord. You have
Quick, get some curses going. Apparently, that's the only thing that cancels out Jesus, it seems, according to Megyn Kelly.
brought us to the kingdom for a time such as this, and this is the time.
They're going to take it seriously. We're like, he issued prominent socialist terrorist critic Hassan Piker issues curse threat. Like, I'm not being sincere.
Is this not fucking nuts though?
Yeah.
Like this, it's 2025 and the fastest growing religion has recently been the nuns. Like when they poll people, what
Really?
religion are you? It's none. That's been the fastest.
Oh, none. Okay, I thought you meant like nuns
No,
in the church.
not the nuns wearing habits, but NONE. And now with that happening, you have tongue talkers. Like this was just a couple months ago, and they're out there talking in tongues, videoing it, and then posting it on the internet.
No, I'm gonna tell you exactly what this is for. Okay, they know that as long as they can maintain the nutters, like they have like a base, and that is the most easily persuadable base
totally
of all time. They're fucking stupid, and they can just like completely keep them captive, right? As long as they just like offer a little bit of red meat here and there. And basically, the reason why they have to do that is the same principle why they're doing the mass deportation regime, even though there's been a lot of pushback against it, even from, like you said, Trump's base of support.
Right.
Because people don't like it. People don't, when they experience it, they don't like it. When they see, their own workers get deported, they don't like it. And basically, they have to do this because they're not going to make prices low. They're just not. They don't have any investment in that. They don't have any business doing that. They didn't run to do that. They lied about it. They're not going to stop Israel. They're not going to make groceries cheaper. They're not going to make housing cheaper. Trump's a fucking developer himself. So obviously they have to keep egging on the culture war so that they don't have to identify or solve any of the class issues. And that's precisely why they're just like keep upping the intensity. And the real reason I think why the base will eventually unwind is because more and more people are going to start realizing like, okay, dude, you banned trans people, but like my rent still sucks. You know what I mean? My landlord's still raising my rent. Turns out that didn't do shit for me.
Right.
And this happened under Trump 1, and it will inevitably happen. I mean, it's already happening under Trump 2 as well, where people look around and they go, okay, we're punishing the libs, but I don't feel satisfied. My pockets are still hurting. And as long as they don't fix the economy, and as long as there is no as long as they can't even create an environment of hope and change for their base, slowly but surely, these people are either going to go back to not voting and just seep in their resentment, or they're going to get grossed out and maybe even vote for the opposition, as long as the opposition can say, he's not doing it for you, I will.
Right.
Problem is Democrats are not doing that. So they're basically relying on liberals being incompetent and inept and scared to maintain their grip of power. I worry that with this base, if they can tune them up and gear them up, if they can galvanize them enough, I fear that they're just going to not have elections at all.
Well, you have on the other screen right there that Supreme Court ruling, and this is where it gets really foreboding to me.
Yeah.
Because why are these people not checking him?
Yeah.
Why are they abdicating their power to him? And I have this really horrible feeling. A lot of those 6, they're all hardcore religious nuts. And they've all been groomed by people that want a Christian nationalist nation. And they've been crazy ambitious about this long before Trump ever
the
entered.
Federalist Society.
Yeah, and
That's what
all
it
of
is.
those judges are groomed for this, and they don't give a fuck that the messenger is a complete dementia-ridden twat. They have him and this shadow docket, and I think they've given him 20 wins and only 2 losses on the shadow docket, and this just came out.
Yeah, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 to allow Trump's pocket recession of $4 billion in foreign aid funding, ruling that it's unlikely the group suing have standing to pursue the claim, and that Trump's foreign policy power outweighs their purported harms. That's what I'm really fearful of. I'm worried that they're just gonna move. First, they started with immigrants on the freedom of speech side. In order to tackle it, they masked it under combating anti-Semitism. And there's a lot of liberal advocacy groups that are deeply embedded in the Democratic Party that present themselves as Jewish advocacy groups, but are actually Israel advocacy groups. And therefore, there's not a lot of pushback from the Dems on this anti-Semitism combating initiative. And they're doing it through immigration enforcement, which is unilateral power in the hands of the executive on that front. And that's why they went after Mahmoud Khalil, Mohsen Mahdawi, and numerous other people. And slowly but surely, that's going to creep into American citizens as well. And I worry that it's going to be a Supreme Court case that basically erodes, shreds the First Amendment, first for non-citizens, and then inevitably for American citizens as well.
Yeah.
And then it's over. I mean, after that, it's done.
And I think that, when you look at authoritarian regimes, they look quickly to consolidate power so they never have to give it up.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've looked into okay, so let's say that the court collapses and lets him consolidate power. Then there's this whole theory that I've read about lightly online. I haven't dug deep into, and it's called a soft secession. Have you heard of this?
What, other states pulling out?
So it's there would be a
balkanization.
There
of the
already
states.
is a pact between Washington, Oregon, and California.
The vaccine pact, the Pacific Northwest, and then the Northeast.
That kind of sets the groundwork that they would be a part of the union, but they wouldn't cooperate with federal law and would withhold federal taxpayer money. And the same with an East. And then all of these flyover states would be this Christian nationalist type thing. And again, it's not that hyperbolic to start looking ahead of that, because the shadow docket was rarely ever used, ever. And just in 8 months, they've given Trump 20 big victories.
Yeah.
really, really big victories. They have signaled that like, we're going to do this. And when you look at the groups, the billionaires, Christian nationalist billionaires that have groomed and picked these people long when Trump was just, you know, on a reality TV star, they were waiting for this moment to do this. And that's where you just get
he has
overwhelmed.
the charisma. He is the singular force. Because if Trump goes away, I don't think JD Vance is capable of like he's much more competent than Donald Trump is, but he's not capable of holding the base together.
Especially if Trump dies or has a stroke.
Yeah.
While he's in power,
That's
the cannibalizing that would happen with the right, they're already doing it with the Charlie Kirk thing. The whole thing would fall apart. The entire MAGA movement would fall apart.
I'm more worried about that happening, and then JD Vance automatically becomes president, because I don't think JD Vance actually wins the presidency, but I do think that if he actually were to go through the normal succession of power, then we're in deep trouble, because then it's like the Peter Thiel guys, because Palantir's tentacles are all over the federal government apparatus. Like they already got ICE contracts. They already have all of the information of every single American. They already have like AI scouring the internet. And then, you know, we're under the rulership of Peter Thiel and the Silicon Valley tech CEOs. That's when like the Sam Altmans of the world don't have to worry about like gay people at all, because they've completely, they've done like a soft coup almost. But this guy, Dimi Ryder, he is the founder of 972 magazine, and he's Israeli, so he knows the American future better than many others, says, ICE will keep pushing the envelope right up until Stephen Miller concocts something like political migration, arguing, I don't know, that cultural Marxism is so alien to the United States that propagating it amounts to invasion, so ICE can start abducting third-generation Americans too. I totally trust him when he says this. 972 magazine is really good. They're an Israeli investigative magazine that actually got Microsoft to no longer allow Israel to use the Azure cloud software because of their collaborative investigation with DropSite. And he knows growing fascism perhaps better than many Americans do, because he's living through it in Israel. So I can totally see him. I could totally see this administration trying to move in that direction. Did I say Azure wrong? Isn't it Azure? Is it Azure? It's Azure, right? Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. But it is a terrifying future awaits for sure, no matter what we do. In any case, we are going to end it here. Thank you so much for coming on.
Gosh, thank you.
We still have a wonderful Fear and podcast that we are going to be filming right now. Okay. And I'm going to go do that. And I'll be live tomorrow as always. And that's it. What do you want to promote before we let you go?
Oh, just I've Had It podcast. You can YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. And then we have all the social media stuff too.
Hell yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Bye, everyone.
Hey, I'm just doing this to sound like Bo Burnham in the beginning, but I'm chillaxing in the chat, so hi.
All right. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin Show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord Friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.